how do we show openness, kindness, and love when our mind and heart has much pain, sadness, anger, denial, and fear? So in other words, you're saying your mind and heart is actually the same, a synonym for one another. Your mind and your heart has so much pain, sadness, anger, denial. You have mental afflictions. And how do we show openness and kindness? On the one hand, we have mental afflictions of all these bad things, sadness, grief, depression. And how can we love? How can we show our love? You must learn how to let go of them. You must learn how to let go of your grief, your anger, your greediness, your depression. Nobody can let it go for you. You are the person who is, it's just like if you are sick, nobody can bear your sickness. They can only tell you how to cure it. And if you're mentally sick, for example, usually the normal practice is to give you, maybe work hand in hand, give you material, give you all kinds of pills, all kinds of chemicals to swallow down to tranquilize you. And in the process of tranquilizing you, you could have a side effect of something else. That is using poison to stop poison. How much your poison would create another poison for you, or would the poison that combats the poison in you actually work? We don't know. On the other hand, a psychiatric personnel would do some mentality things without going through medicine and going through, for example, meditation. For example, talking to you, care about you, finding out your problems, and in the process of doing it, they know why you are suffering from not letting go. So, I think the cure for that is, it's more important for you not to use poison against the poison. Because you use poison against poison, you haven't learned to let go. Why don't you release and let go of the poison? Get rid of the poison. How do we get rid of the poison? You have to know where that poison comes from. Where does that anger come from? Where does that denial, depression comes from? Find out the causes for these suffering. Now, in order to find out the causes of this suffering, you really have to talk to someone who knows the causes of suffering. If you're talking to someone who has the same problem, who does not know the origin and the causes of this suffering, how can he help you? So you have to find someone who knows what's going on. And that someone, in the history of mankind, there was such a person. And it was Buddha. He had all his teaching written down, passed down. Have you ever spent some moment to read about it? Attempt to understand it? And let it soothe your heart? Nobody else can. Or you can talk to a guru, a mentor, who can introduce you, who can talk to you in accordance with the Buddha's teaching. So you really have to talk to someone who can give you, similarly, the same kind of teaching that's written in the books of the sutra. So you have to learn how to let go. So just to keep it brief, I don't want to go on and on, because this kind of question, if you want to answer this kind of questions, it needs days to answer this kind of questions. First of all, that person has to carry out an analysis of you. One of the causes for this. The reason why you suffer from anger, one of the reasons could be you have an abusive childhood. And you have to find out the causes of all these. And so, letting go of it. More and more in the medical field, they pay a lot of attention to psychoanalysis of the patient than just throwing medicine in his mouth and let him swallow the medicine through. No. They are more and more performing psychoanalysis of the patient so that they can actually follow through what problems. And one of this psychoanalysis, the byproduct of this psychoanalysis is regression analysis, hypnosis. Because even the patient himself, he may not know why. He cannot tell you all the causes. And some people use past life regression to analyze the patient. And there was many cases like why did that person, the patient, particularly had a pain in his back? And every time when you heard an airplane roar in the sky, the pain is even more intensive. Why did he get that? And that pain always come back and back in a recurring pattern. And it was put into past life regression. And it happened during the World War I. He was a soldier working in Burma. And there was this enemy's planes roaring by, and he was the cook responsible for cooking lunch for all the brothers, for the soldiers. And everybody was seeking a place to hide. And somebody was seeking a machine gun plane to shoot down the plane, but the plane came so fast that they heard the roaring of the sound of the plane. And this guy was a cook, and he didn't have any place to hide, because when he was cooking, probably it produced some sound that he couldn't hear what's going on. So he saw this plane and was running for shelter. He was running out there, and the plane was going this way, and it shot him right at the back. Right at the back. And he died immediately. He died in agony. He died in terror. At the moment of death, that single thought dominated him. He was in terror. He was shot. He was suffering. And then he reincarnated into another man. I have the same problem. Whenever he heard the plane, he felt pain right at the back. So it was put into a regression analysis, and he was told that was his past life experiences. He said, oh, that's what happened to me. I have to let go of this. So by knowing the cause for the reason of his anger, of his pain, gradually he let go. So you have to learn how to let go. How to do it? There's no one formula saying 1 + 1 = 2. Every person is a little different. So you really have to understand it, but the general framework, let go. If there's nobody who can help you to let go, you yourself let go. Every Saturday we have a meditation session. What did I say? What did we all study in the first step is letting go of what comes in. What comes in, go out. What comes into your mind, let go of it. You have been abused by your drunken dad when you were a child. Forget about it now. That experience will not come back. It only happened in the past. Why do you always bring a miserable past experience on your desk and ponder on it and agonize on it? Have you been not clever in doing that? Always bring memory of an abusive childhood by your dad, who was an alcoholic, and brought it on the desk and think about it and agonize on it. Is it worth it that way? Why do you want to bring the past onto your desk and still ponder and agonize on it? You did that yourself. Throw it away. You have to have the courage, the patience, the persistence in learning how to throw it away. There's no easy step. That word letting go sounds so easy, but it's extremely difficult. Who can let go? You think the gambler at the casino desk, he will let go when you say, come on, Jack, you already have, gambled away $1,000. I know you still have $6,000 in your pocket. But if you back out now, you only lose $1,000. If you continue, you may lose it all. By backing out, you gain. Why don't you think in this way? You gain 5,000. So you back out, but he would not. His gambling instinct is so strong that he will keep on and on and on, and he will non-stop. He cannot let go of his greediness. Letting go has to be learned, not just told. So if you ask me all that, I would suggest to you, in my impromptu, quick answer to what you've got is learn how to let it go, and that learning process is difficult. But you have to do it. No other way. You have to do it. The person who tied the bell onto the goat's neck, to untie that, you need that person. Untied it, not anybody else. There's a dead knock in there. You understand what I'm talking about? Okay? So, that's it for this first question. Next question. Dear Venerable, thank you for the great session. Today, a close family member of mine is diagnosed with a late stage of stomach cancer. Besides praying and chanting the Medicine Buddha Sutra, is there anything else I can do to help my family member? The questions require a lot of, many answers can be provided, and it's a little late to do that, but somehow miracle may happen. So that's the reason why I always suggest to a lot of people that don't wait till the last moment. Don't wait till you have a terminal disease, then you start to say prayers. What do you do when you are not, when you're not saying prayers? You have happy moments, you go partying, you do what you want, you waste your time, you spend your time on WhatsApp for 5 hours, for 3 hours, you're talking on the phone, but you don't have a moment to meditate, you don't have a moment to chant. You must learn how to dial that number, if I can use a simile, to dial that number to that grand universal station of the Buddha. You must know the number by heart. You must be getting used to dialing that number, not waiting for the last moment you say, what's that phone number that I should dial? It's too late. In order to get medical help, you really have to know your doctor well. You really have to know the phone number, the secretary. You have to know that person personally so that he can put you through hospital immediately. You have to get in contact with that person long before you have the problem. You have to do it now. Even now is too late maybe. Hopefully it's not. You have to say your prayers now, dial that number now, know that number by heart, and you don't feel any bad, unwholesome karmic energy so that that thing will happen to you. There's so many possibilities why a large stomach cancer would appear in the body. One of the possibilities is he's a debtor who is coming to get you. You owe him something in many, many lives before. You owe him a life. You owe him a miserable life, and he wants to come back to get you. We have a repentance, a sutra of repentance called, what do you call that? 慈悲三昧水忏, the compassionate samadhi water repentance. There was a story behind that repentance ceremony. There was a high wise premier in the imperial court of China many, many years ago in the Ming Dynasty. There were two assistant premier, very high position rank in the court in the kingdom, and they were fighting against each other for jealousy, for to get what they want. So they have a lot of fighting. And one, Mr. A, talked bad about Mr. B in front to the king, saying that guy is planning on a mutiny, planning on a rebellion, overthrow the king. And he had enough reasons, the king had enough reasons from him to know about that, and he had this person executed. This person executed. How did he get executed? In the ancient days of China, there are cruel execution. That happens in Europe too, happened in many countries too. That execution was cutting the middle of the body. Boom, on the waist. You know the waist? Cut the body into half. In a guillotine, it's cutting the neck. Burning is burning the whole body. And this particular execution is cruel, cutting the body in half. And that premier was a very loyal, faithful premier. And he died. And at his death, he vowed that I will return to revenge. So he came back to revenge in another person, as a ghost, as revenge. And this Premier A, after he ended his life, he has been studying the Buddhist Sutra, he had been praying and all that, even though he was not a good person. But in his next life, he reincarnated into a monk. In other words, he was a layman and then became a monk later. And he was a precept-observing monk. He had been a very wholesome monk. He had been really practicing. And when a monk is observing precepts and have a high morality, somehow that ghost couldn't get into this body. He couldn't get him into trouble because he has been practicing all the precepts. He has been a good monk in many lives, life after life. And then in one life, he was also a monk, and he became a national teacher. When he was a national teacher, he was awarded by the king to be given a huge seat of rosewood. In those days, rosewood, high superior rosewood is very expensive. They was awarded a rosewood seat because he became the national teacher. And sitting on the rosewood seat, he felt very proud of himself. He said, I am second to the king. He actually feel very proud of himself. The pride was so much that he lost his precepts observing spirit in him. And that person who had been following him, that ghost had been following him for many, many generations, got into this kneecap, got into this body, and he had a swelling right at his kneecap. That swelling is very strange. 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. He can actually eat. You really have to feed that. A kneecap of a face, of a human face. Have you heard about that? For that, I've done some research. I got into Google. Would there be a possibility that somebody has a swelling in his kneecap, and that kneecap is actually a human face? Yes. You key into that. There are people there are some cases like that. It's very scientific. In other words, there's another person at the kneecap. He's suffering and all that. Anyway, I want to make the story short. So, if something happened to that, there must be a reason. So you have to say your prayers, requesting the Buddha or Bodhisattva for help, and also you have to vow to repay that person. You repent. For whatever bad deeds I have done to you, I repent, and what can I make up for? So you have to do all kind of charity work to make up for the debt, make up for the wrongs that you have done. In other words, you have to start doing it now. Don't wait till you got that sickness. You have to become a good, wholesome person now. Don't spend your money in just benefiting your individual body. Spending your money to benefit all other sentient beings and contribute, dedicate all that kind of merits to the debtors who come back to get you. Because they will. For all the animals that you have killed, they will come back for you. You won't get away with it. We don't know which life. So there's causality, cause and effect. You can't get away. You may get away this life. You can't get away in the next life. Somehow, when the conditions are ripened, you'll get the retribution of bad deeds. You think you have done some bad deeds and nobody knows about it? Causality knows. The natural law of causality knows. You think God don't know about it, my wife don't know about it, my kids, my dad, nobody knows I've done this, nobody knows. You think nobody knows? Because the natural law of causality knows, and you will be put to trial, not by God. God would not have would not trial you if he's a real God. God will only give you the kindness. God will not put you on trial. So it's not God. You yourself is responsible for your destiny. So I don't know how to answer this question. There's so much to talk about. Request, invoke the Buddha's help. Request, make your wish, dedicate all the good deeds, donate in money, in kind, change your mind, say your prayers fervently with determination. Only your mind determination can change you, can help you. Nobody else can. Your determination to repent, your determination to make up for the wrongs that you have done. And maybe in your mind you say, should I die in this life? That's what I have done in the past. I'm willing to pay for it. But in the future, I would do better and better until I get to Buddhahood, complete enlightenment. If I cannot change it, so let be it. But I would like to change it. I'd like to change it, make up for it. Maybe there's still a chance. Miracle happens. Don't give up. Miracle happens. And later, that monk who suffered from that kneecap human face swelling, he had the help of an arahat. And that swelling disappeared. Why did he get help? Because when he was a very young monk, he stayed in a monastery, and he was looking after an arahat who appeared as a sick monk. There was an old monk who was very sick in the temple. Nobody would care about him because he had all poisonous swellings, and all these swellings, they stink. He's a stinky, sick, swellings covering the body monk. Nobody would like to approach him. But this particular young monk was so merciful, so compassionate, that he spent his time looking after that person, that sick monk, until he recovered. And when that sick monk recovered and was going to leave, he said to him, "You have been very kind to me. I would like to repay you. In the future, if you come up with any problems, you go look for me. This is my address. You go look for me. Remember, if you are in trouble, go look for me. Here's the address." So that monk, when he had this problem, he went and looked for him. Actually, that sick monk was an arahat. He already enlightened. He was already an enlightened monk, so he was able to help him. I'm not enlightened, so I can't. So I cannot help you. I can only suggest to you what you should do.
Last week at the retreat, a little bit about how that went.
I can only give 5 minutes to it, though, because it's been a long time. The last few weeks has been a novice monk or nun ordination. And there was one person who goes through the permanent, the ordination. Now, it's been quite good because 60 people coming from Hong Kong, they took this plane all the way from Hong Kong, and they took their vacations, they spent all the money, crossed the Pacific, come here on the plane for 12 hours, plus another 5 or 6 hours on the airport in preparations. They come here for a 7 days meditation retreat, and they all like it. And they find that there's unforgettable experiences. It seems so simple. 7 days spending a novice, a monk or nun ordination and living the life of a monk or nun in a temple. Wow, it's so simple, but you don't know. In your alaya consciousness, you already have sown that kind of seed in your alaya consciousness. And the seed's already in. When would it germinate? Maybe in this life, maybe in your next life. There was a real story written in a sutra spoken by the Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha, 2,600 years ago. There was a nun, a Buddhist nun. She already have attained arahathood, arahatship. Arahat became an arahat already. And she always go about to rich ladies, advising them to become nuns. He always get to know all the rich ladies, imperial ladies, and advise them to be ordained as nuns. And all these rich, beautiful, or whatever you call them, ladies of the palace, of rich places. They say, no, I don't want to be. I have a nice family, I'm beautiful, and I'm young, and I have all these luxuries. Why will I become a nun? And why did you become a nun? I don't want to be a nun. And that nun told her story about why she became a nun. In the time of the Buddha, previous to Buddha Sakyamuni, there was Kasyapa Buddha. So in other words, in the history of mankind, we have one Buddha, real, actual, historical Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha. The Buddha before Sakyamuni Buddha in the world is Kasyapa Buddha. At the time of the Kasyapa Buddha, a number of generations before Kasyapa Buddha, there was a prostitute. There was a lady prostitute, and she was a prostitute, and she saw these nuns walking by with a sash. She thought the sash looked very beautiful. So somehow she borrowed a sash, and she liked to put it on her body and look at the mirror and became very proud. Put a sash on herself, the prostitute. Put a sash on herself. Oh, I look great. And he was dancing, and that's it. And because of that cause, of that seat, at Kasyapa Buddha, she became a nun. But because she spent her time in circles of prostitution, that she didn't become a good nun. She committed a lot of precepts, broke her morality standard, and she went down to hell to suffer for a long time. And at the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, she became a nun again. And at that time, she became successful in her enlightenment and became an arahant. So for that single reason of putting a sash on her shoulder, she got an arahant later, because she already had sown the seeds. So that's the reason why we want to provide nurseries for people who come to sow seeds, so that in the future they would become nuns or monks and go into the enlightenment route, enlightenment odyssey. We used to say it. So last 2 weeks have been quite successful, and they're all very happy, and the number of people who like to join increased year after year. We have about 54 now. We have 60, and next year we may have more. And they have to go through a lot to spend the money, to spend the time. Imagine if you are told to go to Hong Kong for an ordination, you have to spend so much money. Would you go? Would you spend so much time taking vacations and stop working and go to Hong Kong to take ordination? You may not, right? But they took the initiative to come over here and do this ordination. So we have to try our best to provide whatever is necessary so that they can finish the ordination. So it has been quite successful, and in the future we may plan to have 2 languages so that Caucasian members can also enjoy the same event. And in the future, I may plan more and more on a 3 days meditation retreat, maybe on a long weekend. You have to spend all your time in the temple. You can't go out for the 3 days. Maybe a Saturday, Monday, and long weekend. On a Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, you have to spend all your time in here, do a meditation retreat. Then that would be very intensive. And if you always join in meditation like that, there is a chance that miracles may happen to you, that you may have sickness that already been removed from you. So don't wait till the last moment. Sow all these seeds. Open up all these chances so that you can get recovery. Don't wait till the last moment where you're helpless. I remind you again, don't wait for the last moment. Do it now. To Venerable, thank you for giving us tools to work towards our own enlightenment. In my opinion, I need to understand something. The first one, you said there are 3 realms. The realm of desires, realm without desires, and realm with consciousness only, not enlightenment, but consciousness only. You also said that there are 3 modes of thinking: real, distorted, imagination. Can we prove all 3 realms exist? If not, could they be just our distorted or imaginary perceptions? We're talking about 2 things. You're talking about the world we stayed in. According to the sutra, according to the Buddha's wisdom, there are 3 kinds of existence. The 3 worlds, it's 3 worlds of existence. And the value, the characteristics of each world is determined by the karma of those living beings living in that existence. And then our first question is, how about the world we live in? There's 3 worlds. The world with desires, the world without desires, but still have materiality, and the world beyond material, only consciousness left. When we say the top level is the world with only consciousness left, we don't mean that they are already enlightened. It's just they don't have a body anymore. Because the body, the way we look at it is different. The way they look at it is different. The body is a burden. Everybody thinks this body is lovely. I have a body. But they're more or less enlightened beings in the next level said that you have the burden. Because you have that apartment that you have to whitewash, you have to furnish, you have to keep, you have a lease there, you have to pay your due, pay your rent. You're living in a body apartment. And then it dies. It decays. So he said, no, your body is no good. We don't have a body. They think that we don't have a body at a very high level. What you're saying is, how can you prove those 3 realms exist? Now, first of all, let's look at our realm. You already exist in it. We don't have to prove it in our realm. You already exist in this world with desires. And do we have to prove it? No. We have desires. We have sexual desires, desires for reputation, for wealth, desires for comfort, for luxuries. We have all kinds of desires, unending, insatiable desires in this world. And in the process of trying to fulfill our insatiable desires, we're driven by how we think, and how we think form opinions and judgment and all that on the situation and objects and people. And in the process of doing it, we are creating emotions and reactions, and all those create suffering and karmic energy that we all know. This is already a world that you don't have to prove. This is the realm of desires. In the realm of desires, we're also living in the universal truth, whether it does not matter whether you believe it or not, but it's almost like a universal truth, that we are living in the world of causality. So in other words, everything we do, all the causes that we sow, all the causes that we have done would lead to certain effects. You don't need to prove it. We see it in daily life that if you kill someone, you'll be caught, then you'll be you will be judged by the court. So in other words, there's always causality in everything we do. You sow the apple seed, you get the apple tree, apples, orange trees and oranges that you eat. So we're living also in causality, and all this causality would make things happen. So we don't have to prove this world. This world is already in front of our eyes. We're living into it. And then the Buddha told us that you don't only have this world. There are other worlds too. There are worlds like they don't have any desires. They don't have desires like you. The sexual desire, the desire for wealth and reputation and all that. We are living in a world with gender. because we have we have the sexual desires to fulfill, and we think that this is good. Usually we humans think that this is a good thing, but the saints that's exactly what accounts for our life reincarnating. But we're attached to that, all these desires and senses. Now in the higher level, they don't have that. They don't have the gender, and their value of life is different from us. They have a long longevity. In other words, the span of life is thousands of years, and they live. They don't eat like us. They don't have breakfast and lunch and dinner, and then after we eat something, we have to excrete it into the toilet through certain ways. They don't need that. They don't need that kind of living. They live in a style that they don't need eating, so they don't have the sense of smell, the sense of taste. You think the sense of smell and taste is good, but they don't need it. And they develop in somewhere else. They develop in their eyes, their ears, and their touch. So then how do you prove it? There's no actual proof to this. But then that leads to the question is, if you can't prove it, why do you believe in it? If you cannot prove it out to me, if you cannot put it on the desk, I can touch it, I can see it, I can actually get in touch with it, I don't believe in it. If that's the way you believe in something, then there are many things that you won't believe in. Because believe something, there are many ways in believing it. Usually there are 4 ways in believing something. Believing something means that you already agree with the proof. You believe in it, right? But the Buddha told us that when you believe something is true or not, is real or not, there are 4 ways you do that. The first way is, it really exists in front of your eyes. This is my cup. I don't believe it is a cup. Of course, it's real. I believe in it because it's real. Something that I can touch, I can see, is real. That's everybody agree. Another way of believing in it and getting proof of it is, I haven't seen it with my senses, but I can postulate from it. I can infer from it. In other words, believe and prove by inference, by postulation, by your own analysis. For example, I see a mountain over there, and I see smoke coming out there. I don't need to see the fire. There's no smoke without fire. I postulate, I infer from the appearance of the fire that something may be burning in the forest. But you haven't seen the fire. How can you believe that there's a fire? You haven't seen with your eyes, you haven't smelled it. Then you see it by inferring, by postulation. You don't see with senses, actual senses. You don't hear it, you don't taste the fire, you don't perceive it, but you still believe there's no smoke without fire. I know there's a fire there. And also, you know by postulation, by inference, that all of us is born by hereditary traits. What I mean is, you have a father, and your father have a father, and your grandfather have a father, and your father told you, hey, John, you have a great-grandfather. John said, no, I want to prove. I haven't seen my great-grandfather. I want to hear my great-grandfather in order to believe I have a great-grandfather. I haven't seen him. Dad, how can I believe I have a great-grandfather when I haven't seen him? They said, you're foolish. If I'm not the son of my grandfather, how can I give birth to you? And John was so obstinate. No, the teacher told me that I want to believe in only things that my senses can see, can touch, can hear. And then his father said, John, you're foolish. You believe it by postulation, by thinking, by inference. Have you seen the Prime Minister in the 1960s, Trudeau? No, I haven't seen him. But you still can see the pictures, you can. But how about all those previous prime ministers? You haven't seen them. You haven't seen the origins, the ancestors. Do you believe that you have ancestors? You can infer by hereditary that you have a great-grandfather, but you haven't seen him. So another way of believing in something, proving that it's right, is by thinking about it. That's the second way. But then there's a third way. Sometimes your postulation is right, and sometimes it's wrong. Not always right. Because, say, if I can, if in a mountain, I saw a figure with 2 horns. And then I say, I know there's a cow in there. Because you see the shadow of 2 horns. And then that's my postulation. But actually, that's not a cow. There's just 2 branches sticking out, the sun shining on it. There's 2 shadows appear as if it's a buffalo's horns. So sometimes your postulation may be right or may be wrong. But you still believe. That's the way you believe in something. You may be wrong sometimes, not all the time wrong, but not all the time right. The third way you believe, the fourth way you believe in something is you believe in something that is a trustworthy source, or believe in something that a saint told you. What is a trustworthy source? My dad told me that he's going to leave some money with me, and in the future I can use it. I'm going to believe in it because my dad loved me, and I think that's trustworthy. Sometimes what my dad told me is a trustworthy source. That my dad won't cheat me all the time. So you believe in something that is a trustworthy source from saints, from the Buddha, Confucius, from some saintly people. You believe in the books they have written, trustworthy historical books that you believe in. Do you believe in Rome was like that? It was written in history. And how can you say, I haven't seen Rome 1,000 years ago. I don't believe there's a Rome. Because you believe in a history, and history, everybody wrote history in a different way. But sometimes from joining together, you can prove that that's the way Rome looked like 1,000 years ago. That's the way Rome was built. That's history. So those are the methods you use to believe in something. So you wanted to ask me, how do you believe in the world without man and woman, just they still have a body? That's what the Buddha told us. There's another world, not of this world. There's another higher level where not even material left. There's no combination of body cells, protons, electrons, neutrons in the top world. They only have consciousness. But that consciousness is tainted. They don't have the body burden anymore. They don't have the sexual burden anymore. They're in a much higher level. But they're still not enlightened yet. So basically the Buddha broke down these 3 categories and tell us. Because we're not enlightened. We haven't got the wisdom to explore into that area. That's what the saint told us. So we say, oh, it may be true. If we have this world that is like this, there may be another world with another beings. It's just like when you were living in China 1,000 years ago, they didn't believe in there's another world called America 1,000 years ago because they haven't seen it. But it does not mean that America did not exist. Sometimes our limited wisdom is not wide enough to know everything. Then you have to use your intelligence to absorb. You don't try to introduce all this negative aspect in you. I want to get proof so that I can believe that. I want to get proof. Then our senses actually are responsible for the distortion. Our intelligence sometimes is the culprit for our arrogance and ignorance. You know why? Because our senses are not even better than some animals. A dog can hear a sound 5 miles away, the siren of an ambulance. Human eyes cannot. So when the dog is barking, barking, the intelligent guy would say, hey, John, there's an ambulance coming by. And this guy said, I I didn't hear anything. But that guy who knows that the dog barks would know that an ambulance will go by. He already know 1 minute before that guy who did not know about the dog's hearing, listening ability. So our senses are not even better than a dog. A dog can hear 5 miles away. We can only hear, I don't know, maybe 1 mile. An eagle can see a grain of rice a few miles away. That's the reason why they can jump down and they're a predator on small birds. And a whale could listen to his companion 20 miles away in the water. Seals. So our senses, our intelligence are limited. If we only use our limited intelligence to judge the whole world, you are limiting yourself. That's the reason why you have to believe in some trustworthy source. Somebody told you. You can have query in your understanding, but you don't stop it by I want to get proof of this, I want to get proof of that. Then you don't believe in anything. So believe in something you have to use inference, postulations, and sometimes you use your senses. You believe in your senses. I see this, I believe in it. I hear something. Even the listening perception sometimes distorts you. That creates a lot of problem. You think someone is blaming you, but they may be blaming somebody else. So you could be fooled by your own intelligence, by your intelligence of wanting getting proof of all that. Okay, so that's how we believe in something. We don't necessarily have to get proof. Even science, they could not get a lot of proofs from a lot of things. The theory of relativity, expounded by Einstein, was refuted by some of the scientists 20 years later. And up to date modern science keep on continuing refuting ancient philosophy. So even science is not trustworthy in that way. Your intelligence have to improve. So don't say that it's only proved. If you want a proof of everything, you can live. Then you just blind up your own intelligence. So that's your answer. And as to how do you prove that certain states of the world we perceive in is reality, and some of it is distorted reality, and some of this is imaginary reality. You don't need to get proof. We're living in that world you already know. You're living in a world with cold reality. This is a cup. Are you going to say this is not a cup? I can see it. I can touch it. So this is a cold, true, as it is, reality. That's the first reality that we don't need proof. Everybody see that. You don't need proof. The second state is a distortion. Sometimes we see a reality and our opinion distorted. We think that we see a guy that looks like a criminal, but he isn't. He's a kind man. And because of our opinion passing on the appearance of a criminal, we convey that opinion and stereotype that guy as a criminal. That's a distorted reality. He's a man, he's a kind man, but you distort him to be a criminal. What you still need to prove what? Is your own distortion. Another is your imagination. You have your imagination. Sometimes you imagine things that they may not be right. Sometimes you imagine things that may be right. And what else do you want to prove that? You're already living in that world that you already know that's the way it exists. There's distorted reality, there's imagination, there's true reality. That part, I don't need to prove it to you. You're living in it. The other part, you think about it. You believe in things not just of the present moment. You believe in things that's from a trustworthy source, from postulation and inference, and so on and so forth. Okay? That's enough for these questions. How can we understand true reality when all experience is perceived through subjective senses? When we say true reality, there's no such thing as true. Don't interpret that word true as as an enlightened truth. True means it exists. Existence. How can we say this existing reality is not reality? We can say this in the eyes of the enlightened person, this may not be a true reality. Because what? It is a representation of our consciousness. It is a combination of molecules put together. It is a combination of a lot of color, burning, a lot of causes put into that to make that happen as a cup. The cup exists on conditions. Without conditions, this cup would not exist. So this is an existence of all conglomerated conditions put together. For that reason, it exists as a cup with the name of a cup, but that name does not mean anything. It's just a name that we humans attach to it so that we can conceptualize a cup. If there's another world, they don't call it a cup. So all this is changing. This is not permanent. This is all causes put together. It does not have its real intrinsic nature. Anything that has a real intrinsic nature is permanent, does not need causes for it to come true. There's no such thing. Everything is impermanent, everything is changing, everything is all causality put together. For that reason, we don't call it a true reality. It's an existing reality, not a true reality. When a Buddha looks at a cup, he won't attach to this cup. He looks at this cup, the causes of a cup. You understand? But that's not what we look at. When a wino looks at a bottle of whiskey, it's different from another person looking at a bottle of whiskey. When a agriculturalist looks at a tree, a pine tree, it's different from what I look at a pine tree. They all have different opinions, different perceptions. They distort it accordingly. But that pine tree is still a cold pine tree. That pine tree comes together as a pine tree is because of the seeds, growing, water, light, fertilizers. It does not have its own intrinsic self-depending nature. It exists on causality. That's the reason why the Buddha said, don't attach to it. It's only a causation. You understand what I mean? Any counter arguments? No? No? Thank you. A friend of mine is a hunter for sport. He hunts bears. Now my friend has cancer. How can he improve his karma and prevent future suffering in his life and the next incarnation? He has to be responsible for what he has done. As I said, you are the creator of your own intelligence. You created your own inferno. You created your own heaven. Nobody else. In order to change it, you have to change your cause. You already have done, you already have killed, you already have committed the killing. Then you will have to suffer from the cause of committing the killing. You cannot change that, can you? But you can change for the future. You can change it now. You stop your killing now. You start to repent on what you have done. I know I was wrong. I didn't want to hurt. I didn't want to kill. You have to acknowledge that you have done a bad deed. I know I was wrong. I'm not going to change it again, to do it again. But I'm willing to accept whatever karma comes to me. That is a total acceptance of your responsibility. You can't change that. You can only accept on what you have done. But you can change now on what you're going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow, the future is in your hands. If suffering from a cancer is a result of what you kill in the bears, then why do you attach death so seriously to that? Maybe if you change it now, then you can recover. If you are not, then say, in my next life, I'm going to go for the wisdom. I'm not going to go into the same trap again. I'm going to change it now. That's the reason why I always told people, change it now. Don't wait till you have cancer. Then you changed it. You do it now. People they are only afraid of the result. They're not afraid of the effect. They're not afraid of the causes. They keep on sowing bad causes, bad seeds, And they're not afraid of the bad results. They only cry, they only emotionally react to the bad results. Do it now. Don't kill now. Don't lie. Don't commit all these bad deeds. You have to change today. Don't wait for tomorrow. Change every thought, every action. It's not too late. Change it now. Don't wait till the last moment. Don't wait till on a dying bed and say, I have done all these things. Nobody told me. Do it now. It's never too late to mend. There's a word saying. The past you can't change. How can you change the past? Say your dad abused you. Can you change that? You can only change your feeling on the abuse. I want to forgive my dad. Given the karma that I and my dad created in previous life, he came back to get me. He came back to make me suffer because I abused him before. I want to forgive. Only forgiveness can wash away the karma, not hatred. I hated my dad. I hated my dad's guts. No, that's not the way. You only increase your anger, your hatred. You have to dissolve it, subsume that with compassion. That's how you changed. You can change the abuse, but you can change your interaction to the past. Forgive it. Compassion. The 9 lotus should reach the other shore. Is the other shore equal to nirvana? When you're talking about the 9 lotus in the Amitabha Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, there are 9 levels. The low 3, the middle 3, and the top 3. According to the Pure Land approach, if we practice meditation and wishing that we can purify all our karma and reach nirvana, that is almost like impossible. Because we are getting more and more busy every day. In the ancient days, we spent a lot of hours in meditation. We meditate for 10 hours per day in those ancient times when life is not as complicated. Now life is getting more and more complicated. You don't even have 1 hour of meditation. How can you meditate for 15 minutes every day and become a Buddha? So the Buddha already knew, and he told that in many sutras. He said, in the Dharma ending age, you really have to practice the Pure Land approach. What is the Pure Land approach? You chant the name of a Buddha, and that Buddha who make that wish will receive your soul into that land. This Pure Land approach is quite similar to what other religions call heaven. You chant the name of God and you go to heaven. That is, but then heaven is not the ultimate way that you should go. Amitabha Buddha created a world there that when you die, Amitabha, that Buddha, would receive your soul into that land. In other words, you are doing your immigration application. You're applying for immigration after death, that you won't immigrate into life and death anymore. You won't immigrate into animal realm, hell realm, or all other 6 realms. You would go to that land where there's no reincarnation, where there's only happiness, where you learn under the Buddha. But there are certain conditions that you have to fulfill in order to be born in that land. That you really have to study the sutras to find out. But that's the concept. When you died, your alaya consciousness will leave your body. The 8th consciousness. We'll talk about that in the future. When you die, your 8th consciousness, the 8th one, would, because your eyes, your ears, your nose, all this would shrink into that consciousness, the 8th consciousness, the alaya consciousness, and that consciousness will be received by Buddha into that land where there's no more reincarnation. And in that land, there are certain levels of enlightenment. If you really practice so fervently that you are in a very high level, then you're in the top level. So you have lower, middle, lower in the lower level, low, middle, higher in another level. So you have 9 lotus, 9 levels. And getting to those lotus, to that Pure Land, is not nirvana. That's just a school where you learn to be the Buddha. In there, the real Buddha, Amitabha Buddha, will be your guru, will be teaching you. In here, like we are the guru, we are just monks, ordinary monks, telling you that's what the Buddha said. But in there, there's a Buddha who already enlightened. He would be teaching you how to meditate. In here, I will be teaching you how to meditate. And based on my wisdom, based on my background and what I've learned, I told you what the Buddha told me in sutras, and that's limited. That's not enough. So that's the reason why it's very difficult for you to get enlightened in this life. So you have to go to that land where the Buddha was there waiting for you to teach you to that level. And once you're in there, you won't reincarnate. That's the conditions. A lot of people, I won't say a lot, according to the sutra, some people already migrated to that world. And some, they still roll in reincarnation. And according to the sutra, there are certain conditions that you have to build up. For example, you really have to chant the name of Amitabha all the time. In your consciousness level, you always train yourself to be chanting the name of the Buddha so that at the verge of death, you won't get confused. You won't have so much suffering that you cannot chant. You still have that one purity of mind that you chant Amitabha. You have that purity of mind, and that mind will be responsible for your position, for your ability to be born in there. So you still have to study that sutra to find those sutras to find out. So that's not nirvana. You get into that university first, learn from the Buddha, but you won't retrogress again to reincarnation. You learn from there. It's just like a university that you go to, a non-retrogressive university. You won't retrogress back to devil, back to inferno again. You will be studying there until you get all the credits to be the Buddha. And even that land is temporary. Even that land is not real. It's just an intermediate country, intermediate realm for the expediency of all those who could not be enlightened in this life to go over there. There's a transitory state. At times, it is hard to tell the difference between the sleep during meditation and transcending the mind due to my focus on the breath. Is there any way to tell the difference if I have transcended due to one-mindedness or due to sleep? If you are in meditation, if you are in deep meditation, getting into it, there are usually 2 situations that would arise. The one is drowsiness, sluggishness. You get into, in other words, you get into a sleep. The other one is your thoughts have been wandering around and you don't even know about it. Now, say if you're in meditation, after 1 hour, then you wake up and you say, oh, I'm already in samadhi because the 1 hour has gone so fast. It seems that I'm in a trance because, look, I wake up and then I look at the clock. It's already 1 hour, so I was in deep meditation. There's one situation. The other situation is you think that you're in meditation. Your thoughts still wander around, but you have lost your focus. Now let's get to the first situation first. You were sleeping and then you woke up. The ding goes dark and then you woke up. And you don't know if you were in a trance, in a meditation, or were sleeping. If you are not sleeping, then every thought should be on your object of focus. So in other words, your thought is on the breath, in and out, then it's in, out. You even count it. Some people even count it. In, 1, out, you don't count. In, 2, out, you don't count. In, 3. So you count to 10, and then you go to 1 again. You 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10 all the time, so that you know your 1 to 10, 1 to 10. But if you forget your 1 to 10 and you slept, and then you woke up, you thought you were in a trance, you lost your focus already. You're sleeping. You're not in a meditative state. You were sleeping. If you are not sleeping, that means every thought continuously is on that object, on the breath. If you forgot about your breath, then it's not meditation anymore. So every breath counts. From 1 to 10, 1 to 10, you count it, and then some people say, well, 1 to 10, 1 to 5, and they lost it. And they woke up, 1 hour is already gone. Oh, I was in a meditative state. I was in a trance. That's not, because you lost your object of concentration. How to tell the difference? If 1 hour has gone by, and every thought you can trace is on your focus of breath, then you're not sleeping. You understand? Every thought is clear continuously, one after another. One thought, one momentary thought, followed by another momentarily thought, one thought after one thought after one thought. It's still the same object of focus. You didn't lose it. You didn't lose your thought. Then that's meditative. That's samadhi, because you're focused on one thing. If you don't have that object anymore, you didn't know. You wake up and in 1 hour is already gone. You thought you were in a trance. No, that isn't. That is sleeping. Torpor, torpidity. Okay, so that's the difference. You can tell the difference. If you lost the count, then you were sleeping. If you didn't lose the count for 1 hour, you count from 1 to 10, 1 to 10 on every count. Some people count to 9 and then they're gone. Oh, I forgot to count. Okay, I counted again. So 1 to 10. They're always losing it and bringing it back and count it again. You always have to do that. Then you're still okay, but you lost it sometime. Maybe you lost it for 15 minutes, you lost it for 10 minutes, you lost it for 5 minutes, or you lost it for half an hour. We don't know. Then you come back to it. It's like your monkey has gone away and you don't even know about it. Next question. What do the Chinese characters on the red column in the meditation hall mean? And also there's in the gracious hall. Then you can ask the staff. They know about it. Okay, what does that mean? You can just read it and tell you what it means. Can beings in the matterless realm and realm of no desire retrogress into realm of desire? Yes. Beings in matterless realm or the no desire realm, after their karmic energy that qualify for them in that realm is gone, then they would retrogress maybe into the worst realm, into animal realms. It's just like they have been given a vacation by their karma. So they maybe, for example, in this life, you have done so much. So that energy gives you that temporary vacation. But your karma is still unclean. It's just you have done something tremendously inferential that you've been given that karma. It's just like your boss say, okay, John, and you're an accountant in a tax season. You have done so much that will make a lot of money. You're doing a tax returns and all that. I'll give you a vacation to Las Vegas. Then you're going to Las Vegas for vacation. When you come back, you still fall into the same job again. You are just taking a vacation because of what you have done on your karma. You retrogress back. So people in the higher realm, after whatever they have done, qualified for, is gone. They will to grasp back, maybe to the animal realm, we don't know. So it's uncertain. Even in the higher realm, it's uncertain. Of course, it's better to get a vacation than going to hell. Than getting fired. It's better to go to vacation than doing something bad. But that's just a vacation. It could be a long vacation, could be a short vacation, we don't know. So that's not a final destination to go. But the Buddha has already gone out. Not just Buddha. There's so many Buddhas who have already got out. The definition of Buddha is who got enlightened, who already got out from prison. Sakyamuni Buddha was one of the historical Buddha who came back and enlighten us. There are other Buddhas who will be coming to enlighten us. And there were past Buddhas who enlighten us too. And we have been in samsara for so long. We will continue in this samsara if you're not trying to improve yourself, you're still in samsara. And you will be in samsara in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The first question, why is eating eggs killing? How do you use wisdom to generate, maintain health and wealth the right way? Let me answer the second question first. You want to maintain health and wealth. Yeah, if you don't have health, how can you even practice the Buddhist teaching? You want to maintain wealth, and you want to use the Buddha's wisdom to maintain wealth. Yeah, you can. But if you're attached and obsessed with wealth, that's very dangerous. If you are obsessed with the accumulation of wealth, by all means, pros and cons, good and bad, you just want money. You don't care. You don't care about your employees, you don't care about consumers, you don't care about society. What you want is wealth. Then you have a problem. Because you could be doing crooked means to accumulate your wealth. So I assume that you want to know the Buddhist way to let you accumulate a lot of wealth. I can't answer this question unless I know the motive behind you about the accumulation of wealth. And I can understand that you want good health. I remember when I talked about this many sessions ago. I was given the question by a very wise teacher, and the teacher said, okay, class, boys and girls, 3 things you have to choose. You can only choose 1. Wisdom, health, and wealth. You can only choose 1. So I raised my hand and I said, my dad said money is very important, so I want wealth. When I have wealth, I can do anything. Because my dad told me that money is important. My dad supports the whole family and he's working like crazy. And he wanted me to, if we can get wealth, that's very good. And then another girl raised her hand and said, I want health. Because I have always been in bad health. I want good health. I want to eat properly. I have allergy. I have a lot of allergy, and I suffer from food that I cannot eat, and I like them. I like to eat birthday cakes, but I'm allergic to eggs, so I want good health. So there's a lot of answers for which one you choose: health, wisdom, and wealth. And finally, there was this one boy, and he said, I want wisdom. And the teacher said, why do you want wisdom? Because he said, if I have wisdom, I know how to build a good health. If I have wisdom, I know how to accumulate wealth. So wisdom is the most important. So can you not be looking for wisdom instead for the time being? Because if you have wisdom, you already know how to build up a good health. You won't eat food that is inorganic. Well, not everybody can afford inorganic food, but you won't eat food that is harmful to you. You will be exercising all the time. You will have a balanced diet. You will not just go acidic food. You will also go alkali food. You balance the acidic, with the alkali. You become a nutritionist. You will do a lot of health improving. You will accumulate a lot of health improving knowledge to improve your health, and you will have excellent health. And then on the wealth side, because you're so wise, you have so much wisdom, you know how to invest. You know how to accumulate wealth. You know how to save. You know how to reinvest your money. You know which stock you should buy. You know how to build a good company. You know the behavior of all the consumers, and you want to satisfy the consumer needs. That not just to satisfy your egoistic needs, but you have a product. You know that your objectives should be geared towards consumer needs, not private profiteering needs. Not only would your company be prospering, you're also helping the society to prosper. So wisdom is the most important. Can you not ask me next time how to build up wisdom? Well, you do, actually. How do you use wisdom to generate and maintain health and wealth? Well, how do you generate your wisdom? You really have to learn how to generate your wisdom. And there's so many ways. And the Buddha introduced us to millions and millions of ways of improving, of getting true wisdom. And we call that Dhargata wisdom, suchness, real truth, reality. I don't know, so many names for it. How to accumulate and use wisdom to live a happy life required at least 20 years, semesters to learn. And there's so much to learn about it. Some people learn it fast, maybe within 1 year, some people 20 years. It depends on whether your wisdom has been accumulating from previous life. So I can't answer this question. But I'm glad that you say you want to use wisdom to generate and maintain health and wealth. What is this wisdom? The Buddha's teaching is one of the many wisdoms. I would not like to rule out all the other religious teachings, otherwise I will be discriminative. Some other religions have good teaching also to improve wisdom. So pick your choice. You're free. All right? Why is eating eggs killing? In the ancient days, they can actually hatch the eggs into chickens, and they believe that if the egg contains a golden yellow dot inside, that's what you call an ovary inside, or a fusion of the two body cells, that it may be hatched into a chicken, and for that reason it's lively. You want to kill the chicken. The chicken will come out from the egg. So you don't want to kill the chicken, so you avoid killing the chicken. So you don't eat egg. But nowadays, most eggs, they cannot be hatched into chickens anymore. Some maybe still can. So if you choose those unhatchable eggs to eat, I don't see any reason why you can't. And I read from news somewhere that now they introduce artificial eggs. In other words, that kind of egg contains all the good nutritions of an egg, and yet it does not have any side effects in eating the egg. So that's an artificial egg. I remember someone in Hong Kong is trying to market that kind of egg. It's an egg that does not need the mother chick, the mother hen to lay it down. It's artificial. It's made from a factory. It doesn't have any side effects. It would market quite well. That's what he said. So my answer to you is, eating eggs is not exactly killing. All right, so there's a question. Next question, how do you live with a family member who sees the world through a negative lens? Someone else is greedy, selfish, and angry. How do you live with a family member who sees the world through a negative lens, a distorted view, with a certain bigotry? I think what you're saying is, how do you live with? You either live with him and don't care about it, hoping that he will change, or you will attempt to change him. If you live passively with him, you don't care about him, there will be no problem. If you really have the attitude, you would not affect me, so I'm not going to care, that's okay, because you think that he will not affect you. But if you think that he will affect you, or the passion inside of you that you want your brother to change, you want your sister to change, you really love your sister, you love your brother, you want him to change, you love your wife, you love your husband, you want him to change, what should you do? I suggest that change yourself first. Some people just want other people to change without changing themselves. He himself is selfish, angry, egoistic, yet he wants his children and his wife to be compassionate, lovable, easy to deal with. Have you changed yourself first? What have you? Who are you in their eyes? Change yourself to be more lovable in their eyes. Change yourself to be more compassionate in their eyes. If you change, they will change. That's a powerful change. Changing invisibly. Change yourself. Improve yourself first. Then he will see you as his example. Then he will change. Don't request others to change, to tailor to your needs, to your temperament, to your personality. You understand what I mean? Okay, so that question is answered. Next question. In August, during Saturday lunch, you spoke about a Chinese doctor friend of yours that has yin-yang eyes. Could you tell us some of his experiences with the afterlife? As reading about the life after death, it would be nice to hear some real-life experiences. I have a lot to tell you about that. That is Dr. Cheng. Dr. Cheng was a neuro doctor, neuroscientist. In other words, he operates on brains, in China. So his Western medicine doctor, not a Chinese herbal doctor. He was educated Western medicine, a neuro specialist, surgery, brain surgery, surgeon. And then somehow he left China and he went to Hong Kong. And in Hong Kong, because his qualifications, the doctor's certificate, did not match with the British standard. The British have their own standard, so he couldn't practice Western medicine in Hong Kong. So he started to learn Chinese medicine. He learned acupuncture, he learned herbalist medicine, and he became an expert in acupuncture, an expert in herbal medicine. So he had the better word of both Western medicine and Oriental Eastern medicine. And then somehow he introduced very good medical methods to heal a lot of people in Hong Kong. That there was an immigrant in Canada, got the benefit of getting him as an immigrant into Canada. So he stayed in Canada for a number of years. Then I had my radio program in the Chinese voice, the Chinese radio program. And I talked every day for about 10 minutes, introducing a certain saying, a daily saying about the Buddha. And it happened that one day he listened to what I said, and he started to call me. We became friends. And then he told me a lot of experiences about his yin-yang eyes. What is yin-yang eyes? He could see spirits. He could see ghosts. And he told me lots of stories, and he wrote those stories up and gave it to me because I told a lot of stories in the radio program. So he said, well, whenever you have time, can you tell them my experiences? These are the experiences that I have. So I talk about some of these experiences, and maybe I have to tell you more about it. I don't think I can do it today because I have all these questions to answer. His experiences require time to tell you how he communicated with the spirits. A lot of people have yin yang eyes, not a lot, but quite a few people have yin yang eyes. They could see ghost spirits, but not a lot of people was able to communicate with them. He was able to talk to them, and it was real. I don't think he cheated me. It was real, and I got a lot of actual true stories about his life when he experienced with the inconceivable spirits. I can't tell you now because it takes 15-20 minutes to talk about it, and I already talked for 30 minutes already. So leave that to some other time. Next question. Emptiness to be or to do, to focus how? If life is all about suffering, where do you find joy? How to live life? Life is not just suffering. Temporary happiness that you have. Sometimes you feel great. Sometimes you went to Hawaii, you went to the big island of Maui, and you enjoy a day on the beach, and then you feel happy about it. Nothing happened to you, no tsunami, no accidents. Watch it though. Going on holidays, you have to watch it. Some holidays can turn into a tragedy if you're not careful. So happiness can end up with tragedy, you know. We don't want anything like that to happen. So sometimes you are joyful. But as I said in there just now on PowerPoint, how can you be always happy if you know that you always have death confronting you, aging, sickness? How can you be happy with all this imperfection surrounding you? The Buddha was not satisfied with all this imperfection. He went on to find ways to perfect the world, to introduce perfection to the world. And he found it. Don't you want to talk about it? Don't you want to learn about it? This is exactly where you should do for the rest of your life. Look for that research into that joy, research into that eternity, research into get away from samsara. How do you get away from prison? Assuming that we're living in a prison now, how do you get out? Find ways to get out from prison. This is a cocoon of life and death. You're like a caterpillar surrounded by a cocoon. You can't get out. You have to bite out. You have to fly out. How do you fly out? You got to learn it. You have to accumulate your knowledge. Rome was not built in a day. Your knowledge, your wisdom is not built in a day. You expect to have one sitting of a lunch and you get all the answers? I've been eating this for 40 years. I'm still looking for an answer. As Forrest Gump said, life is a box of chocolate. You don't know what you're going to get. You don't know. Now you're tasting something. You're tasting something that you know that if you pursue, you know what you're going to get. Are you interested in getting it? Or after this, I won't see you again. Probably I won't see you again. Next, what should I do if there are spirits in my residence? Move. That's a good answer, right? Why you stay there? Move. Unless they follow you, then you're in trouble. We can talk about it. Don't expect me to talk about all these details in just one question. Spirits, I can tell you they're everywhere. If you have yin yang eyes, my yin yang eye friend told me that they're everywhere. Most of them are friendly. And some of them are looking for a place to stay. And it happened that your place is an ideal place for them. That's the trouble. And also, they think that by staying with you, they won't get hurt. Because somehow your spirit coincides with something that they feel comfortable. You should start to change. Maybe there's something that you should change. Otherwise, birds of the same feather flock together. Your magnetism, your energy. If your energy is so strong that they can't stay around you, they'll leave. If your energy is good enough so that your energy is not strong enough, your positive energy is not strong enough to let them go away, then maybe you should change your energy. There's a lot to talk about in this. Final question. I'm staying for too long. Final question. In my relationship with my partner, what is the best way to cultivate a life dedicated to enlightenment? In my relationship with my partner, what is the best way to cultivate? So you're talking about you cultivate a good your pathway to enlightenment in relation to when you're living with your partner. If your spouse conflicts with what you think, then you may have to gradually change her or his attitude to life. But basically the whole world is about two broad categories: materialism and spirituality. If one is attached too much to materiality, there must be problems. You have to have a good balance between materiality and spirituality. One would better the other, would improve the others. So you need to really talk to your spouse, talk to your partner as to what's the purpose of life. What is the purpose of life? Is the purpose of life just to maintain this temporary body? There was a Swiss writer, and he said, our body is our traveling bag of existence. But our body is like a traveling bag of your temporary existence. And mention to your spouse or your partner that we want to know more. If you want to be happy, you have to understand more about the spiritual side of life, not just the material side of life. Not just talking about how to get a furnished home, a mansion, a good car, a good job, all that, money and all that. How about the spiritual side? Blissful side. Peaceful side of life. That doesn't come from money. That's come from mentality, from your attitude of life. What's the mission of life? Don't you have a mission in life? Some people say, my mission in life is I want to enjoy life. How do you enjoy life? Well, I want to have a good job, a lot of money, a beautiful wife, a handsome husband, all that. All that is about the gratification of the sensory organs. Your eyes, your ears, your nose, all that. Not about the gratification of how do you pursue the spiritual odyssey of going to enlightenment. I like to use the word odyssey because you're exploring something new. Not a Honda. I'm driving a Honda Odyssey. You're driving a spiritual Honda, spiritual odyssey going to enlightenment. The first question, how can you help a friend to, I can't read it, but just I think it's about to get away from fear. How can we help a friend to get away from fear? That is the immediate method and and a far-reaching method. The immediate method would be very simple. Tell him to come here. We'll talk about it. Come to the meditation class. It's easier for me to talk about it than you, because I've been analyzing it, and maybe they will listen to a monk more than to a layman. So the most immediate, easy way to deal with that is tell him to come to listen to our lecture, our Dharma talk. It's easy, but then it's difficult. He may not listen to you. Why would he come to a temple? And tell him that you can enjoy a vegetarian lunch free. He said, free? Oh yeah, I like to take anything free. I couldn't get free from McDonald's, from White Spot, from Pantry, and I like anything that is free, just like the air. So, tell them to come. Another method is to you explain it to them. Then why don't you learn how to get away from fear first? But if you want to explain it to them, you have to be his teacher. So you have to know the subject well. So can you deal with the subject, understand it, and explain it to him? Another method is tell him to say, get into YouTube and listen to some of these monks talking about how to get away from fear. Or get into Google, or get into whatever you want. But he may not want to get into it. You have to think about a good method of doing it. An easy way to do it. You have to do it intelligently. A good method. You're talking about trying to convert fear into kindness, into compassion, into non-fear, into courage. It's a great feat to be accomplished. It's not an easy. Don't think about just talk a few words and then you can change someone who is fearful into someone who is courageous. It takes time. Nothing comes easy. Oh, there's another question. Okay. So, the easiest method is to get him to listen to a monk or to get into some lectures about fear. And or if you really want, if you have listened to my Dharma talk just now, tell him that don't try to get away from it. Just watch it. Let it come, but don't get involved with it. When the fear comes, you're so fearful, you are sweating, you lost your appetite, it's so fearful that you think you're going to die. You have a lot of anxiety that you think your relatives are going to die, your mom and dad, you're so fearful. Just don't get emotionally caught up with it. Step back and look at your fear and say, Mr. Fear, I know you're my friend, but now let's just talk and I let you stay here because I can't get you away anyway, but I would like to see you, to let you explain to me what this fear is all about. So you sit there and this Mr. Fear, he will not try to talk. He will just keep silent. You just look at him silently and he will look at you silently. You just watched it. See how the fear comes. It may be emotionally overwhelm you. It is so fearful that you don't want to get, you want to get away from it by eliminating your thought from it, but you cannot. You want to eliminate yourself from it because you're so fearful that you thought that you're going to die, and you want to escape. You escape from that fear by destroying yourself. Some people are like that. Some people commit suicide because of anxiety, of depression, of fear, of a lot of things. You must get away from it and look at it. And that's the first lesson. Don't get involved with it. Don't hate it. Don't reject it, because he won't, by hating it, You are more than just fearful. You are angry. That's even heavier for you than to handle. In the first place, you're handling fear only. Then you add it with anger. Don't do that. Just watched it, and then Mr. Fear, since you didn't say anything, I'm not going to say anything, and I would like you to dissipate. Don't take me in anymore. I know it's been wrong that I mix up with you, but I hope you can go away. It will go away. Because then you're not emotionally obsessed with it. You're fearful, but you try to distance your way from it. Distance yourself from it. So, accept it, embrace it, listen to it. Tell him why. Ask him why. Probably he won't answer, or he will give you answers. But you know that all the answers that he gave are conditional, are empty, are causes put together. There's no intrinsic nature on his answer. Because the fear comes through what? Through shunyata, through conditions coming all together that you have that fear. And all these conditions are just thoughts. They're not real. They're just thought. So if they are not real, why do you want to attach to something that is unreal? Let it come up and let it go. They're unreal. Don't hate it. Don't get angry with it. Just let it come, let it go. Like you are the mountain, and all these black clouds come by. You just watch the black cloud passing by. You don't go away with it. You are the mountain, irremovable. You're not moving. You're not moving. You're standing still and let the clouds drift by. Don't hate it. Don't hate the clouds. Just let it go by. The fear itself is innocent. Just as your thought itself is innocent. It's just like it's just the emotions that breeds up the fear that get you obsessed. No anger, no fear, no anxiety, no depression, no jealousy. They're all just a thought. Unreal. But you're obsessed with it. You have to learn how to get rid of it. Same goes true of your laziness. You're so mentally foggy. You don't want to do anything. You don't want to try hard because you feel that it's pointless to try. But the Buddha told us that engage your energy in the right way. Don't let the mental fogginess slow you down. Pick up the courage and carry on. You stumble, you fall, put your knapsacks on the back again and you continue to walk. Don't give up walking. You fall down. You're fearful, you're anxious, you have anxiety, you have depression, you fall. Pick up the knapsack, put on your shoes, walk again. You'll get there. Don't get roadblocks by them. Okay, that's a question that I have. How do I donate to the lunch that I have all the time? No, practical questions. Very practical. This lunch is donated by conscientious people, some regular conscientious people. In their mind, they say, we want people to listen to the Dharma lecture so that they get benefit from it. Probably they cannot come, but they want everybody to be benefited by it. They have a compassionate mind. And I tell you, it's good always to give, not just to receive. If you're always sitting there and eating on somebody else's donation, and it's okay, nobody would say, hey, you haven't been donating or anything like that. But you in yourself, you know that you want to practice the the compassionate act of giving. You're enjoying your lunch, and you think, first of all, you think, this is a good lunch. I don't want to waste any food. And who actually paid for this? There's someone who paid for this. And I come every day and I just eat the free lunch. I feel that it's a free lunch. I don't have to pay for it. When I go to White Spot, McDonald's, I still have to pay. Now I don't have to pay. It's not bad at all, so I should take it. And if you want me to pay, then maybe I evaluate what I have. Now this is 20 cents, this is 30 cents, maybe I should pay a quarter. Yeah, there's some people who, after eating a good lunch, they pay 25 cents. But if they are forced to pay $5, then they will pay. But if not, they will just pay 25 cents. Because it's so natural that they want everything to be free. They want to accept people give to them. They don't want to give. Always learn how to give. Give is not just in money, you know. Give a smile. Give your courtesy. Give your caringness. Give your loving kindness. You always have to give out. Always render to people. First of all, learn how to render your kindness to your own family. Be kind to your brothers and sisters, your dad and your mom. Can you do that? Your husband, your wife. Giving. Giving is not just money. We're not talking about money. No. Giving can be energy. Or maybe in my first year of university, I studied at University of Toronto. In my first year, I started to investigate into which temple I should go to. Being a first-year student, the first year I arrived at Toronto, I was a stranger. I didn't know where to go for a temple. I don't have any teacher, and so I wanted to investigate as to which temple I go. And at that time, there was no Google. And I don't know where to go. So I tried to go to the campus and find out which temple. I couldn't get anything. So finally, I get to a temple. Oh, why did I talk about this? Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. So, oh yes. Yes, now I know. I remember. So I went to the temple, and being a poor student, I didn't have any extra money to spend that I can give donation. But every Saturday, I was eating the delicious lunch, and sometimes some members brought in their own spaghetti and cheesecake and all that. Some people donate in kind. They brought in their dishes. They brought in fantastic apple pie and cake, all these things. Everybody brought in something, and there's some people who donated money. So at that time, I was so poor. I just sit down and eat. That's good, delicious. I couldn't get it anywhere else. So I've been like that for a year, and then I think, wow, should I be eating somebody's, always giving out to me, and am I entitled to eating all these things? And then maybe I should do something in return. I didn't have any money though. So I make a vow in front of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, the goddess of mercy, the goddess of compassion. I said I didn't have any money to give out. So I would like to make it a point that I want to bring 100 people to that temple to learn meditation. It doesn't cost me any money at all. So I started to call up people. My fellow student, I started to make a list. So I called John to go in there. And if I saw John, I kept a check mark. This is number 1, 2, 3. So I write down all those I talked to, their names, their phone number, and I want to make sure that they actually attended at least one time to the temple. So I make a vow that I wanted to get 100 people to the meditation class so that they learned the wisdom of the Buddha's teaching, so that they would benefit from it, so that I'm entitled to people giving out the food to me to eat, because I don't want to eat. I always have the feeling that I don't want to always take free stuff. That would increase my greediness. Always taking free stuff. Coupons and discounts and all that. So I don't want to get free stuff. So I'd start to accumulate all this list, and finally, maybe about 5 months, I got 100. And I felt so happy that I was eating the lunch, because I donated in kind. I donate it in spending my energy. I pick up a call, pick up a phone, call them and tell them to come to the temple. Some come. I still remember there was a lady. I called him. There was the only lady that I could actually see the result of my calling. And that lady, I had a fellow student, and his mom was not getting along with his wife at home. So they have a relationship problem between the mom-in-law and his wife and the lady. So the mom was about, at that time, 75 years old. She didn't feel happy living with someone she disliked. So very unhappy at home. So I knew about that. I said, well, why don't you get your mom to go to a meditation class to the Buddhist temple? And you don't have a car, I can actually go to your house, and we take a bus to go from downtown, Yonge Street, onto Don Mills. You know where Don Mills is? Who lived in Toronto before? You know where Don Mills is? Don Mills, Lawrence, and Shepherds, around that area. So I took a bus from, every Saturday I went to his home, to pick up his mom, and we took a young bus, and then all the way to Lawrence and Shepherd for a few occasions. And later I left the temple and came to Vancouver. And about 10 years, when she was 86 or 87, I heard the news. I heard the news that on the Chinese New Year, she was circumambulating in the shrine, chanting Nam Mô A Mì Tô Phật. At that time, she already had taken the 5 precepts with a sash, and she was chanting and circumambulating, and suddenly she felt very uncomfortable, and she sat on the sofa just next to the shrine, to the kitchen. And then in the middle of the chanting, she passed away without any sickness. She passed away in the middle of some people chanting Nam Mô A Mì Tô Phật. I thought she must have gone to the Pure Land. She didn't have any, she was not sick, and she was just feeling uncomfortable, and she was sitting there and passing away. People could spend years in the hospital struggling for the oxygen, this mask in their mouth to survive, struggling with pain. But she went away she departed with no pain, and in the middle of chanting. I felt so comfortable, because that was the lady on my list that I introduced. Would that give you some kind of encouragement? You don't need to donate money. Donate your efforts, your kindness, your compassion. If somebody gets fearful, tell them to come and listen to a lecture of non-fear. And remember, don't just receive. If you receive from your dad, your mom, all the time, you learn how to give back to your dad in the form of love, caringness, loving kindness. Don't just get whatever you can from your dad, from your sisters, And also, when you borrow somebody's money, you have to repay it. You can't just get people's money and you run away. No. Always repay your debt. If you cannot repay it in this life, there must be a problem. You have to repay it in your next life. You may become his son, or you may become his daughter, or I don't know. You can't get away with debt, spiritually and monetarily. You can't get away with it. Don't think that you can declare bankrupt and you can get away from $2 million of bank that you could get. No. You have to repay it, because you already cultivate the cost. You owe that much money. I have a lot of stories to tell you about repaying. If you couldn't repaying last life, repaying this life in the form of a dog, a cat, a cattle. Horrible. Unfinished. Your general ledger is not balanced. You have more liability than your debit. You have more credit than debit. You're old. And then you say, okay, my book is not balanced, and so let be it. No. You have to get that balance, no matter what. You have to balance it out. So then you say, maybe I should have more asset than liability. Then people owe me. Don't think that way too. Because you're taking advantage of debts. You know there's forgiven loans now in accounting? All right, next. My anger is disappeared since I had started meditation. Could you please explain what is the relation? Your anger disappears because you're more compassionate. You learn how to get away, distance yourself from it. You don't hate it, but you just distance yourself from it. So that's good news that you can get away from it. What is the relation? Your first step is to distance yourself from it and don't reject it, your anger, and then you change it into compassion. Because if you're angry at your dad, for example, being abusive, you could have abused your dad in your previous life. You're just balancing the general ledger, as I said. You thought it's unfair to you in this life. What about previous life? You did the same thing. You divorced your wife in her previous life. And that's the reason why she divorced you. She's unfaithful to you because you were unfaithful many times to your wife before. Life is in the process of getting an equilibrium, balancing. The only way to get away from that constant acquisition of equilibrium point is to get to that nirvana. Go beyond. Don't go beyond a supply and demand curve of your desires. Go beyond that. All right, this is that question. Next question. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude for the wonderful lectures. Many thanks. That's good. I hope you can get something from the lecture. If you have anxiety, if you have depression, don't get mixed and tangled with it. Don't be cheated by it. It's your own thinking. Stand away from it. It's your own mind devil. You're putting yourself down. Learn how to distance your way from it. Don't hate it. You're hating yourself. You're hating, that's the thought that comes from you, and you hate your thought. You're hating yourself. Why do you hate yourself? Don't hate anybody. Turn your hatred, whoever it is, externally, internally, into compassion, forgiveness. The only way to deal with cruelty is to forgive. Forgiveness has a lot of power in it. Your husband treated you cruelly, divorced you. Forgive. Only by forgiving can you move on, not by hating. Don't hate your enemies. Don't hate them. Be compassionate. First question. Today we talk about wanting more. Intelligence, wealth, beauty, material things. Is it okay to feel I am intelligent, I'm wealthy, I'm beautiful, I'm happy with belongings? What is the correct thought to have about oneself? That's a good question. So, yeah, people are looking for intelligence. What you're saying is it okay if I think that I'm beautiful, I'm wealthy, I'm healthy? Well, imagine, if I'm ugly, for example, I say, I'm beautiful. You think people will believe in you? If you only have one eye, you say, I'm beautiful. If you are really not beautiful, you say, I'm beautiful. What exactly is the underlying psychology in you. But you can say beauty is not in appearance alone. Your attitude can be, I'm satisfying. If I'm suffering, if I'm not beautiful, it's because of somehow there must be causes for not having that beauty. According to some sutras, those who are beautiful in this life, according to some sutras, they're always tolerant of other people's bad behavior. They're always patient, or they're always, in some sutras it said, they always bring flowers to shrines, and they're always trying to beautify nature. They're always trying to do good landscaping and to beautify places for people. In their previous life, they always try to do things that increase the betterment of beauty. They always want to improve beauty. Because internally, they already have that psychology in their mind, in their hidden consciousness, and when they roll into the next round of body, they still have that beauty. And when they have that beauty, automatically what is inside will be expressed outside. So you become beautiful. So some people may not have beautiful eyes, beautiful nose, beautiful ears, beautiful mouth, but then when they are put together, they become so beautiful. They're so normally okay, but when they're put together, they're always in the right place. They're not switching on one side or not in the right place. It's because their mind is in the right place. It's the mind that helps to make the body happen. And if you're not healthy, you can say, I'm healthy, I'm healthy. You're not healthy. How can you say you're healthy? But if you behave in such a way that you always watch your diet, you always do exercise, then you become healthy. So what we are saying is, yes, it is okay to feel, be satisfied with whatever you have, but then you can always improve. There are some people, there are some ladies, young ladies, who are not beautiful, but their demeanor, the way they talk, the way they behave, they're so beautiful. They don't have very beautiful face, but when you get to know them, they have beauty inside. For some ladies who are very beautiful outwardly, when you after you talk to them for a while, you don't want to associate with them. It's so disappointing. I have seen very beautiful ladies yelling out bad languages, cursing, lying. You don't want to stay with them. It's just like, and also, when you see beauty, you have to watch. You have to watch the before and after. Cosmetic can do a lot of stuff on your face, You're looking at cosmetics and not the actual real face. Have you seen those comparisons between before and after? Beauty is in the mind, in the heart. And Mother Teresa is extremely beautiful. She's old, walking in the streets of India, saving poor people, touch poor people and getting them to hospitals. This is so beautiful. Beauty is not in appearance alone. Wealth is not just in money. You have a whole wealth of compassion in you. You have a whole wealth of consideration in you. You have a whole wealth of wisdom and knowledge in you. That's wealth. Wealth is not defined in terms of dollar value. Certainly, dollar value cannot bring you true happiness. One of the richest men in Hong Kong, I don't want to mention his name. If I mention his name, everybody knows. He was interviewed by a reporter, and the reporter would say, Mr. So-and-so, since you are so rich in Hong Kong, everybody knows that you're almost like the richest man in Hong Kong. When did you remember is your happiest moment? The moment when you feel happy. Is it the time when you get your first pot of gold? When do you feel so happy? Was that my happiest moment, as far as I can remember, is when I was walking in the park, licking my vanilla. ice cream cone, enjoying the birds singing, the trees and the flowers. That was my happiest moment. And I couldn't get, I was in meetings, I always wanted to maintain my assets, and I'm supervising 30,000 employees, and every day I'm so busy. That was my happiest moment as far as I can remember. Not wealth. Read some interview scripts about interviewing of Warren Buffett. What did he say? Money cannot give you happiness. Yeah. So wealth is not measured in terms of dollar value. So how about intelligence? How to measure intelligence? The Buddha said, you're not striving for intelligence, you're getting prajna. And if I can translate prajna, it's wisdom. What's the difference between true wisdom and intelligence? Are they not the same? Are they synonymous with each other? The scientists who invented the atomic bomb just want to dominate another country. Surely is one of the most intelligent humans on earth, because he invented the atomic bomb. But he's the most destructive person. He wanted to dominate. He wanted to kill. He has intelligence, but he has no wisdom. The Buddha, he has the wisdom of saving all sentient beings from suffering. He has the wisdom of trying to introduce ways to get people out to nirvana. You see the difference between wisdom and intelligence? And in a certain country, I don't want to mention the name of that country, otherwise I'm in trouble. And they, a chemist, a post PhD, highly academic, highly efficient, capable scientist, invented how to extract edible oil from dirt. So he picked up a lot of dirt from the back alleys of restaurants, all those leftover, leftover from restaurants, leftover from industrial use stuff, and he was able to turn that kind of stuff into edible oil. And he started to sell them to restaurants. He made billions and billions of money. Without intelligence, you could not invent something like that on the chemistry level. But is he intelligent? He is intelligent, but he has no wisdom. Because it was proven that that kind of oil will be cancer-inducing, killing a lot of people. Now later he was caught. See? So intelligence, wealthy, beautiful, happy with belongings, we should be satisfying. We should be satisfying with our present status. We accept it, and at the same time we can strive for development, improvement. But the development improvement should not be on a selfish pursuit. It should be for the betterment of everybody and yourself, not just solely for yourself. The right intelligence, right view, right understanding, right actions, right faith, right speech, right profession, and right view. That's the Noble Eightfold Path. Research that into Google. You'll find out these are the things that we should go into. Okay, but you maintain a thought that, okay, I'm intelligent, I'm wealthy, so I'm happy. You're just imposing some thought on you to make you happy. I'm poor, but I think richly. I think I'm wealthy. I'm unhealthy, but I think I'm healthy. Yeah, there may help to ease the thinking in your mind that induce you to be unhappy. But that may not be the final way to go. But it's still better than having a lot of disgruntled about your own poor situations. Don't just be unsatisfied with what you got. You can strive for more. Always try to improve it, but not at the expense of other people's interests. Otherwise, you will be incompassionate. You will be harmful. You'll be you have bring injuries to others. Next question. Does practicing Buddhism help one's body and mind give off physical and mental warmth? I'm not sure if there is a correlation, but this is what people close to me have noticed. That means people have close to you saying that you give out mental warmth, radiance. You give out radiance and physical radiance. Yeah, it helps. Because when you're practicing Buddhism, you're practicing a lot of these good moral functions, mental functions, then you're actually stimulating your good energy from your mind. When you're always stimulating these good energies, that means you're always watering those seeds with water, with fertilizers. Those seeds will sprout. When it sprouts, it gives out that sunshine, it gives out that radiance in you. So your energy is different when you're practicing the Buddhist teaching. You radiate different. Because everybody has an aura. It's just invisible to you, to us. Some people can see it. That aura changes. I remember many years ago, say 25 years ago, I was in Hong Kong. I was in a mall, a huge mall. And at that time, I had a friend who bought ultraviolet camera from Germany, I think. And that ultraviolet camera, the special equipment, can actually, through the lens and look at you. If you sit there and look at you, he can actually see your aura, the light in you. All this aura surrounding you, about 3 feet, radiating from your body. Everybody has different aura. And he told me that those who are sick, the aura is a lot of gloominess. And there are people whose aura is so radiating. So the one Buddhist tried out his aura. So he was sitting in there and without thinking, just sitting in there, the aura has certain lights, some blue, violet, red, green, different kind of auras. And then 20 minutes later, he came back, and this time was sitting in there. He started to mentally chant in deep meditation. And it was detected by that camera. And you know what he saw? Radiating light coming out when he was chanting. Your energy starts to change when you're chanting. You don't see it, but it's radiating out different lights. So if you're practicing the Buddhist teaching, the Buddhist teaching teaches you to be compassionate, all kinds of good virtues that you should practice. Your energy starts to change. For someone who's always committing crime, his aura is not healthy. It's gloomy. And also, my friend told me that healthy people had a lot of good-looking purple light, violet light, some purple light, and every light. And also, there was a mom and a son. Their aura more or less the same. Their morals are quite similar because they have a relationship. They have a blood relationship. However, the husband and wife may not have the same aura. The correlation is not very high. But between the mom and the children, or the dad and the children, they may be okay. I don't know. That's what he told me. He wrote a report about what he saw. Okay, next question. What is the karmic explanation of people who are not capable of compassion? People would be clinically considered sociopaths and psychopaths. The karmic explanation? Karmic explanation is they committed a lot of karma by themselves. In his previous life, he could have committed a lot of bad karma. Like killing, lying, cursing, double-tonguing, flattery, all kinds of bad actions. Every thought will become a latent energy in your mind. Not just the action. Your hidden energy is like a seed, metaphorically. And when that seed is vigorating, bad seeds, then it will carry out bad action. When the action is done, that action would again go back to what? To influence the seeds already there. So it's in a cycle. So seed into action, action filming the seed, and seed give out the action, action film the seed again. So you're always filming, like a perfume, filming your seeds. So in other words, the karmic explanation of people who are psychopaths or commit other crimes is what they have done in the previous life and in this life. They have done a lot of bad karma. So watch not just your action, your thought, because your thought will carry out into speech and action. Begin to practice Buddhism at the thought level, not at the action level. Your thinking, change your thinking. When you can purify your thinking, you automatically, spontaneously can purify your speech and your action. Work with the subterranean, subliminal. In some scientists and psychologists, they say the eight. The eight and the ego and the sub-ego. Your ego, you still have the sub-ego, what is latent inside of you. And when the person dies, all this latent energy leaves the body. You can't see it. Some people call it the soul. You can see the soul, right? Some people call it the soul. So your latent energy with all your karmic energy, bad or good, would roll into the next body. That latent energy would be the last to leave your body. So when you died, all these things becomes useless. But that latent energy will come out from the body and roll into the next body. It could roll into an animal body, a ghost body. It all depends on what you have done. Watched it. Watch every thought, every action, every speech. There's so many books written about all this reincarnation. You can read them, you can get access to them. Wow, this is recorded how many years ago? 6 years ago? When you were here? You were here, right? Alan, right? Yeah, that was many years ago. And we all changed. People get older, you know. So that's an indication that we should really, life is just a flux of activities. It goes away very quickly. And what is an average lifespan these days? Fortunately, we are in Vancouver, we are in Canada, and I think we'll rank up the number 6 or 7 in average longevity of 80. Women, 86. So women, you know that you have some more years to go. Men are shorter. Surprisingly, I think the number 1 and number 2, Japan used to be the number 1. The longevity is very high. And now Hong Kong is almost the 1 and 2. I don't understand why. Canada has the most pure air and nature and everything. Maybe they have the very good medical services in Hong Kong. But anyway, life is short. And during this short lifespan, what do? What do we all do? We're caring for our breakfast, dinner, and lunch, and we go out looking for a job. We tend to our families and our kids. We form a family, all that. And after all that is done, then you pass through all these years. Finally, you have to say goodbye. And when you say goodbye, you cannot bring anything with you. You come to this world naked, and you go away this world with nothing in your hands. You come naked and you go away not naked, but with nothing. You know what you brought with you when you leave when you leave this world? You still brought something with you. You know what what did you bring with you when you leave this world? Your karmic energy. Everything that you have done is not forgotten. It's like what you key in your keyboard and got registered in your disk drive. It will not go away. Hopefully all this karmic energy is wholesome energy. If you have a lot of unwholesome energy, oh, that would be terrible for you. You roll into vicious rams. If you have performed a lot of wholesome energy, then you roll into meritorious rams, better rams. What are these? The three vicious ones and the three, say, meritorious ones. What are the three virtuous, say, virtuous meritorious ones? Do you know what are those three? Human ram, heavenly ram, and azura ram. Heavenly ram shouldn't be the ultimate way you go. Everybody, well, I want to go to heaven. After your energy is all spent, you still roll down to reincarnation. So don't think that heaven is the way to go. Heaven is the most happy. There's no suffering in heaven, except that you still have to die after millions of years. So don't think about, I just go to heaven. Buddha said heaven is not the final way to go. You have to go beyond heaven, because heaven is still living in the three stratas of the universe. Anyway, when you leave your body, what do you bring with you? The karmic energy. And if you always have done unwholesome things, it will be terrible for you. I still remember that movie that is always imprinted in my mind, Ghost. I still have that. What is the last sentence that the Melrose say? He said, Molly, it's amazing the love you can bring with you when you go to heaven. Something like that. But if they didn't do any love, what you do is all crimes. You know, what did you bring? What did you bring down to hell? It's always good to review that movie again. That's the first movie that emphasized on reincarnations. And that movie has a very strong, very good box office. And since then, there are a lot of movies about reincarnations, about religion. And I know that the first movie that I get in contact with is many, many years ago in the 1960s. That explains how old I am. I trace back to 1960. Many of these people were born after 1960 and 70s. The first movie I saw about reincarnation is what? Heaven Can Wait. Have you seen that movie? Who has seen that movie? You're not old enough to see that movie. Have you seen that movie? So, you know, Heaven Can Wait. Heaven Can Wait is a movie, it's a Paramount Pictures. It's by, what is this? What is this? The leading role, it's, Warren Beatty. Warren Beatty is he still alive? I don't know. Yeah, Heaven Can Wait. And the story, it's good to see that movie. Maybe it's on YouTube. I don't know. I think it first started with someone cycling. This Warren Beatty was riding a bicycle, and by mistake he turned into the wrong road. He got into a tunnel that meets with the track of a train. So it was riding his bicycle, and boom, there was a close up on his singing and riding a bicycle. He seemed to be very happy in his jogging suits. And then he went into the tunnel. The next thing we heard is boom. He collided with a train. How could he survive if he collided with a train? And then the next scene is he was walking up this heaven in a cloud. Someone is waiting for you, waiting for him. And I think that the guy's name is Mr. Chip or something like that. And he said, something like that. He said, the Mr. Chip was looking at his computer. At that time in the 1960s, they already have computer. It's a digital computer. It's a computer, of course, not as thin as this computer. That computer is that thick. was still a computer with clouds, and this Mr. Chip was keying the keyboard, and he say, and this one lady walk up and say, "Oh, what happened to me?" It was what do you mean? You're dead already. And I'm checking into all your particulars. And they check into all these particulars and they say, oh, there's a problem coming up. You shouldn't have been dead. You're not due as yet. The heaven can wait for you. You're not due. You have to go back. We did it by mistake. You shouldn't die. We did it by mistake. You've got to go back. We cannot make this mistake. You must go back. Your karmic energy tells us that you got to go back. So what did Mr. Chip do? Mr. Chip lead him down to hell, not to hell, to the world again. And he has to enter another body. The first body he enters is a boxer's body. You know boxing? Boxer body. And then they enter into a body of a multi-billionaire, enter in the body of many bodies. And he experienced different lives in different bodies. Isn't it interesting? Go and see that movie. I'm not advertising for that movie, but that's a movie that teaches you about reincarnation. Yeah. All right, so I got 3 questions in here anyway. 3 questions in here. The first question is, there are 2 statues of elephant outside of the temple. What are the meaning of those? Any meaning? Someone asked me how to deal with panic attacks. So let's resolve the first questions first. The elephants outside. The elephants outside, we just put the elephants in the parking lot about 5 days ago. 7 tons each, close to 8 tons, 9 feet in height. Elephants, if you observe very carefully, they have 6 tusks in each elephant, 3 tusks in each side. Teeth, right? Usually the elephant has 1 tooth. The Sani elephants has 6 teeth, 6 tusks. And those are very sane elephants. And they are protectors of Buddhism. There was a story like that. There were 2 people practicing in previous lives. 2 people practicing the Buddhist teaching, meditation and all that. And one of the practitioner particularly emphasized on reading sutras and try to get complete psychological, philosophical understanding of it. In other words, he understood all the meaning behind the Buddhist studies. And he practiced accordingly. Meditation, he's not attached to materials and all that. He's just on the spiritual side. One practitioner is like that. The other practitioner, he was always giving out. He was always carrying out for others. Whatever he has, he liked to donate, he liked to give out to people. But he ignores somehow on his own practice. But he just wants to give, to help. There are people like that. There are people who think as if they are born to help. There are across the border doctors, right? What do you call that? Out of the borders, huh? Huh? Across the borders? Doctors without borders. They always think of helping people, getting them the best they can, helping out the sick and the poor. The one practitioner is always helping other people and not practicing wisdom and meditation. They both passed away later. And the practitioner who practiced meditation and samadhi and intelligence and wisdom, he became a pratyeka Buddha. He was able to go beyond reincarnations and suffering again. In other words, he's not going into reincarnation loop of life and death again because he's in enlightened land. He's in a state where he's enlightened and is in eternity of no suffering. He's out of reincarnation, out of life and death. We are not. So he's become an arhat. And there's another person, he was reborn into the animals realm as an elephant. But he's not an ordinary elephant. He's an elephant that was treated in the palace as a saintly elephant with all the adornments and decorations, jewelries and everything on his head. And he was born with 6 tusks. And what is more particular about him, he's always promoting, this elephant is almost helping the monks. He always, when he sees monks, he becomes very happy. Sometimes if he would go out, he would go to different temples, and this is a special elephant, a saintly elephant. So he's protector of Buddhism. And some people then, the disciples of Buddha asked, how come these two disciples, because some of them have supernatural superpower, they saw the previous life and they asked, how come one petitioner reincarnated into an elephant, the other became enlightened, became Pratyeka Buddha? Because he only gave out, he didn't practice. In his next life, he's enjoying all the luxuries of life. But since he has no wisdom, he's still reincarnated into the animal's realm without wisdom. But here's an animal that enjoyed all the luxuries, the king's luxuries. The king treated that elephant better than many, many ministers. Gave the elephant the best enjoyment because of what he has done. He always give out. Whatever you give, it returns back to you. They give out services, all the services and luxuries would roll back to the elephant. So you see the difference? So you have to practice wisdom and meditation, concentration, not just on building up merits for your next life to have a better life. If you have a better life, sure, but you don't have the wisdom to get enlightened. So the elephant is a symbol of protection of Buddhism. You understand? So that answers the first question. Second question is, someone asked me how to deal with panic attack. Some people have panic attack. They always get frightened. There's a mental affliction in their mind. And to deal with that panic attack, they have to know that they have to let go of it. It's very difficult to let go. You have to go through a series of training to let go of that panic attack. There was a true story in the story of reincarnation. There was a child, about 6, 7 years old, a girl, and whenever she heard the roaring of a plane going by over the sky, she got panic. She didn't know why. The sound of a plane in the sky, any sound about plane flying, he got panic. And later, through analysis of past life regression and analysis, later they all discover that there was a reincarnation story. The previous life of that girl, she was a soldier in Thailand. I think it's Thailand and Japan, I don't know. I was in somewhere in Thailand. And one day, he reincarnated into a girl, but he was a man before. One day he was responsible for cooking for his regiment, cooking for a regiment of, say, 30, 40 soldiers. He was cooking in front of a tent. And all of a sudden, all these planes flying by, and from the plane, the machine guns shooting down, and all the soldiers were running for life, running into the bush. And he heard this plane. He was also running in the bush, but he got hit at the back, and he died immediately. And then he reincarnated into this girl. So whenever she heard any roaring of a plane, the sound of a plane, she got panic. More than just a panic, she felt painful at the back because she got shot at the back in previous life. So panic could be because of a reason of a previous life, and could be because of a reason in this life. So how do you deal with it? First of all, you have to understand that life is not just of the present, it's the previous, of the past and the future. If you do not get enlightened, you still roll into the future of reincarnation. The Buddha teaches us how to stop the ocean of life and death. Go beyond it. Don't sink into the ocean of life and death. So, if you have this panic attack, it could be because of previous life, some certain feelings or scenario of previous life that brought to this life, and you have to learn how to tackle it by understanding how it comes, how it may have come. And then you have to train yourself, whenever that panic comes up, you have to let go of it because you know that it is fictitious, it is conditional. It is because of last life feeling which is brought back into this karmic energy in this life. It has no substance by itself. It is fictitious. It is something happened in the past. It will not happen again. But you got panic because you got recollection of that painfulness. So you really have to put that training in your mind that you have to let it go. Let it go. But Unfortunately, you don't know about your previous life. You just let it go. Whenever it comes, that idea, that thought, when it comes, you have to understand that thought. That's the reason why I told you at the beginning of this session, back at the meditation hall, Buddhism is to study every thought. When the thought of panic comes up, you don't continue that thought. When that thought continue in the first round, continue the second round, third round, it picks up momentum. When it picks up momentum, it has a force that drives you down. It can even drive you to committing suicide. It can drive you to short of breath. Some people, they can't breathe, but they may not die. They think they're dying. They cannot breathe because they panic. They're so panicky that they cannot breathe. But if they can overcome it, there's no problem in the breathing. He thought that he's going to stop breathing, but he's not. So you have to resolve the panic by understanding yourself, by knowing where this panic comes from. You have to let go of the panicky feeling. You have to train yourself in that way. You have to understand how that thought comes up. And then you don't continue with the second thought. If the second thought insists, then you don't continue with the third thought. You have to train yourself to let go of it. And it's not easy. You have to train yourself and let go of all your mental afflictions, not just panicking, not just panic. Your jealousy, your hatred, your ignorance, your, I don't know, all kinds. You have to let go of them. And you have to learn about this. And one of the many ways of learning it is to increase your concentration so that you watch every thought. Can you watch every thought? A thought comes up, you just continue with that thought. You don't know what kind of thought it is. When a criminal wants to commit a crime, he's always thinking, this is what I want. This is what I want to do. That's the thought that perpetuates into leading to the crime. He cannot say, stop, I can't do this. I can't hurt somebody. I shouldn't come up with a second thought. But he perpetuates the thought. The thought of killing comes up. A second thought, how to kill, how to plan on it. The hatred comes, it picks up momentum until finally he kills him. You understand? So you have to go through training, not just by me talking to you and you resolve the problem. So it's extremely meaningful that you do a meditation, that you come to learn meditation. But how many people know the importance of it? Not many. Not just of this temple. Learn your meditation, build up your strength, build up your concentration. Life is not just always working and enjoying yourself, partying and singing, drinking, you name them. Those are materialistic pursuits. Put that aside for the time being. Go into your I always call it the odyssey. Going to the adventure of that odyssey is extremely interesting. Once you get onto that odyssey, like a Honda that you're driving in your odyssey, you won't give up because that Honda is a luxury. Go into that odyssey. That's the reason why they name a Honda, a luxury Honda, an odyssey. Go to that odyssey where you explore more about the spiritual aspect of life. Open the treasure of spirituality. Look at the treasures inside. Get in and find out more. It's just like when I always compare a meditation to watching a movie. When you're watching a movie, you go into Odeon Theater, you pay $36. How much you pay for cinema these days? I always think of $5 because that's the time. Last time I went, huh? 14? I used to pay $3.30 or $5. No, now it's 14. All right. So you get into the theater, you see somebody else's script. You cry, you feel sorrowful. You see somebody else's script about life and death. Why don't you see your own script? Watch your own script. You are the director of that script. You are the actor. You're the prop manager. You build up that script of life in you. Watch it. Be interested in your own script. Why are you interested in somebody else's script? You cry. You become sorrowful. You laugh. Can you do the same thing with your own script first? Can you be interested in yourself first? That's not egoistic. You try to understand yourself. Next question. How do I manage or get rid of my feeling of attachment relating to my desires of wanting more? Well, your desire of wanting more, you identify each thought of desire. And then the first thought comes up, second thought, you try to discontinue it. And more than just discontinue the desire, try to analyze that desire. Why you have that desire? Why you want a luxury home? You want to show off. You want to show your dad or your friends that you're well off. You're better well off than them. You have the ability to do that. You want to show off. Is that what you want? You want to show off? It does not matter how you show off. There are always people higher than you. There are almost people who are richer than you. By showing off your luxuries, why don't you show off something that is more benevolent to human, to mankind, on a grand scale, other than benefiting just yourself on an egoistic self-view scale? Broaden your horizon of love, if you call it love. Broaden your view. And if by having a luxury home or by having multi-million dollars, you will be happier, I think you got a wrong perception of happiness. A lot of multi-billionaires, when you interview them, reporters, they say that, most of them say that money would not buy you happiness. Money alone will not buy you happiness. You need money to survive, but money alone cannot buy you happiness. As a matter of fact, if you use all kinds of means to get that money by hurting other people, directly or indirectly, you're building up a lot of karmic energy in your computer. You can't get rid of it. Mr. Chip is always waiting for you. It's either in heaven or in hell, or in other realms, different realms that you'll be going into. There's another book that I read many years ago, and it's called Goodbye, Mr. Chip. When you say goodbye, Mr. Chip, that means you roll into the next round of reincarnation. Okay, next, I often feel slightly depressed, inadequate, and unfulfilled that I don't have certain things in life, like a bigger home or more children. I want to detach from these feelings and thoughts. Bigger home, luxury homes, I already explained it to you about. What's the problem with a small house? If you live happily in a small house, why do you need a 10,000 square feet luxury home in Sonessy? You're the target for break-in. You know, there's so many problems if you're living in Sonessy. A small house, if you tend to it in the most peaceful way, is even better than a bigger house. Yeah. So you need more children. Why do you need more children? You see all the troubles that make sometimes? When children come back as your children, they come back with 4 retributions, with 4 reasons. When children come back to you as your children. You know what it is 4? Attributes that want to come back, reasons to come back first. You owe them money and they come back to get it. In their previous life, you owe them money before. They come back, you have to give them education, and once you pay out all the money, he say goodbye to you. He will not show his filial piety towards you. When I was working in one summer in Banff, in my first year at University of Toronto, I was working as a summer student, washing dishes as a pantryman. They call it a pantryman. So we were washing dishes, you know. And I still remember that guy, my co-worker, and he worked as a permanent. I worked as a summer student, but he worked as a permanent worker. And we always talk, and he said, I don't like to live with my family. I left my family at the age of 16. And one day, my mom told me, get away. You can be on your own. Don't come back again. And that's exactly how I feel, so I left home. There's no more debt to be paid. There's no more relationship in their mind. They just say, goodbye, get out. Sometimes it's just like that. The same thing applies to love between a man and a husband. when they're in the first love. What do you call that first love? April love? What do you? And then they always, they care for each other, and when the time comes, they depart. So the first reason is they come for a monetary debt. I'm not always negative. I have to finish my sentences before you say I'm negative. There are good things behind. Okay? I'm not negative. I'm positively negative. Or negatively positive. So, you either have to pay a monetary debt back, and let me give you another example about this monetary repayment. I know a lady back in Toronto, a rich lady, and his daughter at that time was studying at Harvard Law. So she brought up her daughter in the best possible ways in Hong Kong. Always care for her studies, always have all these tutors, have different tutors, a French tutor, all these English tutors and Chinese tutors, spend all money just to nurture her daughter to be the best student. She was able to be number one all the time at school because of the nurturing, because of this education provided to him in school and off school, at home and everything. And she got into Harvard Law. And of course, the mom spent a lot of money on her. And right after 1 year, after being a judge, she committed suicide. Committed suicide. And the mom was crying and crying, very sorrowful. And 1 year later, the mom passed away. So they're repaying each other in monetary terms. So other than monetary debt, that is emotional debt too. You betrayed him, he'll betray you in this life. You divorced him, he'll divorce you in this life. It's always trying to get equilibrium. That's the reason why you think you can get away with something you have done wrongly on someone. It will get back to you. Don't do any mischievous things, because it will finally get back to you. So what do? Repent. You vow you never do it again. And whenever, in your previous life, you have gone through a lot of previous life, And in your previous life, you could have hurt a lot of people. You could have divorced your wife in the most brutal way, or divorced your husband. You could have betrayed him. You could have done a lot of bad things about your relatives. And some of them, they may not have reincarnated. They may be in the ghost realm. They have been following you even up to now. You know why you always encounter something bad? They didn't want you to be good, because you did the wrong thing on him or her. They, in the ghost realm, they have been following you since many, many years, and they're still around the house. That's why whatever you do, you don't feel that everything is smooth for you. You want a job and you want to perform that job well, somehow you always get fired. Not solely because of your own ability, somehow something happened. Because he, invisibly, is getting you. So there's monetary debt, emotional debt. That is, you are repaying him. There's two conditions. You are repaying him on monetary or emotion. But on the other hand, they could be repaying you. You have a son, and that son really treats you well. He's number one at school, makes you very proud, and he respected you so much that he always said, Mom, I always want to stay with you. Even if I get married, I want to live with you because I love you dearly, Mom. I love you all my life. He's coming to repay you. Repay your emotion, repay your debt. So it's not just negative. Sometimes he's positive. He's repaying you. Why does your husband love you more than what seems to be other husbands loving their wife? Because your husband comes back to repay you. Even though you yell at him, he's always kind-hearted because he's repaying you. So he's repaying you with money, or he could be repaying you with emotion. He has a very high EQ. He always cares for what you feel. He always loved you so much that you feel very happy in your life. And in some love, even if the wife or the husband have a terminal illness, the husband always stay beside her bed. Always want to care for everything. Until the wife passes away peacefully. And that man, he does not want to remarry again. He always want to remember his wife, give him a good grave. And he said, when I die, I want to be buried beside the grave of my wife. Because he comes to repay. So different people commit different karmic energy. Nothing about God. If God can forgive, if God can give you all that, God should have avoid all these troubles that you have. It's only logical. Whatever you have done, you can get away just by saying, God forgive you. God may have forgiven you, but He hasn't. He still cares. Did I answer that question? I've been talking for a long time already. Any question? Any counter argument? Any opinion? Nothing? Okay, last question. How do you silence your inner voice or commentary? It does not stop talking and I'm tired of it. Well, that inner voice in you, that commentary in you, I don't know how it appears to you. Some people who always told me that I always heard a man's voice talking to me. I don't know if it's your illusion or what, I don't know. But if there's an inner voice in you and it does not stop talking and you are tired of it, what kind of inner voice is this? Is it an inner voice that infuriates you, that makes you depressed, or what kind of, I don't know what kind of an inner voice in you. And if there's an inner voice in you that you cannot stop, there could be many reasons. Maybe that inner voice is coming to someone you hurt before, is coming to get you. And what do you do in this situation? If they always repent, always want to return your payment. So if there's the inner voice saying that you owe me so much, you owe me a lot, you got to repay me, then you repay them. How do you repay them? You do all kinds of good deeds and dedicate the marriage to him. Because you can't see him, right? But first of all, you have to repent on what you have done. You have to say, I am sorry, I shouldn't have done it. When I did that, I was out of ignorance to do that, to have done that. Now I repent, I don't want to do that anymore. On top of that, I want to make up for what you have lost. So maybe I'll donate $50,000, $10,000 to a charity, but I want that, because on everything you have done, there's merits accrue from it, and you want to dedicate this kind of accruals or merits to that spirits or that inner voice that you have wronged. And he'll receive it. He'll receive it. Although you can't see it. $2,600 years ago, when Buddha Sakyamuni attained nirvana, enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and since then he had been teaching and lecturing for 49 years and have about more than 380 gatherings. And in each gathering, in each congregations, in each lecture, there are always people asking questions. Who are these people? These are great bodhisattvas. These are great saints. They already knew the answer because most of them were enlightened. They already knew the answer. Why did they ask questions? They ask questions for those who are ignorant. because they have the mind to let everybody enlighten. So when they ask questions, they don't ask for themselves. They ask for all the other beings who are waiting for the answers, who do not know how to ask questions. These are the bodhisattvas who are extremely compassionate. Every thought they have, they're thinking about enlighten others. Every thought they have, they're thinking about how to benefit others. Can we react in that way? I enjoy your talk today. Thank you. My question relate consciousness, vijnana, and rebirth to Amitabha Buddha. Does consciousness play a role in rebirth, and what is reborn? If consciousness is carryover between two births, how is consciousness taught in Pure Land without rest of human learning ability by Amitabha Buddha, or in Sukhavati Sutra? So the person who is writing this, you must have read quite a few sutras. Not many people know Sukhavati Vyuha. Why did Sakyamuni Buddha, before his enlightenment, not follow the path he taught in Sukhavati Sutra? You know what the question is? Some people may not know what the question is asking. So actually, let's summarize it. Does consciousness play a role in rebirth, and what is reborn? Everybody have a consciousness, right? And the Buddhas, according to the Vijnana Vijnana, we have 8 consciousnesses. We have the eyes consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, the taste consciousness, the body consciousness. That's the 5, right? The first 5. And then we have the 6th consciousness. What is that 6th consciousness? The mano consciousness. And this mano consciousness is actually the cognitive process of mentality. You know what cognition? The cognition part of your consciousness is the brain. The brain is in 3 parts. The limbic system, the cerebral cortex, and the spinal cord. And the brain basically is in the rational learning part, which is the cerebral cortex, and the emotional part, which is the limbic system. So all these, the 6th consciousness is actually your rationalization, your intellectualization. How do you make decisions? How do you make creativity? How do you remember? How do you learn a language? That's all from the cognitive process. And how do you rationalize things? And how do you dig up from the past files and remember, memory, imagination, delusions, everything? That's the cognitive part of it. That's the 6th consciousness. So in other words, your forerunner 5 consciousnesses are just the salesman and the sales lady. They're just responsible for interaction with outside. And that mano consciousness is the manager, that control everything, that interact everything, that analyze everything, that digs up the old files, they make predictions and make forecasts and get onto the old files to get information for memory retention. That's the 6th consciousness. That's a very powerful consciousness, you know. If you don't have the 6th consciousness, the cognitive part of it, you're simply like a body without brain. So the 6th consciousness is very important. That's your learning consciousness too. And then there's also a 7th consciousness, you know. So when I answer your questions, I got to go into the detail. Otherwise, I don't know. You don't know what I mean. So the 6th consciousness, you know, the cognitive process of it. The 7th consciousness. What is the 7th consciousness? It is, in the Sanskrit language, it's called the manas consciousness. Not the mano. You know how I try to remember that? That mano is a man that it's the manager, and that manas is the director. What is this manas? 7 consciousness. This 7 consciousness, the 7th one, that is the ego consciousness. That's the self-consciousness. You were born with a very strong ego. This is mine, this is I. You have an ego in you. That ego is a very hardened self in you. Everything you think about, you always think about I, my interest. That's 7 consciousness. It's the ego consciousness. And you were born with that kind of ego consciousness from your rebirth. All right, that's the 8 consciousness. And just to stop in here, If we don't have the seven consciousness, what happened? If you don't have the seven consciousness, you just have the six, that means you only have the cognitive consciousness, which is rationalization. Then you don't have an ego. You just rationalize and intellectualize, but then it's not true. You still have an ego consciousness that affects the mano consciousness. So everything you think about, you're egoistic. Everything you think about is how to protect yourself. Everything you think about is how to better yourself. So you have self-conceived, self-love, self-degradation, depression, anxiety, and all that happen to you. That's the seven consciousness, the emotional consciousness. You always have the emotions because of the egoistic motions in you. That's the seven consciousness. And then there's also the eighth. We call it the final consciousness. What is that consciousness? That is the bank. Everything that you have done is all bank in there. Everything you have done in your previous life, all bank in there. And that store consciousness, we call it the alaya consciousness, is the one that's responsible for what? Rebirth. So when you died, all the other consciousness go. No more eyes, no more ears, no more taste, no more tongue. All your salesmen are gone when the company went bankrupt. When the company went bankrupt, all the salesmen and sales ladies were gone. The manager is gone too. He hasn't got a salary. And how about the seven consciousness? The directors. The directors all shrink into this store consciousness and become one. The ego shrink into the bank consciousness. And this bank consciousness, when you die, is the last consciousness to leave your body. You can't see it. It's energy. How can you see energy? That banking consciousness is like an immeasurable computer memory that can remember millions of years. That is very powerful. How many chips in there? Billions megabytes. Billion megabytes. Everything gets stored in there. What thought you have? Every thought you have, every action, every speech is all stored into that huge big memory. You can't get away with bad things that you have done. And of course, all the good things you have done, you have all the good causes and all the good effects. So every thought counts because every thought enters into that consciousness. And some of these thoughts got carried into actions and speech. Some of them were still latent. We call it the bija, B-I-J-A in Sanskrit language. The bija, the seeds, the karmic seeds. Everything that you thought, everything that you spoke about, everything you acted, all stored as bija, as seeds, as if the apple seeds, the apricot trees, seeds all stored into the soil. And that reincarnates. So how does consciousness, what is related to reborn? That's the consciousness that leaves your body the last. Where would that consciousness go? Depends on your karmic energy. What did you do when you were alive? What kind of karma you have? If you have a karma that is so bad that leads you down to inferno, that's where you go. If you have a karma that's so good that leads you to good places, that leads you to the human realms, which will make you become a billionaire, healthy and good, you will go there. But you still find out that you have to die. The Buddha has transcended all these into a place that there's no rebirth. This eight consciousness, which is a polluted consciousness, has already been transformed into one purity, into the Amala Vijnana. You know what Amala is? There's a ninth consciousness, which is the Amala consciousness. That is one purity. No more life and death, no more rebirth. That's what the Buddha have, for the sake of calling it a consciousness. Actually, when you become a Buddha, there's no such thing as consciousness. What do you need the consciousness for? For the sake of calling it, for the sake of understanding it, you're going to have words to think about it, right? Words will bring you thought. Thought will bring you action and speech. And then action and speech repeated all the time will become your personality. Your personality becomes your destiny. So you need words. Amala consciousness. Finally, how is it related to Sukhavati Vyuha? Sukhavati Sutra. What is Sukhavati, you know? Anybody who, except for the one who wrote out this question, anybody who does not know what Sukhavati is, raise your hands. So everybody knows. Tell me, what does it mean? Sukhavati is the land of happiness. Sukhavati is a place, Sukhavati is when you were born, you don't reborn into the six into the 6 realms of reincarnation. You will go to the land of bliss where Amitabha is. The land of bliss where Amitabha is. Why is there a land of bliss? Because there was a Buddha, Amitabha Buddha, who was very creative. Before he became the Buddha, he made a vow. Because he knew that as time goes on, sentient beings will have a lot of sufferings that they may not be able to become enlightened in one's lifetime. Given the busyness of life, the vicissitude of life that you experience now, what kind of time do you have for practice meditation? You may not have enough time to practice meditation. You only have enough time to you eat your breakfast, your lunch, you go to work, you have time to get busy with your own life. You don't have any time to do practice. Given that situation, the Buddha, Amitabha Buddha already knew about that. And he thought, as time goes on, there's more insecurity, more uncertainty, more and more sentient beings may not be able to get enlightened in one's lifetime. So maybe I should create a world of land of happiness where they do not have to take rebirth. They're not yet Buddha yet, but they just immigrate into there as a transitory place so that they can learn in there to be the Buddha. And I'll be the professor there teaching. With all these saints will be teaching in that world. Sukhavati Vyuha will be teaching in that world until they all become the Buddha. So that's just a transient place. Given that most of the people are immigrants in here originally, they create a world which is not called Canada. They create a world which is called the land of bliss so that you can immigrate in there, so that you can learn in there. It's just like you have immigrated into Canada. A transient world where your soul, given quote unquote, will be in there. Not heaven. There's not heaven. But you only learn in there to become the Buddha. Heaven is not the ultimate place to go, When you go to heaven, you enjoy happiness. But when it matures that you have to go back down to reincarnation and rebirth, you go down. Heaven should not be the ultimate place to go because you are still subject to rebirth after enjoying happiness in heaven. The Buddha said, transcend heaven. Go beyond heaven. Okay, so were you asking me why it's Amitabha created this transitory world where you stay in there? And of course, there are conditions for the immigration policy. There's conditions. You got to satisfy all the qualifications. Like I said, you go to employment office or immigration office to seek a status of immigrant. You got to speak English. You got to have certain criteria that you have to meet the immigration status. You have to tie your consciousness with that of Amitabha Sutra by chanting his name, by mentally linking to it. You have to put up a link. He has a website link in there. Do you have the passcode? Do you have the frequency? You don't believe it? 100 years ago, do you believe that if you link, you can link to any parts of the world? 100 years ago, do you believe that human sound waves can travel thousands of miles? You don't believe that 100 years ago. Given the same scenario, you don't believe that if you have Amitabha's website email address or whatever you call it, frequency, you can actually transmit your own soul into there. That may come true. Nothing is impossible. If you don't have that link, what would you do? Given that you are Mr. So-and-so this life, you suffer or whatever, you feel happy temporarily and then you died, and what do? You're reborn into the next life. You could be someone in a poor country. You could be someone you're suffering. And then you do all this suffering all the time. This life you may be lucky. You're born in a rich family. And then after being born in a rich family, you're a rich kid, then you got spoiled, you enjoy all the luxuries, you did all the bad deeds, and next life you're going to roll into another worse realm of life. You suffer that way. And now Amitabha set up that land And he wanted to go there with certain criteria. And it's written in Sukhavati Sutra that if you read it, you know what are the requirements for immigration going into that land. There are requirements, basic requirements. Lastly, it says that why didn't Sakyamuni Buddha seek his final nirvana in that land? Sakyamuni Buddha served his last sentence in this life, in the last life. You see, before a Bodhisattva become the Buddha, he has to come into this world one lifetime before transcending rebirth. And that's the place where he should come to. It's by causality. It's by cause and effect. And he wanted to show himself as a prince, and then taking all these forms of life. It's because he wanted to express to sentient beings that he is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person like himself can be the Buddha. And then he also introduced Amitabha's way, which if you're not successful in this life, you can seek that way, which is an expedient way, a skillful way. All right, I think I simplified enough for this question. And if you have any further questions on that, then you can ask later. How long have I spent my time to answer these questions? Huh?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Oh, time flies. So how can I do all this? Sometimes when I'm back there, I said, today I'm going to talk about 5 slides, and then end up with 1 slide. Talk too much. Next question. Venerable Hong Chi. I'm not Venerable Hong Chi. Venerable Hong Chi is right there. Please, could you advise how parents, what could be the best way for parents to guide teenage children to learn and practice Buddhist morality, given the fact that the children now are so much engaged in social media and not able to appreciate the Buddhism? That's really a problem. There's so much mass media now. They want to play games. Everybody, if you observe very carefully, in Hong Kong especially, in a subway station where everybody was sitting at a train, you know what they did? Everybody was doing this. Everybody had their head this way. I'm sure they're going to have a spinal cord problem as time goes on. The neck will be in pain. Imagine all the time you're putting your head down and you're twisting your spinal cord. There must be a problem. We didn't have that when we were a teenager. In the very, very early age, we didn't even have a phone. You know how did we communicate? In the 1950s, you know how we communicate? I still remember when I was in 1950, I want to call my friends to go for a bicycle ride or to play in the beach. You know what I did? There's no phone, right? We just stand. So in Hong Kong, there were 5 stories and 6 stories at that time. There were no skyscrapers like 100 floors. No, about 7 stories and 8 stories. You know how we communicate? We just yell, "Hey, come down!" We just yell up, and they all listen and they come down. We used to be yelling. That's the reason why we could sing relatively well, because we're yelling all the time. We're practicing the vocal cord all the time. Why am I talking about this? Anyway, to guide teenage children to learn and practice Buddhist morality, I think you can't force them. And you have to guide them. You can't force them. Why don't you ask them to come here for lunch? But they may not like, they like meat. I don't think they will like vegetarian. So you give them, think of a way that you can have your teenager come here and listen to some talks, or I don't know, I never thought about that. There must be some ways to guide teenagers to learn Buddhist teaching. Let's start with some education first. We're planning to do some courses We're planning to set up some academy where they can come on a weekend basis. We plan to do some summer camps. Well, we really want to do some summer camps for teenagers. We have a farm in there. We do a summer camp where we have a Mongolian yoke. Then they can stay in there, and we have all kinds of recreational facilities that they can enjoy. Maybe that's the way to go. We may even have a kindergarten, set up or something like that. I don't know. I haven't thought about this problem. I haven't thought about how to do it. But it should start at home. Teach them morality. In order to change your teenagers, the most important is to change yourself first. If you're morally sound, if you have a high moral standard within the families, then there's a lot of harmony in the families. If there's a lot of harmony in families, you can change your children. If you're always intoxicated, how can you teach your kids to stay away from drugs? I mean, you've got to change yourself first. By changing yourself, you may be able to change others. So that's very important. So change yourself. Harmonize that with your children. And also, when I'm back there this morning talking about depression, if you have any family members who suffer from depression, worry, anxiety, phobia, fear, anger, hatred, jealousy, lust consciousness, whatever, lust conscious, whatever. If you have family members like that who have such emotional problem, don't just bring them theories. Don't just bring them whole sets of philosophies that you dig up from Google about how to deal with depressed people. They know all those. What they need is your support. What they need is you need to stay with them, listen to them, and care for them. Don't just yell at them. Don't just laugh at them. Don't just despise them. Stay with them, hear them out. That's how you do it. Spend your time with them. Not many adults spend enough time with their kids, And that's the no-no. You really have to. Because when you're raising kids, you're raising people who become citizens of the society. You want to see wholesome, good citizens in the society. You want to see your family members to be morally sound. Change yourself. All right, I have 4 questions in here. The first question is, how can one help others that will suffer because a political leader does and send out toxic messages and empower hatred? How can one help others? There's really nothing you can do on that spur of a moment if he's sending out those messages. The first thing to do is to identify that is wrong, what is wrong and what is right. And when you know what is wrong and what is right, then you behave accordingly. In other words, you yourself don't behave that way. Well, as far as what the political leader is talking about, I don't think you as an individual can change that much, but that doesn't mean that you are withdrawn from it. Depends on what position you are at. If you're also at the political platform doing the same thing, you may be able to change it. If you're not at the political platform, the only thing you can convey your opinion is on your vote. Practically, then you carry out your vote and do what you can do. Politics is very complicated. I have seen leaders who sound rude and sound with a lot of hatred, but when they're doing it, it's not exactly hatred and rudeness. On the other hand, some political leaders are so public relations oriented. They won't violate anybody. They won't get the media mad, but behind they may have done something different. And also as a monk, I'm not interested in politics right now. I'm a monk. I don't have any opinions about any politics. I think the most important is to, if you really want to use politics to change the world, I think everybody has to realize we have to change ourselves first. Educate yourself. Change. If everybody knows how to change oneself to go up to the right path, then the whole world would be a better place to live in. It's easy to see flaws in another person. You're wrong. This is not right. He's not doing the right thing. The same happened in the family. Start with the family. You could have seen something wrong with your brothers and sisters, even your mom and dad, your granddad, your grandmom. But how about yourself? The Buddhist teaching said you have to contemplate within, see yourself first, and then slowly people see your changes. If after you study the Buddhist teaching, you become more tolerant, you become more generous, you become more compassionate, people outsiders sees the change in you, your energy, your opinion could affect them. So don't try to change something forcefully by changing the other person, because who would accept your opinion right away? Plus, you're not in politics. As a monk, I didn't have that much time to check with the TV and look at how people politically manipulating anything, because I don't have the time to get into politics. I don't have enough time even to practice, given all these chores and daily chores I have to do. So I'm not interested in politics. It does not mean that I hate politics. No, I didn't have that time, and it's too complicated for me. I'm only interested right now in how to improve myself, and based on the Buddhist teaching, how to convey the Buddhist teaching to improve others. That's the only thing I can do within one lifetime. I don't have any time to run for politics. We have Justin Trudeau visit us last year, and you know Justin Trudeau, who's the Prime Minister of Canada. He came here at Chinese New Year. I had lunch with him at the back, and I gave him a gift. I gave him the gift of a bamboo Buddha statue, the laughing Buddha with a big belly. I said, what the laughing Buddha has been practicing is tolerance and openness and compassion. And I boldly talked to him that that's what we require in the parliament, in politics. We must be open, we must be compassionate to think about other people, and we must tolerate the ambiguities of other people. And he laughed and said, hey, this is exactly what we want. So we were holding, I took pictures with the laughing Buddha. And is that what Buddhism talk about sometimes? Yes, that's exactly what Buddhism is talking about. Tolerance, compassion, and forgiveness, and openness. Maybe that's what politicians require. Maybe that's what politicians should do. Not a self-motive for one's own party. If we always think about compassion, we know that we always want to give. I think if all politicians think about giving and not just receiving, will I have the same term next year? And will my party be stronger? How long would I stand in here? Because of this position, will I gain in reputation and wealth and all that? If you're only talking about your self-interest, you wouldn't be a good politician. Politician is for the people. country is by the people. So it's good to learn the Buddha's teaching, I said. Openness, tolerance, that's very important, and compassion. Compassion is to give. Openness and tolerance is a self-contemplation. So that's the only thing I can offer for this question. I don't know if I have answered it well, but I'm not good with politics. I can't differentiate the names of these political parties. I can't remember. But it's fun to talk to a politician, to talk to the Prime Minister last year about that. We'll hope that he's a young guy, and we hope that he's learning. And it's good that he came to this temple, because we told him the merits that we should be accumulated in learning the Buddhist teaching. And he may have a better understanding what Buddhism is all about. It's not about blind faith, prostration, burning incense, not about that. It's about how to give out, not to how you gain. Next question. Dear Venerable Guan Cheng, we heard that you will give a meditation lecture in University of Hong Kong. What topic you will talk about? Will you consider to rerun this again in Buddhist temple, that we can have a chance to share your valuable views? The topic that I will be giving, I'll be away in March, in whole March, in the month of March. Then, the eight consciousness will be postponed forever. I've been talking about the whole year on consciousness, but it's good to review, though. Good to review it again and again. The topic is how to overcome emotional challenges. That's the topic. When you are giving a talk in a university, you cannot be too religious. I mean, not everybody is a Buddhist, so I try to avoid being too religiously attached. So we're talking about emotional problems. Nowadays, we have more psychic problems than physiological sickness, and this is psyche, internal kind of sickness are difficult to heal. Many people suffer from depression, anxiety, phobia, you name it. So many of them suffer from this. And I heard that last night that a friend of mine called me up and said, in Hong Kong, people are getting to be very, a lot of people are unhappy with circumstances. And in the last 1 or 2 weeks, at least 2 cases of killing oneself in the subway, burn oneself up right in the middle of the track. A lot of emotional problem, yelling out, saying that who is wrong and what he's going to do. So a lot of emotional problems. And so our topic is on how to overcome emotional challenges. And what I would do is I would talk about how do emotions arise, where do emotions come from, and what types of emotions, and how can we overcome them? Various kind of subtopics. So that's what I'll be talking about, and then we'll do a videotaping, and then later we can show it in here. Any question on that?
How long are you talking?
How long is the lecture? It's too long for me. 3 hours. I don't know how long. Usually you don't give 3 hours of lecture. So, but then, in here, I talk about 2 slides and it took me half an hour. I usually have more slides than I can talk about. People who are joining me know I have a lot of slides coming out, and finally I end up with just explaining 1 slide, and that's already half an hour. So I have too much material, and what I need is how to streamline this material and simplify them, and try to give a good talk. I think in giving a talk, the most I have to remember is what they can get, not what I want to give them. You have to know your the audience needs, not what you like them to know. So based on that background, based on that understanding, I'll try to do a good job. And also I would on the spot do meditation. I break it down into 2 sessions. Maybe 20 minutes of meditation and 20 minutes of explanations, and then we'll actually do anapanasati. Because if you give a talk theoretically, so a lot of these people say, when you talk to someone with depression, you don't give them all sorts of reasons. This is why you are depressed, the causes of depression, the theories behind, the philosophy behind. He knew all those. He can Google and get it. You don't explain. They don't listen to reason. They only want you to stay by their side, spend your time with them, listen to them, support them. They don't need another person explaining what emotions is all about. Neither do they need a monk telling you where the emotions come from. I try to simplify where emotions come from, how do they arise, and I would like to put more time on actually how to do it, how to let go of it. When the first thought of depression comes up, how can you stop it? Telling the gatekeeper, say, stop that anxiety, that feeling of suicidal feeling, for example, in the depression. Stop that. Stop the flow of that thought. Because when the first thought comes up, first thought depression comes up, if you carry on to the next thought, second thought, third thought, it becomes a habitual tendency that you cling on to it. So it's very important that you stop that flow. Telling the gatekeeper, stopped it. But it's difficult. How? You have to go through a mind control. The first is to stop, and then letting go of it. And then gear your attention to anapanasati, using that concentration as the object. How to let go of it. And also understand your own values. Don't put your values on how other people judge you. Usually people who are depressed, they think that this is how people look at me. They don't like me. They said that I have no values. And I have no values in my family. I have no values in my life. I'm useless. I'm hopeless. That's usually what they think about. Or they may suspect that other people are trying to harm them, follow them. I remember when I was a kid, I had a period where I suspect that I was being followed by my enemies. It was not true. And I still remember I had a fellow student at the University of Toronto when I was in my second year that he was a good student. But finally it ended up that his mom has to come here to bring him back to Hong Kong. You know why? Because in the second summer, every summer he went back to Hong Kong to have a holiday. And then he returned back to Canada for the new semester. And when he was going through customs, and somehow they checked the luggages. When they opened the luggages, they found nothing in there except a long knife and an axe. Well, how come you're carrying this long knife and an axe? No, I have to protect myself. Somebody in Chinatown is trying to kill me. Who's trying to kill you? I don't know. I know that someone's trying to kill me. That's the kind of feeling that he has. Too much pressure, too much tension, that he's always thought of being hurt. Actually, nobody is killing him, but he thinks that someone is killing him, following him. You see, depression is very complicated psychological sickness. A lot of people are getting that. And I have people here who come here and say, Reverend, I have a problem. I have a lot of people, some male and some female, whispering in my ears. That's another kind of psychological sickness. He thought that there are people around whispering into her ears. He had a lot of stress in the second year of university. Finally, he dropped out. He had to take 2 years off. A lot of problems with emotions. And as a monk, I like to give out the Buddhist teaching to tell them how to overcome them. Because Buddhism is that kind of study, the study of consciousness, the study of how to improve the mind, not about just believing in a God, in a Buddha, then you can get, forgiveness. That's not what it is. Buddha points you the way. You have to take that way, contemplate on it, and learn about it, and you have to do it yourself. You have to walk your own steps. Nobody can walk it for you. If God can walk for you, He will have already done so. Nobody else can. You are your yourself, your savior. You are the master yourself, no others, internally. Your destiny is in your hands, not with God, not with Buddha. You know how valuable are you? You have that intrinsic godness, the Buddha nature, the Buddha tattva in you that you haven't discovered. And Buddhism is to open your door so that you can explore into it and get that undiscovered diamond out and polished it. That's you. Next question. What's the significance and purpose of the ritual carried out by the practitioners before meditation using the wooden swords and blocks? That is to put you into discipline. They're not going to hit you. That is to tell you, the planking on the floor is to tell you, because during the session, you go to the meditation room, you may do other things, hurry back. Don't go out to the farmland to puff. We've seen people like that. In the session, you know where they go to? Smoking in the farmland. So that planking is hurry back to do another session of meditation. And when you're going to the washroom, also be mindful, not to think about anything else. The sword, the wooden sword we call, is to, some people are doing like this when they're meditating. They're taking a nap, they dozed into sleepiness, then we correct the positions, telling that to come back awake. Okay, that's the purpose of the swords and blocks. I don't know what you mean by block. The block is the hitting of the floor, and the stick is the disciplined stick to change, to correct your position, and to get you to wake up if you're sleeping. Next question: what is the significance of the 6 tasks of the elephants in the parking lot? Usually, elephants have only 2 tasks. Saintly elephants have 6 tasks. Those are the saintly elephants. They're very rare. 6 task elephants, and they were adorned with jewelries and a lot of exquisite ornaments on their body. There were 2 practitioners in the ancient times practicing meditation. And later, both of them became enlightened. They're monks. Both of them become enlightened. But they have different ways of practice. This monk, who later became the Arahat, practiced wisdom. And he studied every approach of the Buddhist teaching, actually do the meditation. He attained nirvana and become an Arahat based on wisdom. And this person, another monk, he practiced giving out compassion. He was always giving out and helping others. He didn't concentrate on building wisdom, but he concentrated on giving out compassions and help and all that. And this, he didn't become an Arahat, and he was reborn as an elephant in the palace, being adorned with all different jewelries. He didn't have to do hard work. Elephants had to do hard work, tough work, but that elephant didn't have to do tough work. He had a lot. He enjoyed happiness. He had all kind of food. He was taken care by a lot of people, and he had all the adornments on his body. Because why? Because he gave out a lot in his previous lifetime, and now he's receiving all these merits. He didn't build up any wisdom. He still reincarnate into the animal realms, being an enjoyable, joyful elephant. But that arahant who practiced wisdom became an arahant. But in his next life coming down, he's still enlightened. He was also practicing, was also preaching the Buddhist teaching. But he had a problem. Nobody served him with any food. He had to work so hard to get his food and get his clothing that he didn't have time to talk about anything else, because he concentrated only in himself building up the wisdom. He never gave out. For someone who never gave out, you never get anything in return. So he was a poor, enlightened arahant. Nobody cared about him. He was like a beggar, but he was enlightened. He only built up wisdom. He didn't care about any others. He just built up his own wisdom. So two extremes. He had his wisdom, but he suffered from he suffered from poverty. But this, enjoying himself in the palace with all of adornments, his elephant, he didn't have any wisdom, but he gave out a lot. So which one you prefer? The best is in the middle way. That's the best. When I come to see those Q&A sessions, I think people ask very good questions. And they ask questions of concern about their life. And how many people are really asking questions concerning their life on a Saturday morning? Well, on a Saturday morning, where do people go? White Spot, McDonald's, or work out in the gym and sleep in? Say, Saturday morning you sleep in for 2 more hours. You get up at 10 o'clock, and versus coming here to the meditation. I think you benefit a lot more by not sleeping in and meditate for that hour. But not many people do that, and they always try to find excuses for not coming. And there are people who are just one-time deal. They just come and do a meditation, and then they don't come back again. All right, so I don't mean to compliment you or encourage you to come again, but I think you are doing the right thing. Next, first question. Thank you, Venerable Hong Chi, for the guided meditation. It was extremely helpful. So good. So you find that it's helpful. Next question. Awareness while observing breath. If we question the nature of breath, don't we get caught up in questioning process? Now, you question the nature of breath. We didn't tell you to question the nature of breath. Eh? Yeah. Are you going to answer that question?
Yeah, I can just comment.
Yeah. I think so that allow them to hear you.
Okay.
So you better do this. Yeah. So there's another question that follows it. When we observe breath, how do we invoke awareness without getting caught up in dharmas? In other words, but let me just give a very brief. When you observe your breath, your awareness in the breath and not anywhere. If you observe your breath and your awareness somewhere else, invoking awareness somewhere else, you're not observing your breath. When you are questioning the nature of the breath, you become more intimate with it. In other words, oh, this is a long breath. This is a short breath. Oh, this breath is too hasty. Oh, my breath is long. My breath is short. Because when you question the nature of the breath, you are with with the person, with the object you are questioning. So you are still in the breath. It's just you want to add more features onto the questioning of it. You become more intimate with it. It's just like when you are educating your kids. When you're a parent, you can educate your kids. You can't just say, kid, stay home and do your homework. You got to be early. Right after your school is over, you got to come home immediately and do this and do that. You give the instructions away. Whereas, if you question about the nature of your kids' work, your kids' schooling, then you'll go and pick your kids up. And when you pick your kids up in the car, you will talk to your kid and say, hey, what did you do today? Are you happy with your courses today? And then when you go home, in other words, you stay close with the kid, not just do this, do that, and then you go away. The kids will never find you intimate. The kids would just say, oh, dad, mom give me all these instructions, but they never showed up for help. That's not the way to educate your kids. You got to stay with your kids. It's just like people who suffer from depression, emotional afflictions. If you pick up from Google all the theories and philosophies and the whys and the hows and the when about depression and say, this is what you should know. That's how a depression arises. That's how all these things arise. You give them all the theory. And this person has said, okay, what you know I already know. What I need is you got to stay by my side, listen to me, live through the hurdles with me, and be sympathetic with me. I don't need all these theories. What I need is love. What I need is people who stay with me. So you got to stay with your breath. Question your breath, stay with your breath. This is how you improve your breath. You understand? All right. Next question. Dear Venerable, in dreams of meditation, the Buddha and the Buddha appear, are they illusionary too? Or should I let go as well? If an impression of Buddha appears, it's an illusion. It is what? It is an imaginary illusion. The third state of the perceived world. Remember we talked about this morning about three states. The state of reality, the state of distorted reality, the state of imaginary illusions. These three states includes all the worlds, everything that you see. So if you, in your imagination, you see the Buddha and illusions about, it's an illusion. So don't attach to illusions. All illusions are not real. They're illusions. They're imaginations. Okay, so let go of your illusions. Don't attach to illusions. Don't attach to imaginations. Imagination illusions kill a lot of people. Next. I am just a beginner to learn Buddhist teaching. Can I attend the ceremony held on next week? What is the meaning of this ceremony? I don't even know what kind of ceremony is being held on next week. What kind of ceremony do you have in mind?
3 refuge, 5 precepts.
Oh, the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. There are people who have been here for quite a while, and they heard people say, have you taken the 3 refuges? Have you taken the 5 precepts? What are the 3 refuges? The 3 refuges are, if I can give you an example. When you go to university, you need to register with the university so that you get mentally prepared for studying at university. For some students, I don't need to register. I just I just get in there. I without anybody knowing, and just listen to the professors. And then I left. I leave. So they don't register. They don't have that intention of trying to take the course. They don't have that intention of trying to get to really learn it. They don't have the conscientiousness to do well. So they're just sit-in students. Sit-in students don't have to do homework. They don't necessarily have to buy a textbook. They're not prepared. They're not psychologically prepared for the course. I don't think they would do well. Of course, there's some exceptions. But for someone who registers over the course, first of all, they have a very firm intention that they want to learn this. So they go through the rigmarole of registering it, going to the university, call up, fill in the form. They are prepared, they're psychologically prepared to take this course. So they go to the library, the bookstore to buy the book. They're prepared to attend all the lectures. They're prepared to do all the homework. They learn. So you have to prepare yourself that you want to take up the Buddhist teaching and learn it, so that it solves the riddles of life for you, for your family members, for all others, so that it can resolve your problems in suffering, your problems in your mental afflictions, so that you can be more intelligent, then you can have more wise, and you can see things in a different way, and leads to a success, leads to a happy life, and help others to lead a happy life. You're all prepared to do it. Whereas if you're sit-in students, you're not prepared. Sometimes you go, sometimes, oh, today is rainy, I don't have to go to lectures. They don't take a register roll anyway, so you don't go. You understand? So that's the reason why they have a 3 refuges ceremony to get you registered that you already entered the Dharma door. What are the 3 refuges? Taking refuge under the Buddha, taking refuge under the Dharma, taking refuge under the Sangha. What does taking refuge means? Seek protection, study and learn about it. Learn about life, seeking protections of the Buddha. Do you actually, what do you call it, physically get protection from the Buddha? It may not be physical. Buddha may not appear in front of you and say, I protect you, I'm a security guard. They may not do that. But mentally, it's already there. They're not a physical security guard standing by your side to protect you. But they stand behind you mentally, that you know there's protection. Because why? Because you're equipped with the wisdom to interact, with the wisdom to respond, with the wisdom to lead a good life. So you take refuge under the Buddha, who was enlightened and who passed his teaching down through many generations. So seeking protections under the Buddha, seeking protection under the Dharma. The Dharma is what the teachings is all about. The actual teachings, the Dharma. Seeking protection under the Sangha. Sanghas are the organizations. So you join certain classes of the organization, you join a monk, you became a disciple of the monk who represent the Buddha's teaching, who represent the Buddha. So you are taking the 3 refuges. You have 3 protections. Protections under the Buddha, protections under the Buddha's teaching, which is called Dharma, and protection under the Sangha, who are the monks and the teachings and the temples and the monasteries. Those are taking the 3 refuges. So that's the meaning of it. And taking the 5 precepts, you go one step forward. Because the reasons that why I'm suffering, why I have emotions, because I have all kinds of retribution that work against me so that I suffer. You know what retribution is all about? You did something bad and then you have a bad effect, bad cause to bad effect, good cause to good effect. So everybody is serving a retribution. The fact that you're poor is because of some causes that you sow your causes of being poor, then this life will be poor. You sow your seeds of being healthy, then this life will be healthy. So it's all cause and effect. Now, who causes this suffering? Because of your deeds. You perform deeds, unwholesome deeds. Now you want to gear intoward yourself into observing certain things you cannot do. I will not kill. I will not lie. I will not commit sexual misconduct. I will not intoxicate myself. I will not steal. So, in other words, you try to put a defensive mechanism in you to prevent you from doing bad causes. If you do less and less bad, unwholesome causes, that would not lead you into unwholesome suffering. So taking the 5 precepts are absolutely important. Then, because even though you practice the Buddha's teaching, but if you're doing all kinds of wrongdoings, you already have the karmic energy that dominate you, that you can't go on. You can move forward. So you have to take the 5 precepts. So that's to put it in very simple terms. So that's the meaning of the ceremony. So if you want that, so you better register now, so that we will do that next week, because there have been so many people asking for the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts that we didn't have time to do it on a timely basis. Now, we gather all the people together who have the intention of doing that and do that as a group. That ceremony would last for about 2 hours or sometimes 3 hours, depends on whether we should do it bilingually. If we do it bilingually, that would be 3 hours. Okay, I have 2 questions in here. Well, this morning, back in the hall, I was talking about heavens. And I was thinking, in our Karma Dhatu, because I have a question here, what is the meaning of Dhatu? Dhatu means ram, means world. In our Karma Dhatu, which is the world with desires and material, we have 6 heavens. And then in a higher level, the world without desire but still have materiality, there's 18 heavens. And in the much upper stratum, there's 4 heavens. So it says 28 heavens, not just one. And I still remember many years ago when we first started this temple, I was teaching in Chinese a class of grade 4 students. Chinese, grade 4 students on the Sunday school. I was teaching grade 4 students. And then I was talking to them about morality. I think everybody should be nice, courteous, polite, watch your manners. And if you don't kill, if you don't steal, then you have good morality, you have good conduct, then maybe in the future you can go to heaven. And all these boys and girls are so delighted to say, yeah, if we do good, we have good conduct, we all go to heavens. That's good. So I explained to them how to go to heaven. If you want, of course, I can't go into details of how, about heaven. It's not the ultimate way to go. I said everybody will go to heaven if you qualify for it, because then you're good moral conduct. You're a good student, you're a good boy, you're a good girl. And then after saying all this, and I say, who wants to go to heaven? Raise your hands. So everybody raised his hand. Everybody wants to go to heaven. Who wants to go down to hell? Everybody wants to go to heaven, right? Everybody raised his hand. And I saw right there in that corner, his name is, say, Johnny. I forgot his name, Johnny. He didn't raise his hand, that boy. He didn't raise his hand. And I asked again, who wants to go to heaven? He didn't raise his hand. He looked perplexed and baffled, And then I said, hey, Johnny, how come you didn't want to go to heaven? You want to go to heaven? And then Johnny said, no, my mom told me to go straight home after school. You know what I mean? He wants to go straight home, no heaven, after school. That's a moral conduct imposed by the mom. All right, question. Venerable Guan Cheng, many thanks for the lectures on consciousness. I do not have words to express my gratitude. Wordless, thoughtless. Maybe you are enlightened. No words. No words is better than words. Silence is golden. Please tell us what is the meaning of Dhatu. Dhatu is ram. We are living in the universe with 3 rams. We are at the lower ram. You know why we are in the lower ram? Because we have sensual desires. They are upper level. They have no sensual desires. But they still have materiality. In other words, in our ram, we have man and women relationship, quote-unquote sexual relationship. That relationship induces reincarnation, reproduction. And that's the world with desires. But in the higher level, the Rupa Dhatu, no more of those relationships. They don't live on that kind of relationship, but they still have materiality, which means that they still have protons, electrons, neutrons. They're still material. They still have a body. And when you're at the Earth's top level, no more body. Only the consciousness left. The more you have, the heavier you are. You're sinking. You've got flesh and blood and all this and body and all the sensual pleasures and attachments. Then you're at a lower level. At a lighter level, at the very top level, you only have consciousness left. That's consciousness level. The higher level, the more bliss, the more happiness. What kind of happiness? I don't know. I haven't been there. I can't remember. Even if I've been there, I can't remember. But according to what the sutras told us, what the Buddha told us, they're so blissful. In other words, they have no sufferings whatsoever. They have no aging, no sickness. They don't die prematurely. So in other words, in this world, sometimes maybe die as a baby, 1 year old, 2 year old, 3 year old, a middle age, old age. In there, they enjoy millions of years of longevity. Because why? Would they bestow upon that kind of pleasure by God? No. They created their own karmic energy so that they were reborn in there by their own natural course, their own creation, not by God. And well, we're talking about Dhatu now. So we're in the different realms. We're at the lower realm, and in the lower realm we have the hell realm. They don't have the hell realm. Animals realm. They don't have the animals realm. Ghost realm. They don't have the ghost realms. So they only have the sentient being realms. In this Kamadhatu, we kill animals. We kill each other. Sentient beings kill each other for food, for occupation, during wars, during devastations, you name them. They kill animals for the skin, for the bones. That's why we accumulated a lot of karma. We kill each other. Not just killing animals. Humans kill humans in wars, international wars, domestic wars, genocide. In certain countries, within 3 months, they kill each other, the same race. They're not racist, they're the same race. 600,000 people got killed, their own race. Human genocide. So humans kill each other. And in the higher level, they don't do that. They only enjoy the bliss. And why did they go to that level? Is it because of God's words? No. It's because of their karmic energy. Give an example. If they were living in this world, they always observe the highest morality. They don't kill, they don't steal, they don't intoxicate, what they did is purely virtuous deeds. And when they die, they will be reborn in that world. Birds of the same feather flock together. There goes the saying. All these people who have done meritorious deeds, they all were born in there. Different levels, different karmic energy. So you are the creator of your own fate. You're creator of your own world, not God. There's so many gods. Every individual in heaven is called God. You have that God in you, the potential of being that God in you. But even that God, you have to discard it. No more attachment to God concept. Go beyond attachment. You have to go beyond that, up to the Arhat level, Pratyeka Buddha level, and the Buddha level. And when you are at that higher level, when you are free from reincarnation, rebirth, who are you then? For the sake of giving a meaning, the Buddha said, that's Buddha. Because there's, otherwise, how else can you describe it? Even describing it is wrong. What do you use to describe it? Words. Words is out of the distorted mind, brain. That's from cerebral cortex, frontal lobes, rational brain, which coordinates with your limbic system, your emotional brain, to bring you all these mental afflictions, mental proliferations. You know, our brain is basically in three parts. One is the rational brain, the learning brain, and the other is the limbic system, which is the emotional brain. And then there's also the spinal cord attached to the hippocampus, which connects to the functioning of the brain. Your rational brain always tells you rationally, this is cold, this is warm, this is what you should do, this is based on your background. And then your emotional brain would agitate your amygdala to give you all these emotions of jealousy, hatred, depression, envy, greediness, negligence, all kinds of these emotions. And we're the victim of our own doing. So that too is that kind of a realm, each different realm. The next question. Outside of socially conditioned norms and environments, what aspects make us who we are? So what it is saying is, I already live in a world that is already socially conditioned. I live in Canada, or I live in another country where there's political chaos and unrest. But right now I'm living in a peaceful, democratic, relatively world. So this is socially conditioned for me to live in here. Outside of that, what makes us who we are? Your karma makes us where you are. Karma, K-A-R-M-A. Now, if you don't know the details of karma, try to research into what karma means in Google. There's a lot of information about karma. What is karma? Karma is an accumulation of all the deeds, all the speeches, and all the thoughts accumulated from previous lives that you have done. Every thought counts. Every thought will induce karma. So you got to be very careful with your own thought. The Buddha said, be careful, watch your own thought. Not just watch your speech. Hey, Sonny, watch your speech. Hey, don't blame me, don't curse at me, watch your speech. Actually, speech comes from thought. Actions come from thought. So your thought will breed your actions and speech. Your actions and speech, frequently repeated, become your habit. Your habit, molded into your daily life, becomes your personality, your character. Your character determines how poor you are, how rich you are, how successful you are, determines your destiny. So when you change, you want to change your own destiny? Are you not happy with your own destiny? Are you not happy with your own life right now? Don't look for God. Change your thought to start with. Change your thinking. Your thinking determines everything. That's exactly what many North Americans, positive thinkers, think. Whatever the thought can conceive, the thought can induce you to do. If the thought is conceived in killing a person, if you always germinate that thought, finally you will kill him. Be very, very careful. I hated John. One day I'll get even with him. You know, he blamed me for this and blamed me for that. He said that I don't have any guts to do anything about him. He will see. You continue to breed this kind of hurtful thought. One day, something really bad will come up. You will be a criminal after doing that thing. You're locked in jail. So that originates from a thought. Don't repeat your thought all the time. On the other hand, if all your thoughts are wholesome, thoughts of compassion, thoughts of metta, thoughts of loving kindness, thoughts of cooperation, thoughts of intelligence, thoughts of responsibility, that determine your fate. So Buddhism is for the young people, not just for the old. if all the young knows that thought is very important, they will watch their thought. Why are you coming with meditation? Why are you doing all this cross-leg and all this posture? Did we not say, watch your thought? Right here and now, watch every thought that comes up in you. That's the technique of meditation. Giving you the alert on what you think. Right here and now, not of yesterday, not of the past. Right here and now, where is your thought? Is your thought right? Is your thought wrong? Is that a thought of depression? A thought of envy? A thought of jealousy? How do we solve our mental proliferation problem? When a thought of jealousy comes up, I watched it. I don't get led by it. That thought of jealousy comes. Oh, he dominated me. Oh, I feel bad. Oh, my brain is working with it to give me that bad feeling. No, I got to drop it. I let go of it. The Buddha said, let go of that thought. Then you let go of it. And finally, you train yourself in controlling your thought. Most of us cannot control our own thought. You think you can. You think you are the master yourself. You are the slave of your own thought. Because your thought guides you to do whatever you want, whatever your thought wants you to do. Be a master of your thought. Gear it to the right path, to the path of enlightenment, to the path of compassion. So, it's your karma that makes you who you are. Your past karma. Whatever you have done in the past would constitute you as the present. And then some people will say, oh, it's this negativism. There's negative that is pessimistic, and Buddhism is about, oh, I can't change, I'll suffer for my own karma. That's not fair. I don't know my past life, and how come I have to suffer? You are your past life. You owe some people some money yesterday, and he asked you for repayment. He said, that's not fair. I didn't owe you anything today. I only owe you yesterday. Can you say that? You incur your own liability. You write your own lease saying that you owe that much money. You wrote the promissory note yourself 6 years ago, and they say, that only belongs to 6 years ago when I wrote it. I don't recognize it today. Can you do that? The judge will say, you're crazy. Judge, I signed that promissory note 6 years ago. That's a history. We don't go back to history. We're looking forward, Judge. The judge will say, yeah, get you in jail. You know why I prefer people to write out these questions instead of raising their hands? I gave a big lecture, many lectures of 1,000 people in Hong Kong, of course in Chinese. And then I didn't have the habit of having people to write out these slips of paper. I just say, raise your hands and you can ask the question. I got into problem. Because there are a few guys, you know what? They like to talk. They raise their hand and then they say, okay, this is what I think, this is what I think. They talk for 15 minutes. And then I said, what's your question? And then okay, my question is this. And then I don't even understand the question. And then I tried to answer it. I didn't give a good answer, of course, because I didn't understand what he was talking about. He just liked to talk and relate his experiences and talk about various things. And then he said, okay, then my question is, I forgot what he's talking about for 15 minutes. And then another person came up again and say, okay, my question is like this. I met someone and he talked for another 10 minutes. And then he asked, why is it like that? I don't know how to answer. And also, when I gave an answer to him, he was dissatisfied and kept on arguing. Oh, make the atmosphere terribly bad. So next time, he's going to write down his question on a piece of paper. Because if he write it down, he would do some rationalization in his mind as to what to write. He won't write 10 pages of his experiences, and then finally, my question is. He won't do that. He will just simplify it into one question. So that's the technique of answering Q&A. Yes, answering Q&A. However, I answer every question of Q&A. I never skip any questions. And all my answers are impromptu. I never seen these questions before. And sometimes when I give an answers, I tend to wander very, very far away. I would be talking about the moon, the stars, and Hong Kong and all that. You know why? Because I was told when I was doing presentation by the professor that if you're in Q&A and if you can't answer any questions, use the technique of association. In other words, when you talk about the river, I can refer to the star. When you talk about rain, I can say the rain is because of this evaporation from the sea, and then it gets up to the sky, and because of this atmospheric changes, I can talk for hours just on rain because of association. So sometimes I got off track. All right, any more questions? Will I get off track by the question? Okay, yeah. I can't hear you.
How can you be sure of your thoughts or actions being correct?
How can I be sure of my action being correct?
Yeah, thoughts or actions being moral. When
yeah.
the laws are always changing.
Oh, you mean, yeah, different countries have different moral standards, different moral codes. Yeah, you cannot be sure because every country is different. The other day I was told by, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Anyway, I was told that in China, a newlywed couple, they're giving a banquet on that night, and they play all in the party. They can play all kind of games. They can fool around with the bride, the new bride, and the bridegroom. And there's a certain custom in certain northern part of China that anybody can touch the bride. As a bride, bridegroom, the lady, bride, right? Can touch the bride any part of the body. What kind of custom, what kind of moral standard is that? So every country has, not every country, every race, every ethnic group have different kind of morals. But there are generalizations. We know that killing people is not good. But of course, in some countries, they can kill each other. But I think that whatever is hurtful, harmful to another party would not be judged as morally sound. So in other words, if I induce harm, induce pain on another, that would not be morally sound. If it's not inducing harm, inducing a negative, defects on people, that would be regarded as morally sound, a generalization. Every country is different, just like every law, every law book is not the same in every country. So, but the point is, what you try to bring out is, what do you mean by morally sound? You think that's not moral. You think that fooling around a bigamy is wrong, but in my country it's right. Well, as long as that behavior is not so deviant that they induce pain on others, I think it will be regarded as quite moral. I don't think anybody would say killing people is moral. Like in Canada, we have been educated since primary grades that when we go to a zoo, when we go to a park, we're going to just pick any berries, cut any trees, cut any flowers in the public park. They can't do that. Kids are taught by teachers not to take anything from a park, not to cut trees and cut flowers. But in Hong Kong, in the early days, they didn't teach that. As long as you're not stealing. So I was leading a group of, many years ago, 20 years ago, I was leading a group of people, of Hong Kong, people from Hong Kong into Stanley Park. And they look around, and they saw some good flowers. They start to pick flowers. And then I didn't know. And then he gathered some flowers in his basket, in his bag, and then I got complained. So how come these people from Hong Kong, whenever they go, they always pick, flowers in the public parks? We don't do that. So they don't regard it as immoral or as not right. But in Canada, you cannot do that. But that does not change morality, right? This does not mean that morality is different anyway to different countries. So we can steal, we can commit sexual misconduct, we can do anything we want because there's no standard. Good, there's no standard. We can do anything we want. We don't do it that way because we're imposing mental afflictions on other people. In some countries, a husband will have 10 wives, and it's still regarded as right because they're used to it. And these 10 wives, they can interact with each other quite well because that is regarded as a norm. So they just cooperate. Because if it's a norm, they start to cooperate. In a certain country, you're not allowed to have more than 2 wives. And if you really want to force to have 2 wives there, they start to be jealous about people, about things. Because that's not the norm. So they start to struggle for rights, struggle for luxuries, and one would fight the other, one would even kill the other. So we don't use that difference as an argument to say we don't have to observe moral standard. Just do whatever you want. No, we don't do it like that. We still have certain general moral conduct that we still observe. Like in this world of desire, killing animals for food is right. It's acceptable. But in the higher level, they don't do that. They don't do that. And the vegetarians, they don't kill animals for food. They don't kill the seal for their fur. They don't do that. There are people who really very protective of lives. They value life. They put a value on all living being. But in others, they don't really care. You see how they kill the seals in the Arctic? They skin them alive. You see how they kill the mink for the fur? They smoke them. And in some countries, when they catch a mink, they just skin them alive. And when they pile up the mink so high that it's like a mole in the mountain, a small little hill, and it really stings within 5 miles. It's all different. Any more questions? Did I see another hand raised up? No? Yes?
How about you people owe you? What do you do?
Old people owe you something?
Yeah.
Old people owe you something?
Yeah.
Like in previous lives? Or in this life?
Oh, in this life.
They owe you what? Owe you some debts or show you some emotional debt? Some money?
Yeah.
And
What do you do? Because we try everything. We try by calling them. They didn't answer.
yeah.
What do you do?
Well, according to the natural law of causality, these old people will have to repay you in your next life, but they don't really care. Just forgive, write it off. We call it write it off. Yeah, write it off as a forgivable loan. You know, forgivable loan in accounting, it's forgivable loan. Forgive it. Yeah.
I owe them people.
Huh? But you don't say that you're going to repay me in your next life. Call up and leave a note, leave a WhatsApp saying, if you don't pay me this life, Reverend Guan Cheng said you're going to pay me in the next life. And then he said, who is this Reverend Guan Cheng? No, just forget it. Forgive it. Dear Venerable, I read that to be born a human is a privilege. It takes many cycles of rebirth to be born a human. Can you please let us know a little bit about why the human life is so special? Well, your first part of the question says to be born as a human is a privilege. It's not easy to be born as a human, but I don't know if it's a privilege. When you're talking about privilege, that means you are in control. It's a privilege. You must have done something that is a privilege. Would it be more a privilege to be born as a guardian angel in heaven than to be human? And also, if you think that to be born as human is a privilege, and how come some privileges are suffering more than other privileges? And how come some privileges are richer than other privileges? And how come all privileges are different? So I don't know if you think that to be born as a human is a privilege. I challenge that, not by saying that you're not telling the truth. I say we need more research and explanation on why different humans have different privileges, and why is this privilege different? Is it given by God, the privilege? If it is given by God, how come God gives different and unequal privilege to different individuals? But if you say that no, it's not given by God, it's you earn it yourself, then how come some people earn more than the others? But let's take a look at the second part of the question. It takes many cycles of rebirth to be born a human. Yeah? It takes many cycles to be born as an animal too. Can you please let us know a little bit more about why the human life is so special? I like the last part of the question. Why the human life is so special? Well, let's talk about it. Let's explore into why the human life is so special. How special should we say? First of all, what did the Buddha talk about when he talked about humans? Where are humans staying? We are staying in North America, in Canada, and some in Asia, some in Europe, and some in North Korea, where they have the fear now. So every part of the world, in this world, they're humans. But Buddha's wisdom goes beyond this world. There are other three more kinds of humans other than this kind of human that we are. We are humans, species of the south. There are human species of the north, human species of the east, and human species of the west. That's how the Buddha, for the sake of simplicity, classified according to locations. He could have classified in many ways, but it just for the sake of speaking. If you want to classify something, you've got to differentiate how to classify this. We're classified in terms of locations. People in the south, namely, we have the most suffering. That's so special about it. People of the south have the most suffering. And people of the north, human species, have the least suffering. And of course the east and west lies in between. Give you an example, people in the north, they live up to 1,000 years. We live up maybe at the most to 100 years. They live up to 1,000 years and they do not die in between. In other words, from first being born to 1,000 years, they live until they die. 1,000 years stop. But we are different. We can die anytime. You're not only due for 100. You could be due for 50, for 1, for 2, for 3, or 4. So we die anytime. But in our mind, we think that death is always so remote. It's a concept that's so remote. I'm healthy now, so why do you say I'm dying? But it just takes one accident that will take your life away. Not just aging. You know, more and more, since I am aging, I find sufferings in aging, not only in me, in what I see. And even in our group of meditators, I've been here for 35 years. I've seen people come and go. You guys are new. I've seen people whom I saw many, many years ago. They are very active and they are very young. And now when they're circumambulating, they're like this. You know, moving very slowly. And more wrinkles. And a lot of changes in people, aging. So, East and West. So what else is so special about this species that we are living in? We are the species of the South. We are the shortest lived. Basically 100 years. And when we died, where are we going? We're going to the 6 paths of reincarnations. Animal ram, you know, better rams in heavens. But that's not the ultimate way to go, because the heavens still reincarnate. And then the ghost ram, the Azura's rams, and all that, the 6 rams of reincarnations. Southern location, our species, there's something special about us. We have the most suffering, sure. We could die at young age. But the Buddha said, species of the South can endure sufferings. Their perseverance is much higher than all the other 3 locations. Those of the other 3 locations. We are able to put up with, we're able to tolerate sufferings that imposing on us through the environment or through our own karma. Why is it like that? Why are we capable of tolerating sufferings? That's the specialty about us. And because we can tolerate suffering, more than just tolerate suffering, there's another characteristic that we have. We're extremely diligent. We work hard. People of these species in the South, they can tolerate suffering, they can work hard to make a living. In the North, for 1,000 years, they don't have to make a living. They don't have any boss. In other words, food come naturally, and they really have to work. You know, they just enjoy. I have never been there. I can't tell you. I just repeat from what the Buddha told me. You know, in sutras, they enjoy life for 1,000 years, and then after they die, they were reborn in heaven. So they don't have to worry about it. When they die, they just go to heaven, and then after their heaven is served, the period is served, then they reincarnate again back into the 6 paths of reincarnations. So ours, we are the most diligent. We work very hard, and we can endure suffering. And because of that, people, species in these locations, can become a Buddha. They can become Buddha because they work hard at enlightenment. Whereas in 1,000 years, people in 1,000 years, they don't have any Buddhism there. No Buddha in there. They don't need Buddha. Because everybody is so happy, they don't need Buddha. So Buddha is not reborn there to be the Buddha, to introduce Buddhism. There's no Buddhism in the North. And how about in the East and the West? Not much Buddhism. The most Buddhism is in here. That's the reason why Sakyamuni Buddha was born 2,600 years ago into this world, because this world contains species that can be enlightened. that would go through the enlightenment process, that would explore the spiritual odyssey to become a Buddha. This is in this life. One of the most outstanding example of perseverance and diligence. We always want to quote a very good example of humans who was able to sustain so much suffering and who was able to be so successful in what he or she is looking for. There's a person in North America 100 years ago, almost like. He was mute. She couldn't speak. She couldn't see. She couldn't hear. She lost all her senses at the age of 5 or 6. That's Helen Keller. That's what? Keller. Helen Keller. She had no senses at all. So imagine a person who has to suffer so much from having no senses. She was able to sustain and tolerate that and came out to be so successful a philosopher and a writer. There's a very good example of human tolerance. When you have no listening skill, you can't hear, you can't even have a teacher teaching you. When you cannot speak, you have no one to talk to express your gratitude, to express your emotions and passions inside. You have no one to talk, you can't talk. You can't listen, you can't talk, you can't see. So what else is there? The only thing you have is touch. But she was able to use touch to become so successful, to become so enlightened. So, talking about this continent contains species that are so tolerable of suffering, that work so hard. Do you have those characteristics? Varies in degree. Sometimes I feel so, when I get so lazy in my practice, I always think about Helen Keller. Why am I so lazy? This characteristics of humans is so diligent, and I spend all my time playing my games, my computer games. I spend all my time in fooling around. I spend all my time in looking for pursuit of Epicurean material enjoyments. I'm not qualified as a human being in this species. I should work harder. That's how I encourage myself, because I should have those characteristics. I should work hard at my enlightenment. I can tolerate a lot of sufferings. So when sufferings come to me, I won't be despair. But look at so many people, when they caught a disease that is so acute, that is so terrifying, they depress. They gave up. They gave up hope. They're just lying there waiting for death. This is something that we should always think about. Are we not wasting our time? Because all these characteristics that this continent contain, how much do I have those characteristics? If you are on your way to the practice of enlightenment, you are on your way to the Buddhahood. You're on your way to uplift your wisdom until you reach that stage, what we call nirvana. At that stage, you're free from life and death. No more rebirth. No more going through all these different species of animals and the king and the rams. You are at eternity. Actually, there's no such thing as eternity. It's just for the purpose of talking about it. For that reason, there's no such thing as nirvana too. But if we don't talk about it, where do we go? We got to use our language to talk about it. You take the ferry to Victoria, and when you reach Victoria, you got to forsake the ship. No more Buddhism. You have to leave Buddhism in order to get on shore. You have to leave the boat to land on Victoria. You don't hang onto the boat, but you need the boat. You need to talk about the boat. No boat, no crossing of the waters. you're sunken in the ocean of life and death, like you and me. Any more question? Yes?
Yes, I was wondering if you could talk about the meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to have the meditation retreat in. How many people will come in to sign up?
11 so far.
11 so far. So we'll put a stop after it reaches 30. But then probably we'll stop at 20 because we'll have our own people, right? We don't know. It's not here. It's at Bowen Island. So you got to, first of all, for those who qualify to come, you need to have your own sleeping bag because we can't provide so many blankets and pillows for you. Plus, we have a lot of washing to do, laundry to do. You bring in your own sleeping bag. We have bed for you. You will be staying 2 nights in Bowen Island, where it's the forest. It's a forest meditation. It's not a concrete building meditation. You may be meditating in a forest, or you're meditating by the side of a sea. We have a shoreline of 500 feet. We have a forest in which will contain thousands and thousands of trees. We have trees that are as old as 700 years old. So it's a forest tradition meditation retreat. It's so quiet. You couldn't hear any car. You can only hear occasionally the singing of a bird, or maybe the sight, because these animals are so quiet, of a deer walking by. There's 6,000 deers on Bowen Island. There hasn't been any bear record on Bowen Island, unless you're lucky when you're there. So it's a quiet meditation retreat, and we'll have a whole day's practice of meditation, some chanting, some circumambulations, and trail meditation. We'll be walking on trail. We'll be going, for example, from the shoreline up to Honeymoon Lake and a mountain, halfway on the mountain, and then we'll be going by, the trail walking. It's a trail meditation where you have to keep absolutely silence. You don't sing, you don't talk when you're doing the trail meditation. For those who like nature, this would be an absolutely good practice for you. Where the air is so fresh, the water is so fresh, the environment is so quiet, and I guess to me there's no comparison to many other places. Yeah, we'll have a whole list of activities. So we get up 4:30 in the morning. We start 5 o'clock, and then 6:30 you have the breakfast. And some of the people in the city, they may have the breakfast at 12. They call it a brunch, So you have to get up early in the morning, 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, and then they practice every hour. Of course, in between you have some short period breaks, and then you practice until meditation, walking meditation, trail meditation, chanting, Dharma talk, and a lunch session. No dinner session though. You only eat 2 meals in a day. Huh?
We'll get a juice.
Yeah, not to scare you away, give you some juice. Yeah, you can drink juice only. Juice that have no remnants of fruits in it. So only juice and water. And yet, most people in North America, they overeat. They don't need to eat so much. So if you're thinking of going on diet and reducing your weight, this is the way to go. You only have 2 meals. Only 2 meals. And after those 2 meals, no more meal. You only have juice. And try it out. And we don't charge anything for it. We're not talking about money. But if you want to donate some money, feel free. And we always encourage people to donate. Always think about giving. You don't always receive. Always think about what kind of benefit I have. Do they charge me any money? do I have to give out money? I don't want to give out any money. I only want to get benefit. I don't want to give out any money. If that's your psychology, then you should give out a lot of money maybe. We'll charge you a lot. Okay? You don't need to pay any money. But donation, it's welcome. Because that, where did the money come from to operate this? There are some generous people, they talked to me already. He said, I will support your meditation retreat. I don't have time to go there. But for anybody who go there, I support the food, I support this. They don't need to receive the benefit, they just want to give. There are people like that. There are at least 10, 20 people like that. It's the cultural traits. The Asian culture is, they're so used to giving. They're so used to giving out. They don't necessarily to enjoy the benefit, but they like to give out. There are people like that. I have two questions in here, two sheets of paper. First question, I have two questions, it says. In the main gracious hall, there are 4 paintings of the Arahats. Were they Buddha's first disciples? No, they were not the Buddha's first disciples. The Buddha's first disciples were at the Varanasi, at the park, where he turned the wheels of the Dharma. The 4 ascetics who stayed with him, with the Buddha, before the Buddha got enlightened. The Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, the ascetic practitioner, practiced asceticism with 4 other people, with 4 other monks, we'll call it this way. We can call them monks. And then somehow Siddhartha Gautama, the practitioner, thought that taking the practice of asceticism is not the ultimate way to go. So he left the 4 persons, went into the woods to further his meditation and enlightenment, and then he became successful in getting nirvana. So he returned back to the forest and talked to these 4 ascetics, and after talking to them, they believed that the Buddha was enlightened, so they became the first disciples. Those were the 4 first disciples. The Arahats, they were not the 4 first disciples. Those Arahats there are 16 Arahats. These 16 Arahats were Arahats written in the Amitabha Sutra. In the beginning of Amitabha Sutra, there were 16 Arahats. These were the 16 Arahats. The Buddha was talking to a lot of people, at least 1,250 people, usually in a congregation, usually at least 1,250. But sometimes maybe heavenly people coming down from heavens, or demons even, or any kind of spirits can come to the congregation. So the Buddha talked to 1,200 people, 1,250 people at least. And then when the Buddha was talking about Amitabha, these 16 Arahats were there. So these were the 16 Arahats who attended the Buddha's lecture in talking about the Pure Land, Amitabha Buddha. Okay, that answers the question. Can one say the essence of Buddhism is wisdom? Depends on what you mean by essence and wisdom. But if I just look at it from a general understanding of the definition of essence and wisdom, I would say that wisdom is not the destination. Wisdom is the tools. Wisdom is the ship that takes you from the shore of confusion, the shore of mental afflictions, to the shore of nirvana. You need the ship to go from this shore of sentient beings, of reincarnations, of sufferings, to that shore of eternity. And we call it eternity, but even eternity, the word eternity, it's a misnomer. It's not really. If there is an eternity, there must be a lack of eternity. There must be an uneternity. So, but for the sake of saying, going to that shore of enlightenment, of nirvana, you need that ship. That ship is wisdom. Wisdom is not the objective in itself, per se. But you need the wisdom to go. You need wisdom to go from this shore to that shore, like a ship from this shore to that shore. But once you reach the other shore, the shore of enlightenment, you have to let go of even your wisdom. You have to let go. In your ordinary practice, you have to learn to let go. Let go of your anger, let go of your depression, let go of your passion, let go of your jealousy, your hatred, your fear. You let go of all that, and it's very difficult to let go of all that because those were your habitual thinking. You have been habitually thinking like that for many, many rebirths, and it's very, very strong in your consciousness. It carries as a karmic energy from one life to the next life with that. So it's very difficult to change. So you need the wisdom to transform all these. First of all, you have to transform your consciousness into wisdom. Then, in the process of transforming your consciousness into wisdom, you have to learn the Buddhist teaching, the practice. And as you transform your consciousness, your wisdom level is increasing. Wisdom does not come just bang and then one-time deal. Your wisdom, all of a sudden you have that wisdom. Wisdom comes gradually. Wisdom comes into a continuum of small little enlightenment each time. Like for example, today, when you were listening to someone talking about impermanence, then all of a sudden you know that you should not attach to permanence. Nothing is permanent. Everything is fleeting. So you should let go of your greediness. Then that little wisdom you have increased today because you can let go of your greediness, or you can let go of your excessive desire for sensuality. So you know that that's a karmic energy that pulls our sentient beings to this world, this karma world. Then slowly you let go. Whenever you let go of the ego, you're increasing your wisdom level. It's just like you have been overcoated with all these mental afflictions. And then every time you let go, you take one coat off. You peel one skin off, the skin of jealousy. You peeled it off already. You throw it away. You can let go of jealousy. You won't be jealous anymore of people's riches, of people's fame and reputation. You don't look out. You don't look for those. You peel off the coat of jealousy. You peel off the coat of depression. You peel off the coat of anger. So you're slowly letting go of all this overcoating of mental afflictions on you. And that's every time when you peel off that layer, you attain an increase in wisdom. So the whole series of wisdom increasing. But once the wisdom has taken you to a point that you reach nirvana, do you still attach to the wisdom? The wisdom is just a tool. Once you get onto Victoria, you're still attached to the ship. There's an announcement saying everybody has to go on shore, and you have to go. You don't attach to the ship. You don't attach to wisdom anymore. That's the reason why wisdom is not the ultimate wisdom. Wisdom is just a tool. So how should I tell you? Your question is, can one say that the essence of Buddhism is wisdom? I say yes, it's wisdom. But I say no, don't attach to wisdom. Once you attain to a certain stage, you don't attach to wisdom anymore. So what is Buddhism? It's not Buddhism. That's why it is called Buddhism. You know what I mean? Yeah. If Buddha said, listen to my Buddhism, it's the ultimate of all things. It is the top, uncomparable. Listen to me. I'm the master of this Buddhism. There must be a problem. Buddha attached to Buddhism. But you can say, I don't want to attach to anything. I can kill, I can steal, I can do whatever I want. I don't have an ethic. I can do what I want. Then you are in further trouble. Then you believe, then you go down to inferno. You have more suffering. So I don't know if you know what I mean. What is Buddhism? It's not Buddhism. That's why it is called Buddhism. What is called God is not God. That's why it is called God. You believe there's a God? But then, if believing in a God will make you become a better man, why don't you just believe in a God first? Then you'll be a better man. And once your wisdom level get higher and higher and higher, then the next step is, oh, the God is not an outside God. The God is in me. I have that God in me. It's not outside. I'm not looking for outside. I'm not saying God outside, who in that top of the mountain. You're in the top of the mountain, God, give me wealth, give me health, give me everything. There must be a problem if you do that. And then if your wisdom level goes up, then you say, oh, there's no God. Actually, the God is in me. I can look for fame, reputation, and money using my own mentality. Then you're a little higher level. Because you don't depend on something external, you know that you have to work it out yourself. You have to work hard. If you're lazy, you think God can give you everything? Now you are enlightened, your wisdom level go higher. You know, I don't believe in that God because that God make me lazy. I want to believe that I have that God in me. I'm a positive thinker. Then I strike towards more, I struggle more. Then my wisdom level increase. And then as time goes on, you say, yeah, I make all the money. Once I make all the money, how do I make it? I'm stepping on other people to make the money. I'm killing animals to make the money. I'm in a fur trade. I'm opening up a casino, which would make a lot of people suffer, but I gain the money. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. I'm creating all this karma. Then your wisdom level goes up higher. So you're in a process of increasing your wisdom continuously. But even at that stage, a lot of people can't even arrive at that stage. They will continue be involved with karmic energy. They don't even realize that they are wrong. So we need Buddhism. That's why it's called Buddhism. Then when you're enlightened, you don't need Buddhism. That's why it's called Buddhism. You understand what I mean? Sometimes when I see people's perplexed face, I don't know what I mean either. Yeah, okay, next question. Can you tell us more about the retreat on May 20 and the 22nd? The retreat is a meditation retreat. We will have an hourly program. So from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, for example, a morning lesson, and then you have a recess, and then you have lunchtime, then you have chanting, you have lecturing. It's a whole series of, it's an X factor of Buddhism. Let's call it this way. You have a camp. You're going to an X factor camp, but that's not of singing and dancing. An X factor of Buddhism. Have you been to an X factor? I haven't been. But in our cases, there's no competition like that. You're competing for yourself internally. You want to achieve at a certain stage of wisdom. You want to get more wisdom. You will be given a timetable for the 3 days, and will follow the timetables. You can only eat 2 meals per day. Don't bring any cookies and put it in your pillows. And you're not allowed, to get a bite out of it, because then you're breaking the precepts. You only can take 2 meals. And in some cases, you may not allow even to talk. You cannot chit-chat. All your phones will be taken away from you. No more email, cell phones, no more of those. Lack of communication with the outside world, in which it will confuse you. It will confuse you. So your daily pattern of living, it would not be the same as the daily pattern of living during the retreat. It's something different. If you want to look for something similar, don't come. If you want something similar to just like daily life, don't come. It's not the same. It's a practice of peacefulness. Yes, you want to raise your hands. Yes. If you have medical issues, then you have to bring your medication. But if you have medical issues that you have to eat something at night time, it really depends on whether it is real truth or not. Sometimes you may be just cheating yourself. Yeah, my lung is not that good, so I used to be taking 3 meals, and now you want me to take 2. Yeah, well, medically, I know that I need 1 more meal. So if that's the case, you cannot come because you're cheating yourself. You think that you need that 1 extra. Oh, it depends on what you're eating. Oh, cookies and every oh, you mean a diabetic? Then you need every hour eating.
They must have it every day like that.
Oh.
Medical condition. There's no
So in that case, that becomes not your food, delicious food. That becomes your medicine. Yeah. Then I think that would be allowable, because that is actually a medicine to you instead of a nice sweet treat that you really attach to. So I guess that would be okay. Yeah. But you can't say every 2 hours. My family is used to greediness. I will be thinking of something about greediness. Then you can't do it like that. Or it is my habitual pattern that I have to call my girlfriend every 2 hours. Then, well, it's my thinking pattern that I have to call my girlfriend every 2 hours, because otherwise he will punish me for, then it's not good for you. Yeah. Okay, what does the mantra at the end of the chanting session mean? That is to say, what does Om Mani Padme Hum means? I guess some people here heard me explain Om Mani Padme Hum before. Om Mani Padme Hum, there's a 6 syllables mantra. Simply speaking, what is Om? Om is the creator of all sound, the mother of all sound, the origin of all deeds. Or simply, if you want to put it in a very simple English, is Om, that means listen very carefully. Listen to what I have to say very carefully. Listen. This is extremely important. Om, that's listen. This is extremely important now. This is very simple explanation. Om has a lot of meaning in it. There's 3 sounds that are the prime sounds of the universe. Om, Ah, Hom. Om, Ah, Hom. There's a lot of energy in those 3 words. Talking about sound, there's sound is a mystic. There's a mystic connotation in sound. Sound can produce a lot of power. Sound can produce a lot of energy. Sound itself is energy. And more people research into the power of sound. Medically, sound can be ultrasound, where they focus a lot of frequency of the sound into one point and serve as a high density, high concentration sound. They call it ultrasound. Ultrasound can break your gallbladder stones. Ultrasound can get into your body without operation, without cutting your body open. The sound itself can break things inside your body. But that sound is created outside, simply increasing the energy, the frequency. And they can use sound concentration to operate in your eyes, to get away that membrane that makes your eye, what do you call that, cataract, right? The cataract operation now is very simple. They did it in, usually the operation is about 20 minutes, they finished it. They just use ultrasound to break it. So you see, the sound is extremely powerful, and they call it vibrational medicine. Medicine researching on vibration, sound vibration, focusing. And talking about that, then you should indirectly have an understanding that if focus is that important of sound, and sound is only crude, when you're talking about frequency, sound is a crude kind of frequency. It's not a very refined kind of frequency. It's like light. Light is another kind of frequency. Sound is another kind of frequency. But let us believe, of course, science still have to prove it. Consciousness is much finer than sound and light. It has more power. Are you not going to be interested in focusing your power to do the most meaningful thing? So you're involved in meditation. You have been very lucky because you know that consciousness has power. You only venture into it. That's the reason why you're coming here. For those who don't really care, they don't know what consciousness is all about. Now you know. You know that consciousness is very powerful. It's even much more powerful than sound and light. Why did I talk about sound anyway? Yeah, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The 3 very important prime sounds of the universe. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om is the origin of all sound. Listen very carefully what I have to say. Om Mani, what is Mani? Mani is a Sanskrit, it means the most precious jewel, the most precious thing on earth. It is a simile. In a language, we usually use simile or metaphor to describe something that we cannot normally use one word to describe. Usually you use simile to describe it. As bright as the sun. So you use the sun to describe brightness. As beautiful as a rose. You use rose to describe beauty. But then it's still not enough. Just that word beauty. The word beauty, you could use millions of words. You still don't get that right. Or even a sound, certain kind of sound. You think that is a rattling sound, that is what kind of sound? You simply cannot find the right language for it. So that's the reason why they want to use simile to describe something. Mani is a simile to describe value. Value is difficult to describe. You cannot attach $1 million to it. Any valuables that can be bought with money is actually not valuable. Anything that is beyond the power of money is more powerful than what you can be bought with money. Can you buy your life with money? You say, I'm going to die, but I have 100,000 billions. Can I use 100,000 billions to buy my life? So are you saying 100 billion is more valuable than my life? The highest value cannot be denominated with a monetary unit onto it. So money is what? It's a simile for the most valuable thing on earth. Use money. What is that money? Money, that means what is the most precious in you? Not the $100 million. What's the most precious in you? Do you know about it? Some people say, I have no value. That's the reason why I suffer from depression. I have no value. I don't recognize my value. I'm useless. I'm just a no good Joe Blow. That's why he's suffering from depression. He couldn't realize his own value. Everyone is valuable. Everyone will become a Buddha. Everyone has that nature to become a Buddha. But now, you don't know about it. That pearl is hidden in the heaps of garbage. It's all covered with dirt. That money is the most precious Buddha nature in you. When you become enlightened, that would one shining pearl of the universe. Every one of you would be, there's a money in you. There's Om Mani Padme. What is that Padme? Padme. Padme is a Sanskrit word. Padme. It means what? Lotus. A simile, lotus. What is the most pure on earth? We use lotus to describe it. The purest on earth is not scrubbing all the dirt off your skin and you are the purest person. You're not pure inside. You're only pure on your skin. Or you're applying your lotion on it. You are so pure, you're so clean. You're spotless, you're without germs on your skin. But inside it's all dirt. Nothing in the world is pure. Because purity does not start with appearance. Purity does not start with elements, protons, electrons, and neutrons. Purity starts with consciousness. Is your consciousness pure? You don't say, today I'm pure, I've taken a bath, I'm usually taking 3 baths per day, I'm absolutely pure. If I go into a room, I have no germs around me, but you've got a lot of germs inside. Not to say the germs in your consciousness, that cannot be detected. So what do you want? As far as appearance is concerned, you may be pure, but then you're not pure inside. Why do they use the Padme? Padme is a lotus flower that's grown from the mud. And all your senses, the flower itself is grown from the mud, but it sense so pure of the mud. It's not in the mud. It's outside the mud. What are these mud? When your 6 organs attach to externalities, when your internalities attach to externalities, then your consciousness becomes impure. Your eyes attach to appearance, your ears attached to sound, your nose attached to smell, your tongue attached to fragrance, your body attached to enjoyment of luxuries, your mentality attaches to greediness, hatred, mental afflictions, depressions. Nothing is pure in us. You have to be pure like a lotus flowers. But it's easy to talk about it. How do you practice purity? Learn from the lotus. Get out of it. Get out of the mud. You can't be in the mud. Your consciousness, your thinking must be out from your habitual thinking of greediness, hatred, and all that. You have to learn how to purify your senses first. That's the first step. Have you purified your senses? You ask yourself, have you purified your senses? You haven't. Otherwise, you'll be a Buddha already. Your eyes attached to appearances. This guy is good, this guy is no good. I like this man, I dislike this man. I hate him, I'm angry at this. All the time you're passing judgment on what your senses are interacting with. All this time you're making commentary on everything based on your own bigotry, your own ideas of purity. So the Buddha said, no, you have to learn how to be detached from the world. And that is using the simile of Padme. Because if you want to discover the value in you, Matni, the true value in you, you must be learned like the lotus flowers, getting out from all this impurity. And then the last word is home. Home is a Sanskrit word. It means a bodhi seat, bija. Every time when you utter that, a bodhi seat, a seat of enlightenment, is planted in your consciousness. Because every time when you utter that, you're reminding yourself that I have the Buddha nature, I have that value, I have to learn how to get that value out of me. Every time when you chant about this, a seed is already planted in your consciousness, telling you what to do. What you would do in this life, today, tomorrow, does not matter. The seed is there, waiting for you to fertilize it, waiting for you to water it, waiting for the sunlight to shine on it. And once you have all these causes put together, it sprouts. Have you made it sprout already? Or there's still a seed? You know. Is it that seed in you still a seed? Or it is sprouting, sprouting, sprouting? You make it happen. Who is watering it? You. Who is putting fertilizers in it? You. Who is directing and putting it under the sun? You. Not God. Not God. It's you. You are the God. Have you done what a God should do? So if you always repeat on this word, you're reminding yourself, listen, I have that Matni in me, which is my Buddha nature. I have to learn how to get rid of all my impurities like a lotus flowers. And if I do this all the time, persistently, not just a seed is planted in me, I will be growing and growing and growing in my enlightenment, in my wisdom. Okay, enough. Next, last questions. With the artificial intelligence advancing to learn, will they be able to go to Pure Land if it chants Amitabha? Artificial intelligence, does that mean the machine? Huh? I don't understand. If you mean if you switch on the machine, I don't understand actually the question. Can you clarify? Huh? A robot? You mean a robot with the robot advancing to learn? Oh, if a robot is learning, you want the robot to go to the Pure Land? You don't need the robot when you go to the Pure Land. Are you in love with your own robot? I think it's more practical to get your girlfriend to go instead of getting a robot to go. Or getting your parents to go better than a robot. A robot is made by you. Why don't you build another one in there? You say, I am not going to take my robot because there's no way I can take it, but I'm going to build a robot in there. Actually, when you're in the Pure Land and you practice to a certain level, then you can. I want a robot, which is a very intelligent robot, to be created, so that robot will sound out Amitabha. That robot will teach Buddhism. That robot will tell people how to be better. Then in the future, I'm going to grow a robot like that. Then you may be able to be successful in doing that. Maybe that will come true. Then you don't need me or anybody talking about Buddhism. That robot will say, that robot will know what you think and will just satisfy your needs. But why do you want a robot to go to the Pure Land? The robot the robot itself has no consciousness. It's a created consciousness. Its consciousness is created by you, by humans. You just attach that intelligence to the robot. It has no EQ in it. A robot has an EQ? Maybe you can construct a robot to have EQ, other than IQ, and AQ, and AQ too. Artificial intelligence, AQ, intelligence. Oh, first questions. Dear Venerable, could you please help me understand the purpose of our dreams when we sleep? Are they illusions, auspicious signs, and or fortune telling the present and future? We're talking about dreams. There were volumes and volumes of books written about dreams. Many psychologists, Sigmund Freud, and many others, they wrote a lot about dreams and what they thought about dreams, and even experiments were done on dreams. But let's just do a generalization of what dream is. What is a dream? A dream usually is when you are sleeping and all your forefront 8 sense organs are not working. What do I mean by that? What kind of sensory organs you have? Your eyes, your nose, your ears, your tongue, and your body. When you're sleeping on your bed, are they working? No, unless you're sleepwalking. Some people sleep with eyes open, you know. They are very insecure people. I know in the history of China, there was one general who was always sleeping with eyes open. He was afraid that somebody would assassinate him. So he was always, with eyes open. Have you ever seen anybody who sleep with eyes open? I did. Half open. Not entirely open. Because maybe he's feeling insecure. He wants to make sure that nobody's around. So with half eyes open. So your eyes were closed, your nose, everything. All these four front-end salesmen. We call them front-end salesmen. They are your front-end salesmen, Assuming your body is a company. Let's make an assumption. These are your front-end salesmen interacting with externalities. And then all these front-end salesmen, they already have gone home. They retired already. They're not working. Who else is still working? The manager. He's got to close his budget. He's got to make sure that all his staff are working. Here's the guy who's burning the midnight oil, making sure everything is working properly. Otherwise, the directors will fire him. So he has to be responsible 24 hours per day. The manager behind all these salesmen. And what did the manager do? Sometimes the manager looks through old files. Check all this budget, check all these files. It's just exactly what you're doing. Sometimes you look back at history and you brought the history back to your mind and dream about it. Oh, 2 years ago I was in Hong Kong, and 1 year ago I was in Taiwan, and just 2 months ago I was in China, in Shanghai, and I met this fellow and I did that and did that. All this historical information rose up in your mind. There's all these images and reflected in your mind. That's what we call a historical dream. A dream that relates to history, right? Have you ever had that experiences before? Right. And then there are also instances where the manager says, I need to look at some of the budgets. I need to make sure that my future proposals will be fitting in with all the salesman's budget and targets and all that. And I want to see all these things. How about the future? So he starts to think about the future. When you think about the futures, you think a lot of future images. That's the time when you have dreams where you think about what will happen to you. Would you be sick? Would you have a divorce? Would you be fighting with this guy that you hate? The past you dream about. The future you also dream about. You bring the future to your mind and think about it and ponder on it. That's what we call a future dream. You have a past dream, you have a future dream. Have you ever had that experiences before? Yes or no? Yes, right? But then, I think you also have a present dream. That's in falling in between. So dreams, it's multifaceted. It's so strange. Sometimes you could have gone into a dream to a Alice in Wonderland, no man's land. Then you saw something like abstract things, something like mountains and lakes and rivers and all that. And some psychologists would like to make out all the science in the dream and think about what you've been thinking about. If you told a dream interpreter, he can interpret a lot of things according to your dream. Just as if you show somebody a poem that you wrote, he could interpret in whatever he wants a poem to be. A very famous poet wrote a poem, and if he gave it to 100 people, there will be 100 interpretations. So don't trust only one dream interpreter. He's charging you $60 per dream. And if you're paying somebody else, he could be telling something different. So what does that mean? Dreams are illusions. Sometimes dream will make you happy, and sometimes some dreams will make you sad. But if you train your mind to be always at peace, you will have less and less dream. The only person who is aloof from, never had dream, will be the Buddha. Is enlightened. He wouldn't attach to the past, till there's no past dream. He wouldn't worry about the future, there's no future dream. He would be living at the present moment of only the peace right now, at the present moment. Here and now. The peace here and now. And that peace is unattached. That peace is looking at the environment, at externalities, as they appear to be, not as you illusion them to be. When you look at a mountain, different people look at a mountain with different ideas about that mountain. They would judge, they would discriminate, they would belittle someone, they would praise someone, they would hate someone, they would be jealous of someone. They always attach a commentary to whatever they see, whatever they hear, whatever they smell, whatever they touch. They always have an internal commentator to comment on everything. Some people walked into the temple and said, hey, this temple, this volunteer is not polite. So that is a reflection of what this temple is all about. How come this is dirty? How come this is not clean? They always have an internal commentary on everything they see, they touch, they feel. They didn't know that there must be reasons for it. There must be reasons why the weeds in the gardens were not removed. Because we're a lack of manpower. Because we want to save money. And how comes the food is not prepared in a certain way that you like? Because different people have different tastes. So there's always a reason. Don't just criticize and say this is bad, this is not bad. All right? So dreams, would they tell you something? Maybe. Maybe they tell your worry. Maybe they tell your concern. But some dreams are more of a predictable nature than others. I still remember when I was building this temple, I was the pioneer in building this temple. And whenever in the near future I will have difficulties in what I'm doing, I always dream about climbing a mountain. Climbing a mountain that is just dry, just rocks and sand. I was climbing laboriously. I always have, very tough for climbing a mountain, without tools, without ropes, without chisels. And then I feel desperate. And then suddenly I remember I have to chant. So I chant, Namo Guan Xin Pusa, Namo Guan Xin Pusa, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. And after a few chanting, a touch of grass will came up from a certain place. Then I hold onto the grass, and I get up. Hold on another chanting, Namo Avalokitesvara. Another bundle of grass came up, and then I grab it, and I climb like that. And then I know after I wake up, there will be difficulties ahead of me, and I will have to overcome it. Every time it's the same. I may have financial problem when I'm building the temple that I have to pay certain contractor on a percentage of completion basis. I have to pay. I have got enough money, so I have to look for donations to pay. I have a lot of difficulties that I will be encountering, and a dream would tell me. Then the dream that I will be chanting the name of a bodhisattva, and the bundle of grass will come up. I'll grab, and I will climb and climb and climb and get up. What does that mean, though? That is an educational dream. That dream reminds me that if you have difficulties, say your prayers to bodhisattvas. They are seeing what you're doing. They're looking from up above at what you're doing. They are ready to help you. Maybe that's what do I say? That's an advice from upstairs. Whenever you're in difficulties, chant my name and I'll come to you. Know my phone number. Get my phone number. Don't forget my phone number. When you're in difficulties, call me up. And that phone number is my name. Chant my name. You understand? So that is a reminder to me. So that's could be the purpose of a dream. Have you had that dream before? If you have a dream that terrifies you, to terrorize you, always remember to chant. Remember to get prepared. In some cases, you may not be able to get help from anybody except the spiritual level, a much higher level up, where you must invoke that higher level to get the help. Namo Guan Xin Pusa is Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. You chant the mantra of compassion, right? That is the heart mantra of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. And some people call her or him the goddess of mercy or the god of compassion. They like to use that word God, but God is a very common generalized name. We call it Bodhisattva of compassion. The Bodhisattva of compassion. All right. So you always chant Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. It's the same mantra. Namo Ratna Dharaya Namaraya Avalokitesvaraya Bodhisattvaya Mahatsattva. That's the long mantra. Or even Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Have you chanted Om Mani Padme Hum? Om Mani Padme Hum is the very essence of the mantra of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Can you chant Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum? It's the same. The first question, is there a meditation style best suited for overcoming mental affliction? What is the significance of the lotus flower and its color in Buddhism? Now let's answer the first part of the question first. Is there a meditation style most suited for overcoming mental afflictions? All meditation, as long as it's meditation, is to overcome mental afflictions. There's no such thing as a certain style that overcome mental afflictions. Meditation is a process of studying your own mind. Why do you have to study your own mind? Why do I have to study my own mind? Why are you unhappy? Why you feel sad? Why did somebody pass away and you feel so grief-stricken about it? Because of attachment. There's a certain love or relationship that you're attached to that you become agonizing yourself. Imagine, Buddhism talking about reincarnations. There's so many lives before, and if you have to go into samsara, life and death, you still have many, many lives to go through in reincarnations. You have so many lives that you have gone through before, and in every life, you could be the son or daughter of your parents, and how many times you mourn the death of your parents and your grandchild, or the death. How many times you mourn the death of your brothers and sisters, of your nephew, of your niece? Billions of times. That's the agony that you are going through in all lives that you have. When Buddhism talking about time dimension, it's not just of the present life, you know. There were many, many past lives. Unless you stop this agony of birth and rebirth, which the Buddha has already have attained nirvana, you still have to go through many, many life cycles. And so I have changed my topic a little bit to about life and death, because I see that there's going to be a ceremony that has to be done with all these young guys, young people in here, and you should know why you're coming here. You should know, why am I coming to mourn the death of certain one? Or why do I have to chant? What's the purpose of chanting? What kind of merits will be accrued to the dead? All these questions should be asked. Not just come here to mourn and cry and that's it. No. You have to understand life. Through the death of someone, which is a lesson to you, you should understand, where do I come from? Why do I have to die? Why do I have this attachment to the passed away? And how do I resolve this agony? What should be done about it? There's a lot of wisdom in it, which we call Buddhism. That's the reason why you're here. Maybe the fact that you come to this temple to mourn the death of a certain relative or friend that's the time that you should know something about life. Why are we coming to this world? Why do we have to die? Why, after all this, being born, being a child, being an adult, going to do the job, make the money, raise the children, and then I die? Why? There's a lot of whys in why we're going through this. All these questions have to be asked. Anyway, get back to this question about how to overcome mental afflictions. If you can do meditation, you already have the ability to overcome mental afflictions. Meditation is to understand your mind so that you won't attach to. You can let go. You can let go of your attachment. And so much has to be explained about that. It can't be done in just a few sentences. It can't be done even by a sitting of luncheon in here that you can resolve the problem. It's all in the Buddha's teaching that you should spend your time in studying and practicing about it. I have a lot of lectures on YouTube. If you get into YouTube, my lectures are both in English, in Cantonese, and in Mandarin. Most of my lectures are in Guangdonghua and English. How do you spend your time on YouTube? Not just X Factor, not just Got Talent show, not just whatever you want to see, all the entertainment. Get into something spiritual. Get into something that will change your life. That will get into something that will enhance your understanding of life. Venture into that spiritual, I usually call it the spiritual odyssey of life. It's very interesting. When you are watching a movie, you're watching the script done by somebody. Why don't you watch the script of your own life? Why am I doing this? What do I do? What's the purpose of life? What is the intent of life? All that is in the Buddhist teaching. There's no such thing as a particular style. There are two parts to meditation. The first part is focus and attention, which we call samatha, ji in the Cantonese language. You have to learn how to focus. Why do we have to focus? I'm talking about the first part. You have to focus your attention first. Why do we have to focus? Because our mind has not been focusing. Our mind is like a monkeying mind. You're jumping from one branch to another. You're jumping from one thought to another. At this moment, I have a thought of greediness. In the next moment, I have a thought of sensual pleasure. In another moment, I have a thought of ignorance. In another moment, I have a thought of sadness. In another moment, I have a set of depression. I want to cry now. I want to laugh now. Every thought is like a monkeying thought in your mind. It's non-stop. 24 hours non-stop. It's been roaming all over the place like a monkey jumping from one branch to another. That's why we call it a monkeying mind. Now, you know samatha? You want to put that monkey on a leash. The monkey would still go. You can't stop the monkey because habitually you have been thinking like that. So you want to put your monkey on a leash, your mind monkey on a leash, and when it goes too far, you want to pull it back. Right now, your mind is not under your control. You think that you're a master of your own mind, but you are not. You are a slave of your own mind. Why did I say you are a slave of your own mind? Your mind wants you to cry, then you cry. Your mind wants you to steal, to lie, to commit sexual misconduct, to do bad things. You do it. Because your mind tells you to do it. Your action, your speech is the slave of your own mind, and you don't know about it. So the first thing is to know about all these things. Focus, attention. Don't let that monkey go too far. When it goes far, pull it back. As long as on a leash, you can pull it back. You want a monkey to stay put. You want your mind to stay put, to focus, to be attentive. So that's the first part of the meditation. It's not about getting a god. It's not about your health, a yoga exercise. Not about that. It's about how do you put your focus, how you concentrate, how you do that focus. That's the first part. And to go a little further. Yeah, I learned the first part. How did it help me? How does the first part, if I'm successful in controlling my mind, how does it help me? You know how it can help you? If you can focus. You know how it can help you if you can focus? Say if you're a student, if your focus is strong, you will be an A student. If you're a worker, if your focus is strong, you'll be an A employee. If you're a mother, if your focus is strong, you're a super mother or a super father. Because the reason why people can't do things well is because they lose their concentration and their focus. All right, that's your focus. The next part of your meditation is vipassana, which is contemplation, which relates to the wisdom of it. Not just the focus. You have to increase that focus to a level where the wisdom would creep in. Why do you need that wisdom? Because that monkey is not still yet. You want to convince that monkey, the mind has to be absolutely still. To convince the monkey, you need logic. Not just logic, you need wisdom to convince the monkey to stay. Otherwise, the monkey won't listen to you. How can anyone convince a monkey to stay put? You can't even control your mind to stay put. How can you control your monkeying mind to stay put? So all these is involved in meditation, not just one style in which you can overcome your mental afflictions. Say that you are good with samatha, with focus. So that if you are agonizing, you're crying, you are in depression, if you are in control, you tell yourself, I'm not going to depress. Depression is a kind of monkey that sends me into depression. I want to change it. You are the master of yourself because you can change it. You can change your depression, your phobia, your anxiety, your laziness. All that is out of control. Now you control it. You won't be as lazy. You won't be as depressive. You won't have the anxiety. You won't have the fear. You won't have the anger. You won't have the ignorance. You see how strong this meditation is? So that's what it is. So what is the significance of the lotus flower and its color in Buddhism? The significance of a lotus flower is grown from the mud, but then it's detached from the mud. This is like a simile, metaphorically. It's like a simile. We're living in a world with a lot of miseries, a lot of sufferings in this world. But in spite of that, we can learn to purify ourselves, to stand aloof of suffering and mental afflictions, like a lotus flower, aloof from the water. Learn to be like the purity of a lotus flower, growing from the mud of miseries, but is able to be away from suffering and be aloof and be purified. What kind of color? Lotus has many colors. It can be white, it can be green, yellow. The color does not matter. Is color in Buddhism? Yeah, it's a color. It's just a color. Culturally, China likes a vigorous color for lotus. They like a red lotus, or some people like the purity of white. They have white. Some people like purple, violet. So the color doesn't really matter. All right, next question. Is one able to pass on positive karma that they have accumulated onto another person? If so, must the person's negative karma be paid before they can do so? Nobody can pass any of his own karma to anybody. If that is the case, that could be sold for money. It's just like, oh, I have a karma, a positive karma, and you are pursue negative. I'm going to sell it to you for $100,000. Do you want to accept it? How can you sell your own karma? You cannot even sell your health. Say, I am in good health, you are in poor health. I'll give you my good health for $100,000. Can you pass that good health to someone with the bad health? You cannot pass. There's something that is so valuable, so beyond descriptions that it cannot be monetized. You cannot put a unit onto it. You cannot pass karma. So you be responsible for your own karma. Everything you thought, every action, every speech produce karma. Be careful with your thought. If every thought is a thought of selfishness, a thought of anger, then the significance is you would perform actions and speech with anger. So be very careful with your thought, be careful with your speech, be careful with your action. You see, right now, I can see that everybody seems to be listening, but I can see that, according to my experiences, some people listen without insight, and they may even find it boring. It doesn't seem to affect them. But every word could pierce into your consciousness. It's absolutely important that you should turn back. Don't involve in any karmic energy that is bad for you. You suffer from it. You've got to do it in the next minute, not waiting until next year. You've got to change now. Otherwise, you will be responsible for it. 一日无常到. When one day death comes, 方知梦里人. Life is but a dream. All of a sudden you realize. When death comes, all of a sudden you realize life is but a dream. 万般带不去. There's nothing I can bring with me when I die. The only thing I can bring with me, that I have to bring with me, I have no choice, is what I have done. The karmic energy I have done. That I will bring to my next life. Nothing you can bring. Not your bank account, not your Shaughnessy house, not your Ferrari if you have one, I presume, not a Volkswagen. It's a Ferrari. You're driving a Ferrari, can you bring it with you? You know, in the Chinese culture, it's interesting. They try to build a Ferrari in paper, and they burn it, and they think that they can give that to the passed away. So nothing you can bring with you. Only your karmic energy. You think everything you thought, you spoke, you act is not of significance? The tiniest bit has karmic energy in it. So watch your thought, not just to action. Your thought gives rise to words. Your thought gives rise to action. Don't let it give rise and then you feel sorry about it. You have to change right at the thought level, not with the obvious appearance level. All right, I can go on and on, but I don't want to. So, what's my last question? How can you practice wholesome emotions such as joy, love, happiness without attachment? When joy comes, just let it come. Enjoy. Be delighted with the joy. When joy comes, don't think about it negatively. Oh, joy comes. Oh, I feel bad about joy because trouble may come later. Don't feel about it. Just enjoy what at the present moment. But don't attach to the joy. So in other words, if joy comes to an end, don't feel, it comes to an end. Every banquet has an end. You go to a party, the party will come to an end. There's no party without saying goodbye. There's no banquet without saying goodbye. What's that Chinese word? Chinese sentence? 天下無不散之筵席啊嘛. Don't grieve over the death too much. Actively do you will have to do. Be a nice person. Or do something for the dead. 天下無不散之筵席. Every party will have come a time, then you have to say goodbye. Why do you attach to the party? I don't want to leave. No, you gotta leave. When the party comes to an end, when the curtain comes down, that's the end. That's the time when you should be singing My Way. You don't know that song, My Way? Now the end is near. The curtain has to come down. That's a good song, My Way. But don't do it the way so bigotry. Don't do it the way that you're so confused. Don't do it the way that you are enhanced with an ego in it. First question. Theravada Buddhists tell us the Mahayana Buddhists are incorrect about vegetarianism because the Buddha did not say meat eating was wrong. How do Mahayana Buddhists respond to this? Let's examine the first part of the question. Theravada Buddhists tell us the Mahayana Buddhists are incorrect. I think a true Theravada Buddhist would not say, Mahayanas are incorrect. They won't say that. I don't think they would say that. It depends on who you listen to. There are Theravada Buddhists who are not actually Theravada Buddhists. There are Theravada Buddhists who may not fully understand what the Buddhist teaching was all about. So by listening to one or two Theravada Buddhists, you may not get the right answer. We better take a look at what the Buddha talk about in sutras. Theravada Buddhists tell us the Mahayana Buddhists are incorrect about vegetarianism because the Buddha did not say meat eating was wrong. In the times of the Buddha, the monks go on arms round with a bowl, and they accept whatever was given to them. Have you been to Thailand, to Sri Lanka, to Cambodia? You know that Mahayana Theravada monks, they in the morning they go arms round, and then Buddhists or ordinary people can offer food to them, and they accept whatever was given to them. They won't put a chicken into the bowl and say, kill it for food. They won't do that. They already have cooked those food and then put the food in the bowl. And being ordinary people, they may not be vegetarian, so they just put whatever they cook into the bowl. Sometimes fish, sometimes chicken, sometimes vegetables. And the monks just accept them. The monks won't say that, this is meat, I despise, you killing meat. This is meat, I don't eat. They just eat whatever was given. Why do they do that? Because monks don't cook in those days. They want to save time for meditation. They want to save time for learning. So they don't go about buying food, lighting up the fire to burn it, and they don't go through the rigmarole of cooking and cleaning and buying food. They spend all their time in meditation, so they have full time in the meditation. So they accept whatever is given to them. If you give them fruits, they just eat fruits. If you have nothing else but fish, they just eat fish. But they never advocated killing, because those fish already been killed. And after they've been killed, whatever the household didn't eat or put it aside, they offer to the monks just accept them. So they have a humble personality of accepting what was given to them. Just enough to have nourishment so that they can keep their body in health, good health, so that they can practice. But they did not kill animals. They did not kill animals for food, because one of the most important vinaya, the precept in being a Buddhist, not even say the monk, is abstain from killing. So how would the monks advocate killing animals? So the Buddha did not say that meat eating was wrong, because they accept whatever is given to them instead of the household people wasting food. So we never waste any food. They just accept it so that they can save more time for practicing. And also asking for food to be given to them so that they can practice is a way to maintain their humbleness in life attitude. Humans always have the defect of being arrogant. They always think that I'm better than you. Egoistic. I'm better than you. I'm in control. I can do this, you can't. They always have a discrimination on people. So if you're being humble, that you accept whatever is given to them, your humbleness would nurture the right attitude in your practice. So all these have meaning into it. The Buddha never said that you can kill animal for food. You shall abstain from killing. How do Mahayana Buddhists respond to this? When you respond to this, that was what they did many years ago, 2,600 years ago. But when Buddhism was spread to other countries, for example, to China or to Japan, the Chinese monks, the king did not allow monks to beg food. The kings ancient kings thought that going around on arms round is begging for food. So the king said, you can be a monk, but you cannot beg for food. You have to cook your own food, plow your own land. So the monks just plow their own land and cook their own food. If they can plow their own land and cook their own food, they would not eat meat. So they don't kill chickens and pigs and cows and sheep. You know, they don't kill animals. They're just being vegetarian because they were allowed to cook. But of course, nothing is perfect. If you have to cook, if you have to look for food, then you have to spend time in cooking and cleaning and all that. So they didn't have. So some of the time that should have been used for meditation have been used for cooking, and both have advantages and disadvantages. You have to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. There's no absolute to say this is right and this is wrong. No, we're not discriminative. We always look at things from both sides, from both angles, not just opinionated in one and ignore the other. So, what did the Mahayana Buddhists respond to this? Just mind your own business. Why do you have to be nosy about what other people are doing? I'm a vegetarian. How come you eat meat? I despise you. Just mind your business. Do you have a lot of time in your hands? I remember when I lived in Toronto, and I have couples on my right-hand side of the house. And being a student, sometimes I didn't have time to mow the lawn, and about 3-4 inches, not too serious, but 3 or 4 inches. And they always come, hey, you haven't mowed your lawn, you know? They always have a lot of time in their hands. They don't have to work, they're retired. They always watch on your house. Did you clean the snow in your driveway before you drive out? I mean, yes, Mom. Yes, Mom, I haven't. I will do it tomorrow. I mean, they have a lot of time, and then why do they mind their own business? Well, do you have to find fault in what other people are doing? Why don't you find out how the Theravada praise the Mahayana monks? Why do you always see how people are doing bad in certain things? Why do you always see the negative side of things? Why don't you see the positive side of them? Why do you want to say, hey, the Theravadas hate the Mahayana Buddhism because they eat meat? You know, mind your own business, folks. Okay, next question. I want to ordain as a monk at this temple and devote myself to the study and practice of Buddhism. How do I go about this process? Thank you. A弥陀佛. A good question. You want to become ordained as a monk? And first of all, let us know you. You don't come here and say, I want to be ordained as a monk. Please ordain me. I mean, we have to know you. We have to make sure that, do you know the life of a monk? Why do you want to become a monk? Why do you want to follow the Buddha's way? Well, becoming a monk is just an ordinary saying. I want to be a monk, I want to be a nun. But why do you want to follow that kind of practice in life instead of having a family? I think the way I look at it, if you want to be ordained as a monk, you must have a reason. And I found some wisdom in what you are thinking about. Some people, out of 1 million people, maybe 1 or 2 would like to become a monk, really for the sake of salvation, of emancipation from sufferings. Most of the people would just struggle for life. They want to go study, they want to study at university, and then they get a good job, and then once they get a good job, they want to know a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and they want to have courtship, and they want to have a relationship, and they want to get married, and some people don't want to get married, they just want to live together, and then later they will have kids, and once they have kids, maybe after 1 or 2 years they may divorce, then it's a broken family. If they don't divorce, they will carry on, and then they have a lot of problems, the second child, third child, fourth child, and then all these family problems may come up. They started with one person. John started with himself. And John had Mary. And they got married after courtship. They fell in love. And there goes the saying, later, They divorced after 2 years. And later they found out that love is the graveyard of marriage, or marriage is the graveyard of love. And then they get all entangled together. And I used to have, one of my fellow students became a judge at City Hall in Toronto, judge for ordaining marriages. In other words, when you get married, you have to get the paper for the marriage. You have to go to that judge, and you have to take an oath in front of that judge, and then you give him the paper. And he told me he became so senseless after 5 years. Because some statistics show that maybe after 1 month, they divorce. 1 year, they divorce. And the divorce statistic is more than 50%. So when he told, what you follow after me word for word, and then he repeated all these words, and then when he was repeating those words, we started with what? With passion. And oh, here's a couple that I want to wed these couples, and they were in love. And after a while, he became so senseless. You know, life is like that. And I want to ordain as a monk at this temple and devote myself to the study and practice of Buddhism. I think you have the prajna in you that drives you to come here. First of all, come to this temple, learn about the life of a monk, and let us know you, and that you know us, because you say you want to be ordained as a monk at this temple. Why do you pick this temple? There are other temples too. Why do you particularly pick this temple? So if you want to be ordained as a monk in this temple, then we have to know you and you have to know us. And we have to find out why you become a monk. You know, there are many reasons for a person to become a monk. Many categories of people. In one category, they want to become a monk because they can't get a job. Coming in here, your lunch is paid, you already have the lunch, the breakfast, the dinner, you have a place to stay, and you don't have to work. That's an escapade of pressure of work. So they will just want to get away from work. And some want to get away, a temporary escapade for broken homes. You know, they don't, I had a divorce and I don't like it. They want to escape from something. If you want to become a monk and you're not escaping from anything, you found some philosophy and some wisdom in what the Buddha was teaching, and you want to follow that path. You want to go on that, I always call it spiritual odyssey of life. Then we can talk about it. It's not because you want to escape from something. And we've got to know you more. And if you finally can become a monk, there must be many, many lives accumulation of merits that you become a monk. For people who have the experiences after so many years, for people who started to have that idea to become a monk, and after 10 or 15 years, that idea could not materialize. There was a story, there was a nun in the northern part of China, a novice nun. And she had been a novice monk, a beginner monk, nun for 5 years, and he wanted to be an actual nun. To be an actual nun, you have to take another ordination. So she wanted to go to the south to be ordained as a real, not a novice, and more a real nun. And he tried that for a few times, and there were always circumstances that stopped him from going south. And after 5 attempts, the 6th attempt finally came up. He said, I wanted to go this time. I've tried to go 5 times, and I spent 10 years already in this temple. I couldn't become a real nun, so I wanted to go now. So she traveled by train down to the south. And before he reached the train station, one day before, it takes a few days, he was being pushed down the track, and she got killed. She could never arrive. She could never arrive at the south, and should never have that satisfaction that it became an actual nun. So there are always factors that stop you from becoming a monk or a nun. Your family, all these other pressures that you take, maybe sometimes you change your idea so that you can become a monk for a real cause. You must have accumulated numerous merits from previous life to become a monk at this life. Otherwise, you cannot become a monk or a nun. Let's see how you work out. Hopefully, you can finally become a monk or a nun. We'll have to talk about it. When is divorce acceptable? When is divorce acceptable? If you have a divorce, I would say, congratulations. You know why? You are free. You are bound by your marriage. Now you are free. Don't be agonized by your divorce. Don't feel sad about it. Don't agonize on it. You were deserted by your lover. That's a good chance to be free. Go on to that spiritual journey when you get enlightenment. Free yourself from it. Get into Google's and to see how those spiritual, monks and nuns, how they found happiness in what they're doing. Not just Chinese or Oriental. There are Caucasians who become monks and nuns who found the most happiness of life and didn't regret anything about it. They feel extremely happy. They feel extremely happy staying in mountains for meditation. They found they're free from the bondage. Before they were like a cocoon. They are like a caterpillar in a cocoon. They cannot free themselves. Now they bite through all those threads, and they're free. So when is divorce acceptable? I don't know what you mean by acceptable. Divorce is not acceptable. It's not accepted by me. It's by you, by your partners. Both sides accept it. When is it acceptable? I think what you want to ask is, when's the right time that I should have a divorce? Because the right time is when you can accept it or your partner can accept it. Sometimes you may accept it and your partner may not accept it. And there are many circumstances you have to think about before finalizing your divorce. Any children involved. If there's no children involved, it's a little better. If there are children involved, you have to consider the children too. They lost their dad, they lost their mom. Their life is being affected psychologically. So do you have to consider their feelings? And some couples stay together not because they love each other, they hate each other, but because they want to bind the children together. They still live as one family. And this is another kind of suffering we call living with hated ones. There are people like that. They hate each other. They don't like each other. They go on their way to find their own boyfriend and girlfriend, but they still have the family because they want to keep the 3 children together. And in some families, the couples could have been able to keep all the children together, but after the children, achieved adulthood and went out, and they are at the age of 65 and 70, then they started a divorce. Divorce rate is getting on senior people, You think that over 65, they won't get a divorce? They get a pension already. It's time to divorce. I don't have to depend on you. My pension comes up and your pension comes up. Why do I have to mix my pension with yours? So, goodbye. All the children are mature now, they go to work. You hate me and I hate you. So, goodbye. Sayonara. The Buddha said, come to my door. Look inside the treasures of the spiritual side of life. Get into enlightenment. Get away from all these emotions. Next question. Attachment causes suffering. How can we connect on what is the way to connect, or what's the way to connect with a husband and wife without attachment. That means you're not divorcing each other yet. So you want to say, attachment causes suffering. If your husband and wife, what is the right way without attachment? The more love you have, the more agony when one is dying, when one is departing. So maybe the way you look at it is, nothing is permanent. Nothing stays the same. Everything is fleeting. Not even my life, not even your life. So nothing stays the same. You have to accept the fact that a departure will come one day. Even if you stay on to the end without divorce, we'll have to say goodbye. And when you really at that juncture of saying goodbye, nothing you can bring with you. Your partner will not say, I will come with you. They won't come with you. Well, they won't go with you. You cannot bring anything with you. Not your diamond ring, not your bank account, not your apartment. You can't even bring your own body. You know what you can bring? Your karma. You bring your own karma with you and roll into the next life in another form. This life you are Janet, next life you are John. You roll with your own karma. Not God, nothing to do with God. How would God create inequalities among human beings? You have done all those karma that you have, good, bad, or neutral, and you brought them with you invisibly. Karma is invisible, you know. If I can use the analogy of karma, karma is all the energy that you have created for you. The bad energy, the good energy, and the neutral energy. If you created nothing but bad energy, you know what that bad energy will bring you to? Hell. If you created energy bad enough, but not as bad as going down to hell, the bad energy will carry with you into what? The animal realm. You reincarnate as animal realm, or ghost realm, or human's realm. You are responsible for what you have done. Very logical. You created your own destiny, not God. Don't say God created my destiny. God give this to me, God give that to me. No. You created your own world. You and nobody else. You can change your own destiny, not God. You can change it today. If you have the energy left, if you're still young, even if you are old, you can start to change yourself. Change your attitude of life. Gear yourself towards the spiritual side of life. Practice what the Buddha's teaching is all about, and get out from samsara of life and death and reincarnation. Never too late. Of course, you should have started when you are young, but it's never too late to mend. So, without attachment, how do we get away from this attachment? Always think about impermanence. Nothing stays the same. It will change. Your body changes every 7 days without you noticing it. I was told that the whole of your body cells change in 7 years. So if you suffer from sickness, and if you recover, and if you can sustain 7 years without relapse, maybe you're okay because your body cells change already. What is the final journey for our soul? If you are not enlightened, there's no final journey. You're in the loop. There's no final. You're always, all the 6 paths of reincarnation, you're always in life and death and samsara. The final journey, you have no final journey. Poor. We're all poor beings. We have no final journey. We're always on the road like a gypsy. We'll never find a place that we can call home. You're always on the road because you're always in life and death and samsara. You're always in reincarnations because we're enlightened. Once we get to the enlightenment, Buddha said, nirvana, we're out from the loop. We arrive at a point that is eternity. No more traveling. Are you not tired of traveling? It's good sometimes to go for a trip of traveling. But once you travel for too long, you like to go home. You like securities. Because you don't want to travel all the time. When can you stop the traveling? The time when you are enlightened. No more reincarnations. No more life and death. No more samsara. How do we get to that point? You have to learn what the Buddha was talking about. Not just one lunch and you know everything about Buddhism. It took me 45 years. You mean you can learn at just one sitting of a lunch? There's still a lot of questions in your mind. But fortunately, we always have the internet that we can get to. But make sure that you don't get into the wrong internet. There's a lot of information on the Indian internet. There's a lot of lectures on YouTube that you can listen to. Try to Google into it instead of getting to something that you're attached to, entertainment, singings, magic, variety shows, and instead of getting into that, try to get into something spiritual and learn more about life. Why do you have to spend all your time and stay until 3 o'clock playing computer games and in YouTube and all that? Spend your time in getting to explore the wisdom of life. What is spirituality? At least one semester. Spirituality. It's a religion 101. So how can I explain spirituality in 5 minutes? So take a course in at UBC, Religion 100, about spirituality. Dear Venerable, are you planning to ordain any more monks or nuns in the future? I'm interested in becoming ordained. Yeah, I'm interested. But first of all, we get to know each other. I hope to build up a community of Sangha in here, where we actually build up a learning atmosphere in here, in North America. We try to build a school for Buddhism, an academy for Buddhism. But we need support. We need people to build it up. We plan to ordain more monks and nuns. Well, right now we have 10. I want to have 30 or 40, but I'm very choosy. I want to choose the right person because I don't want to get into trouble. Because if you don't choose the right person, he always wants, his idea of becoming a monk or a nun is to escape from something. No, that's not the way to go. You want to achieve something, not escape from something. Next question. How can someone feel caring for a dog, a cat, a bunny rabbit, and yet feast on dead cows, pig, or chicken? Yeah, that's a contradiction, a conflict in ideas. You love your dog, your cat, but you want, in some farms, the farmer loves the cat, the dog, or maybe even the horse, but they kill the cow, kill the lamb, the sheep for flesh. I mean, that's not right. How can someone? Yeah, that's a conflict in thinking. As you mentioned, vegetables on Bowen Island, I have a suggestion. Is it possible to grow vegetable there in wooden boxes? Just a suggestion. Thank you for the very insightful lecture. Yeah, you want to say in Bowen Island, you want to grow vegetables? Yeah, you should know some of the special feature on Bowen Island. Bowen Island is about 500 households and 6,000 deers. The deers love vegetables. So any cabbage you grow in a box, congratulations, they say. I'll eat them. We can't even grow any flowers other than rhododendron because they hate rhododendrons. They love maples. especially soft maple leaves. And they love other flowers too. And they hate poppy, they hate azalea, they hate rhododendrons. And they love cherry. Yeah, if you grow any cherry, they eat away the flowers fast. So if you want to grow vegetables, you have to put a net surrounding the vegetables. Think about this. If you grow vegetables as a pleasure, that's okay. But you think that growing vegetables would save you money? No. Because you could have spent $3,000 growing some vegetables that you can buy for $200. So you're spending $3,000 to build a box, put in all the work, you know, not counting the labor you put in. And if you buy organic from Whole Food, just $200. And you spend your whole summer caring for that. So you think about that. Did you study economics? So you have to weigh the difference. When can I come here for group meditation? Anytime on Saturday morning. Come on Saturday morning, you can come for group meditation. Learn something more about meditation. It's good for you. Imagine what would you have done this morning had you not coming in here? You slept in for another 1 hour, 2 hours, and then you go to McDonald's or White Spot. That's how you spend your morning. But if you come here, you listen to a lecture of spirituality without taking the course Religion 100, and you know more about Buddhism. You mix with people that have, I think, more or less better energy than some of the people outside. At least people here have the energy of education. They want to know more. They want to get more information about the spiritual side of life. They want to get more information about how to resolve emotions, how to help my relatives and friends who suffer from depression. If I learn how to deal with my problems, I can help to deal with theirs. So you're always like being a savior, you are very compassionate in helping yourself and helping others. Coming in here to learn the lesson of how to overcome mental affliction is better than going to a party, you know, and spending your time on a hamburger or sleeping for another 1 hour or 2 hours. So usually on Friday night, you're sleeping on your bed, get your iPad and you start to watch, you know, I don't know what you're watching. You should know. And then until 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, you're so tired, you put it away and you sleep until 11. That's how you spend the time between the midnight of Friday and the morning of Saturday. Is that the right way to do? What have you learned from watching all those that you have been watching? Or you chit-chat, or you email, and if you reread all this chit-chat, all this, 90% of them are just chit-chat, meaningless. Or tattletale. Who is wrong and who is right? Hey, John has got that job, he's not worth it. Oh, Jeanette is doing that. You know, what have you been doing on the chit-chatting? Most of it is not necessary. How do we live without a phone? How do we live without a cell phone? I don't know how I lived before. In those days when we were young, we didn't have even a cell phone. You know, the first time when I got in contact with a cell phone, when I was in Vancouver, that's the first time. That's not too long ago to me. There was an actor, a movie star, a Chinese movie star coming in here to visit the temple. And I recognized his face right away. I said, "Oh, you're a movie star." "Yeah, I'm a movie star." And then you know what he was holding? He was holding a cell phone. I didn't see a cell phone before. And the size of cell phone is about this long, that thick. It was like, I don't know, it was like this. There was a kind of cell phone that they used in the army, in the battlefield. And it was about half the size of it. I was sitting in there and we'll have a chat, and then they put his cell phone on the table, and then we started to talk. Well, I said, "What is this?" "That is a cellular phone." There was that big before. You know how small it is now? It's like this. It's like this now. Yeah. technology and science have advanced so much. Cell phone and telecommunications have narrowed the gap of communication, the time, narrowed the gap among humans. But it seems that the gap among humans is further and further apart, like in the family. They don't see each other anymore. They just use cell phone. Dad, I want to talk to you. No, you have to talk to my secretary. Talk to me on Friday, 10:30. From 10:30 to 11, I'm free. So people are getting apart from each other in spite of the fact that telecommunications have pulled them together. There is advancement in medicine. But then people get more and more sick mentally. How come there's so much contradiction? We should have been better. Yeah, technology is better. But we have more mental afflictions. We are family members are further and further apart from each other, in spite of the fact that they always can use a cell phone. Advancement in medicine, but we have more and more variety of diseases and sickness. What happened? Last question. According to Buddhism, what is the purpose of human life and what is the final goal of the soul? That's Buddhism 300. I can't do it in 5 minutes. The purpose of human life and what is the final goal of the soul? The way I look at it, as my final comment, what's the purpose of Buddhism? The purpose of Buddhism. Why do we have to study Buddhism? Why do we have to know the practice of Buddhism? We have to examine the purpose of Buddhism from 3 time perspectives. What kind of time dimensions we have? The present, the past, and the future, right? We're living in a time dimensions of 3 dimensions. The past, the present, and the future. How does it benefit me for the present moment if I learn Buddhism? It helps me to resolve emotional problems. It helps me to lead a happier life. It helps me to improve my relationship with my family members, with society, with the place where I work. It helps me to build my confidence. It helps me to understand life better. That's the present perspective. And how about the past? The past is historical. Buddhism has taught me to let go of the agony of the past, to let go of the merriment of the past, and live at the present moment. There are people who always brought the past agonies onto the present table and ponder on it and cry and laugh and become very emotional with something that's happened already. You can't change the past, can you? But how come you agonize on the past? You always brought back memories of inequalities, ponder on it and cry on it and hate it. You have to learn to let go of the past. And how about the future? Future hasn't come, you don't have to worry about it. Why do you want to worry about future? You worry about dying, you worry about family members dying, you have all kinds of worries. Buddhism will teach you how to stop worrying and start living. There's a book like that. Stop worrying and start living at the present moment. Don't agonize and bring back past memories and attach to them. Are this enough for you? It's enough. That's enough for me too. All right. So I said Don't get carried away. Don't get, you're at peace, don't get carried away. I remember one time he said, yeah, you have to come home. You come home with peace, and you're at peace. And sometimes you will say, yeah, come home, but when I come home, when I go home, what I would be doing is involved in my iPad. Look at my games, look at my phone number. That's not coming home. Coming home is to go inside your mind. Some people really don't understand what's coming home. He said that I can find peace at home, the physical home, so that I don't have to get involved with anything else. I got to come home. But come home is come home to your inner contemplation. Come home to your mind. Oh, one thing you have to watch out when you are eating in the temple. When you're eating, you don't lean. You don't lean on a table like that and sit like that. You don't lean both hands onto the table. You have to sit like that. You don't lean against, perhaps seen people leaning against the table and eating like that. Yes?
I have a question. Suffering arises from five.
The five skandhas are also called the five aggregates. What do you mean by aggregates? Conglomeration. Five heaps of things. The five aggregates. So how do we try to understand the five aggregates? We have to start from asking a question. I. Who am I? There's I. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where would I go after I die? Why do I have to go through what I have gone through now? I mean, I have a lot of destinies, and I have a lot of sufferings, I have happiness, and why do I have to go through all these? I is made up of two components. I am make up two components, the body and the mind. The body and the mind make up of me. I cannot go without a body. I cannot live without a mind. I cannot live without a body. So the mind and the body has to come together. So it's mind, body plus mind, or mind plus body. And then, I is made up of body and mind. But then what is this body? You have to go deeper and deeper to investigate why. What is this body? This body is a whole bunch of molecules. There's a whole bunch of body cells. This body concerns something physical, material, materiality. This body is materiality. This body is made up of what? The liver, the lung, the heart, the skin, the hair, the bones, the liquid inside. Everything in me, physically, materially, make up of body cells. That's the physical part. The body is the physical part. But other than the physical part, there's also a spiritual part, a metaphysical part, a non-physical part. That's the spiritual part of me. The spiritual part of me is what concerns the mind, how I think, my thinking, my cognition, my consciousness. My consciousness is not physical, you know. My consciousness could be expressed physically, but my consciousness is not physical. So I'm a combination of materiality and consciousness, or it's physical and spiritual. So then I also ask the question, can you get me more details of this body and mind? The Buddha analyzed this body and mind into five skandhas. The five skandhas, the five aggregates. The material part of it, you well understand. Your body contains all a lot of organs and all that and all that. But the spiritual part is something that you really have to think about it to understand. What is perception? For perception pertains to the first five senses. Your eyes, your ears, your nose, the taste, the tongue, your body, the five senses. And volition concerns the sixth sense and the seventh sense. Cognition concerns a combination of the sixth consciousness, the seventh consciousness, and finally the storage consciousness, which is the alaya consciousness. So, you asked me the question originally, what are the five skandhas? The five skandhas is what constitute me. And then a lot of questions could come up afterwards about these 5 skandhas. What are these 5 skandhas? How do these 5 skandhas get formed? Why are there a formation of 5 skandhas? If I suffer from mental afflictions, sufferings, if I have cravings and attachment, if I have all these worries and troubles, how do the 5 skandhas analyze me? How do I clean up my 5 skandhas? All these 5 skandhas have interactions. When these interactions come and you crave, you attach, mental afflictions and sufferings would come. When you have mental afflictions, these 5 skandhas will perform a lot of karmic energy. These 5 skandhas in me, these 5 skandhas can kill, can lie, can commit sexual misconduct, can do all sorts of karmic volitional actions. So the whole 5 skandhas would interact together to produce a lot of karmic energy. This karmic energy, some of them are wholesome, some unwholesome, some neutral. That's the karmic energy would roll into samsara, life and death reincarnation. I reincarnated with this karmic energy, and this karmic energy is from the performances and the volition performances of the 5 skandhas. So I really have to go back if I want to analyze how can I stop life and death, how can I stop suffering, how can I stop mental afflictions. I have to go back to how I was formed. It's like a dependent origination. So you have to, I can only give you a very brief answer, because if you want to understand the 5 skandhas, you really have to go very deep into consciousness, and that's at least 3 semesters, at least 3 or 4 courses, in order to you can understand how it works. Okay, but suffice it to say, the 5 skandhas is you. It's what make up you, what make up me. In the interaction of it produces a lot of sufferings and mental afflictions, produces a lot of jealousy, hatred, grief, depression. A lot of this is from the 5 skandhas. And all this interaction produces suffering. The 5 skandhas produce suffering. And this 5 skandhas, when this 5 present existence of 5 skandhas died out, it rolled with the karmic energy into the next life, and we call that reincarnation. That's a very brief answer to the question that you have just raised, the 5 skandhas. Buddhism is like a cocoon of philosophies in there. You have to take every thread out and try to examine under a microscope what is it talking about, and then you know more about Buddhist teaching. It's not just superficially. But that's a good question. You should have written that question on a piece of paper.
Well, someone who doesn't believe, for instance, in any form of higher level than what they're at now.
If you believe in something, and then if some new ideas or some analysis come to their mind that they question what they believe, that's normal. I mean, when I believe in a religion, because when I believe in a religion, I may not have complete loyalty to it. There's something that I may not understand. I just believe in it because I think that it's going to work for me, this religion I believe in. But then as you go deeper and deeper, as you're more experienced in life, as you have more and more analysis and investigation about life, you may change your religion. You may change your religion, you may get deeper and deeper, or maybe you may get deeper and deeper in your own religion. The Buddhist religion never discriminate any other religion, because the Buddha said that everybody would become a Buddha. You have that nature to become a Buddha. So that you have that nature to become a Buddha, if you don't believe in Buddhism, finally, Buddhism is just a term. You don't have necessarily to be labeled or stigmatized as a Buddhist to believe in the Buddhist teaching. If you don't use that word Buddhist and your understanding is the same as what the Buddhist teaching is talking about, you are not a Buddhist, but you are striving towards enlightenment. So don't just be misled or just don't follow the name. The words don't mean anything. It's the thinking that's involved, not the names. So you could call yourself, I don't want to call myself to be any person. but this is something that I believe in. I believe in there must be a consciousness that's responsible for this reincarnation. When I die, what happened to me? If I don't have a religion, I think, when I die, would I just disappear altogether in full from this world and never, I won't be here anymore? Where would I go when I died? And then you start to question, how do I initially come to this world? Do I came from nowhere? So if I keep on thinking about that, if I know that there must be a reason for everything, and it's true that everything exists with a reason, with conditions, then the fact that I exist now, there must be some conditions, preconditions, that have paved the way for my existence. So I don't exist for no reason. What I encounter now, say if I was born in a broken family, there must be a reason why I was born in there. If I was born in a wealthy, rich, happy family, there must be a reason being born in there. So when you think about that, then these reasons are called conditions. When the conditions are there, when the causes are there, there must be effect. There's nothing like there's an effect without a cause. The effect of you coming in here and sitting in here and listening to me, there must be some preconditions and conditions and causes that would have brought you to here. You won't come out of nowhere. There must be conditions, causes, preconditions that are mature for your presence to be here. So if you use that logic to think about it, then what I believe in, there must be reason. Then if I'm not loyal to what I believe and I change my mind, there must be reason. So there's a lot of explanation to what you're talking about, and your question is like a general relationship. Don't stigmatize religion by name. Sometimes I like to throw away that word Buddhism. Because if you're blind, you're stigmatized to names, you tend to be very pragmatic. And some people, even after they study Buddhism for 20 years, they say, our religion is the best because it contains the best philosophy, it's better than anything, and all these other religions are only learning from us. I mean, that's already not right, because you're making distinctions, you're discriminating. So a true Buddhist would not discriminate. Siddhartha Pundarika, Miaohua Lianhua Jing. In that sutra, there was a chapter saying that there was a Bodhisattva who always bowed to everybody he encountered. He said, you have that Buddha nature. Even though you're not a Buddha, I respect you and treated you as a Buddha because you have that Buddha nature. 常不轻菩萨，常常不轻慢人的。因为每一个人都可以成佛，每一个人都是菩萨，每个人他都拜的。You can be a future Buddha, so I dare not underestimate you. You will be a future Buddha. It does not matter what you believe in. You will be a future Buddha because you have that nature to be enlightened. I don't know if I answer you well. As a matter of fact, honestly speaking, it's a general question that requires in-depth answer. Yeah?
Is it possible to awaken in this lifetime?
Is it possible to awaken in a lifetime?
Yeah.
It depends on your level or degree of awakening. Awakening could be in series. Sometimes this is an unawakening level. This is confused level, and that's the awakening level. You go through series of awakening. It depends on where you are. A complete, fully enlightened awakening would be at the level where the Buddha is. In this lifetime, it's extremely difficult because given the time that you have in your practice and given the karmic energy that you have to go through, you may not have that opportunity to practice. So it's very, very difficult to get enlightened in one's lifetime. But you may get to different levels of enlightenment. But if you look at the Arahat level, there are three levels. The first level is Sotapanna level, 出果. Second level is Sakridagarman, 二果, Siddhahan果. The third level is Anagarmin level, which is the third level. The fourth is the Arahat level. If in this lifetime you practice every day, you're really conscientious in your practice, in your meditation, in your practice. Remember, practice is not just meditation. It's observation of the Vinaya, it's Samadhi and Vipassana, going the three courses. Assuming that you really practice well in your lifetime, you practice well, full-time practice. You are a monk, for example. You practice and practice. In this lifetime, you could have achieved the awakening of Sotapanna. And what does that mean? The first level of awakening, Sotapanna. Sotapanna, that means you have already eliminated a major portion of the ego, the I. The I, the identity, the ego, you have eliminated a major portion of it. You become a Sotapanna. That means you still have to reincarnate. You are not getting out from samsara. Reincarnate 7 times to come back to this world, the world with desire. And then you continue to practice. You would never go down to hell, animal, or ghost realm, because you are at that level where your karmic energy will not pull you to the 3 vicious realms in your future reincarnation. You just will reincarnate as a human, or you become a monk for the next 7 lives. And then you practice 7 times coming back for reincarnation. And then you become an arahat. Non-retrogressively, but you still have to come back again for 7 times. And who knows, maybe you have already come for the 6th time. This is your 7th time. And in this 7th time, for example, when you are 21 years old, 23 years old, you become a monk. And you really concentrate the study. This could be your last time. And then after this time, you become the arahat. Then that means you are fully enlightened at the arahat level. You would never roll into samsara or reincarnation again. No more suffering for you. You are nirvana. You are at nirvana. You are at nirvana level. But maybe you are the 6th. I don't know. If you ask me, would I have the opportunity of awakening this lifetime? Then only the enlightened arahat will tell you. I can see, for example, if I'm the arahat, this is your last lifetime. You can become a monk and you will be an arahat when you passed away from this world. That's a Sotapanna level. If you're at the 2nd level, which is the Sakridagarmin level, you only come back to this life 1 time. So in other words, you have practiced that you have eliminated most portion of your ego. And then you only come back 1 time, not 7 times anymore. This could be your last time. Then you became a monk and you really practiced full time, and boom, after this 1 lifetime, no more 6 times coming back, and you become the arahat. Now if you're at the next level, the 3rd level up, which is the anagarmin, you're not coming back to this world of desire. You are in the world of form, in higher level heaven in there. Because why? Because the more ego you have eliminated, the more you'll be away from desires. Why do we have to come back to this world? Because you still have that man and woman desire that binds you in this world. So that's the reason why a monk has to be celibate. If you are tied up with husband and wife, you can never get out from samsara. Because this is a world for husband and wife. This is just a world for husband and wife. So if you get married, you have a woman or a man, and you have children, you all get bound, your family, you can never get enlightened this lifetime. Unless you're really a Sotapanna who make the wish that you will come back as a married man. But you still won't involve with the relationship. There are people like that. A lot more to say. I mean, I can't stop. There's so much more information to tell you about it. So do you understand my question? Yes. All right. So any other question? No more questions? So you want to become a monk or a nun? I don't think you will raise your hand. Yeah. All right. Okay. That's it. Okay, I have a few questions in here. They are in English. There's no Chinese question. The first question is, may I ask, we know that the Honored One, the Buddha, got enlightenment, passed away, and I've read that, if I'm not wrong, the next Buddha, Milapusa, will be coming. Is there any relation? And do they know each other? Do they know each other already? They could have known each other already. I don't know. But the next Buddha will be Maitreya Buddha coming to this world. Our historical Buddha. You know, in human civilization, we did actually have a Buddha, a historical Buddha, written in history that we have a Buddha, 2,600 years ago, recognized by history, that exists. And once he passed away, he made a prediction that the next Buddha may be the Maitreya Buddha, which is the laughing Buddha. That's the prediction that he made. Whether they know each other or not, I don't know. You ask them. I don't know. Do they know each other? Probably they do. So that's the question. Do they know each other? Well, do they know each other already? Maybe, yeah, probably. If a Buddha has a supernatural power, have the power to predict, then they know each other already. Next, humans are social animals and meant to live with each other. Babies need their parents to love, care for them, guide them, and nurture them. The family unit is important. Humankind needs families to propagate. Why does Buddhism promote isolation and solitude? Who said that Buddhism promotes isolation and solitude? Let's break these questions into a few sections to talk about. Yes, babies need parents to love and care for them. Our norm is the norm of morality that parents should care for the babies, they should have a responsibility. They should guide them and nurture them. Family members should harmonize with each other and live warmly, with tender loving care, with responsibility. Yeah, that's the norm. But from the perspective of morality, that's the norm of what we're looking at. We want that way. We want a family to be warm, everybody's care-loving, it works out. But the fact is, it may not work out that way. And in many cases, it's just the opposite. Many broken families. It's just like when a young man and a young woman wants to get married, then they're going to take an oath that they want to get married. And I know that judge when I was at U of T, we have a fellow student, a professor who became a judge for marriages. And sometimes we jokingly we talk about it, and they say 50% of them wind up in divorces. So when they get married, they want to get a good family. They want to unite. They take an oath that they will care for each other. But the fact is, proven by statistics, that only 50% of them, or sometimes maybe less, and 50% of them wind up in broken marriages. They wind up in divorces. What you want is one thing. What it actually turned out to be is another thing. You want that norm. You want morally to work towards that harmony. But whether that you can reach that harmony is a fact of life. And the Buddhist teaching tells us that sometimes you are looking for that harmony, but you may not have it. And there's reasons for not having that harmony. Buddhism wants you to reach that harmony of morality, tender loving care, mercifulness, compassion, and all that. But sometimes it turns out that it may not be that case. Why? Then the Buddha said, there are many reasons for something not to work out. For example, relationship between husband and wife, between the dad and the children, they relate not only to this life, they could be because of previous life karma. So if for example, there's a family of a few children, the dad may particularly love the daughter and not the son. Or the son may think that that dad loves, Jeanette more than himself. Why? Because they have different unfinished businesses in previous life that they have to deal with. So the Buddha never said that we live in solitude and get away from family, get away from responsibility. Actually, the Buddha's teaching is to promote harmony within the family. But if disharmony happen, you have to know how to deal with them. If you're always thinking about harmony, when harmony doesn't come, you become grief-stricken. You become really sad. You become, because of certain events, you want to commit suicide. You sink into depression. You must prepare yourself if there's disharmony. That's what the Buddhist teaching is all about. Tell you how to react in the right way to disharmony. Because let's be factual, it may not work out. You try your best to work it out, but it may not work out. What happened if it may not work out? You're not going to revenge. You're going to use violence. You have to know how to handle it. So that's in the Buddhist teaching. The Buddha never walk away, leave the problems behind and go into solitude. No. We want to harmonize. What is meditation? Meditation is the harmony between the body and the mind, individually. When your body and mind get harmonized, what happened? There's harmony in the family. If every member of the family harmonize his or her body and mind, the whole family will harmonize. It's because of some individuals, some members of the family don't work out, that affect the whole family. That's the rotten egg in the basket of eggs, the rotten apple. And we have to do something about it. We have to learn how to forgive, how to tolerate, how to endure, how to educate. Not thinking that everything will be harmony, everything will work out. No, it may not work out. What happens if it doesn't work out? You must know how to handle it. Handle this disharmony. Work towards the harmony. So that is exactly what the Buddha is all about. Not leaving the family in isolation and solitude. Instead, compassion, forgiveness, harmony. Before you harmonize the family members, harmonize each individual first. In other words, if there's this harmony in the family, if you don't like your wife or you don't like the children, you want them to change for you, why don't you change yourself first? You've been yelling. You've been egoistic. You haven't worked out with the family chores, and you expect everybody to be better, to treat you better. You have to reform and improve yourself first. You harmonize yourself first before you require other people to harmonize everything for you. Do it within yourself first. Don't blame others. Change yourself. Some people ask the questions, how come my wife is like this? How come my children is like this? How come my dad is like this? There must be reasons. Find out the reasons and get the harmony, forgiveness, compassion, so that it all work out. So Buddhism never practiced isolation and solitude. No, you get it wrong. That's not Buddhism is all about. Anybody have any ideas on this question? You want to throw in some ideas of yours? In other words, don't raise your expectation on everybody. You know why people get disharmony in the family? There are a few reasons. The major reasons are, the first one, your expectation. You always expect others to meet your internal expectation. You see your neighbor's wife, and the other wife is always better than your own. You think that, how come his wife is working in that way? How come his wife is prettier? How come his wife is more gentle? You don't know their problems. Your expectation has been egoistic and set up too high for your wife. You don't set up an expectation for yourself. Change yourself because of expectation. Everybody expects people to perform. Everybody expects people to be, to give. You only want to receive. You don't want to give. You only want to receive. You want to receive compassion. You don't give it out. Expectation. Another reason why there's disharmony is because you live together. Why do you live together? A whole family is a unit. You live together. Because you live together, you're exposed to bad habits. You're not clean, or you are impulsive, compulsive. Everybody's personality are different. Why? Every thought is different. Every thought germinates actions and speech. When that action and speech is repeated all the time, it becomes a habit. Once it's become a habit, it's all hardened up in your personality. It becomes your destiny. You don't want to change it. So you're exposed to bad habits because you live together. It's just like when a young guy and a young woman, they wants to get married, they hide the defects. I remember I saw a TV commercial in Hong Kong. There were a young guy and a young woman. And they have dating, they were in courtship, they were happy, and they were ready to get married. And then at the dinner table, they really want to come to a serious chat. And the lady said, I want to tell you something. I have, what do you call it, invisible lens? What do you call that? Contact lenses. Actually, I wear thick glasses. Now I have contact lenses, so I don't look the same, Usually I wear those thick glasses because I have nearsightedness. And also, every time when I go dating with you, I put my 6-inch high heels. So he's a short lady with thick glasses. That's exactly what that man hates. So this is who I am. So she took down the contact lenses and put her thick glasses with black trims on it, and it looked different. And then the man said, I know, yeah, I know now, but do you know who I am? And he took away his wig. It's all Mediterranean Sea. It's all Mediterranean Sea, all bolted. And not the pretty, handsome hair that he's been wearing. So they don't expose their faults. That's exactly the problem. When you're living together, you can tolerate each other. Buddhism tells you to tolerate, to endure, to forgive, to find out the real truth before you get married. Plus, there's one more thing, there's past karma. You try to lower your expectation, you try to change all your bad habits, but still your wife treats you miserably. Why? You try everything in the world to please, but your wife still treats you miserably. Why? Because you treated her miserably in your previous life. She's coming back to get you. Do you believe that? She's coming back to get you. I guess I have enough answers for this question, unless you want to throw in some of yours. Next question. Can you tell us a little bit about your own spiritual journey that requires 3 hours? How did you become a monk that requires 1 hour? What is the most difficult thing for you on the path? To answer this question. It's not easy. To put it short, my spiritual journey, I just want to be outspoken and frank with you. In my life, I have played many roles in my life, not just the role of a monk. I've been a father. I've been a son, of course. I've been a father. I'm a single mother son. I've been a son. I've been a father, and I've been a grandfather. And I got married. I was an accountant. I was a real estate broker, and I was involved in the timber business. I was involved in the restaurant business. I was involved, I don't know, I played so many roles in my life. And finally I got fed up with it, and then I became a monk. And I started the Buddhist temple in 1980. At that time I was not a monk. And I started with a piece of agricultural land of half an acre. It's a dirt. There's nothing on it. Half an acre of land. And I think it's around here, half an acre. And with half an acre of land, I built it up. I didn't have any money, but I started to receive donations from everywhere by raising money. And since 1980 up to now, it's become a temple of 13 acres. And it's become a landmark of Richmond too. And spiritual journey, I've gone through a lot. I play many roles. I think the role that I'm playing right now is the best of all the roles that I've been playing. And life is short. Don't spend your life in just family enjoyment, looking for wealth, reputation, and fame. Life is about coming to an end for everybody. And if you do not practice the Buddhist teaching to get out from samsara, life and death, you subject yourself to reincarnation all the time. We got to get out from this life and death, because you'll always be in suffering if you're not out from life and death. And habitually, we have been attached to what we're doing now. We like money, we like fame, reputation. We're always struggling for money. We want happiness. We want partying. Some people are involved with women and men relationship. Some people with gambling, drug addictions, and they don't know that they were sufferings actually. We can't get away from sickness, aging, life, death. So we have to go beyond this. You have to go beyond life and death. Don't be satisfied with what you've got now. We are in suffering now. We have to get out from this prison. Do you know that we are living in prison? It's a prison that around us. We want to get out from this prison. It's just like when we are a frog in a well, and people upstairs says, jump out from the well. The frog doesn't know how big the sky is. The frog thinks that the sky is just that circle, the rim, the edge of the well. But actually there's broad freedom outside. We have to get out. We have to emancipate ourselves from reincarnations and mental afflictions. Get out from suffering. Eternally get out from suffering. Not just eternally get out of suffering for yourself, for all your folks. That's why the Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, the prince in India, he wanted to be free from suffering, not only for himself, for all his folks. He went about that spiritual journey, and he finally succeeded in getting the method for transformation of tainted consciousness into enlightenment. And they all have all these writings given to us. Are we going to study them? Are you going to study them to make sure that you're on the right path too? Imagine, what would you do in the rest of your life? Every morning you eat your breakfast, you go to work, you eat your sandwich, you pack your lunch, you go to dinner. You're doing that every day. You go on a cruise, partying, gambling, drinking. How much fun you have in that? Finally, you're dead. Aging, sickness, death. Are you satisfied with that kind of life? The Buddha was not satisfied. He wanted to say, I want to get out from this kind of living. I want to get away from life and death. I want to be in eternity. You can do the same thing. You can do it now. You don't have to wait for after death. You can do it now. If you have that chance, why do you still spend your time in what you're doing now? You're repeating the same thing every day. Plus, if you're lucky, you may have a good relationship. If you are not, you see all those words and all those relationships that wind up in what? Tragedies. And when we talk about death, I've heard about so many stories. Not only senior people die, teenagers die, adults die, babies died. Don't think about death is so remote from you. It could come up in any minute. So what are you going to do? Just spend your life in drinking and, going about making your money and not thinking about the spiritual path that you can take to get away from life and death, to get away from suffering. The Buddha introduced us a way to get away from sufferings and get to eternity of non-death. Are you going to take that path? We have to die anyway. 2 roads not taken. 2 roads waiting for you to take. Which road are you going to take? One is going into life and death for the rest of your life, for all your future life. The other is go to a spiritual journey where you transcend life and death. You can do it in this life, at this lifetime. Don't waste any more time. Don't waste any more time. Don't repeat the same mistakes all the time. Do something new. It's challenging. It's challenging to do something new while you're repeating what you're doing every day. Going to the spiritual journey. It's worth taking. Any more ideas on what I'm talking about? You want to throw in some opinion? Any challenges? No? Don't look at me like that. Just give them some challenges. Do you agree or disagree? You disagree? You agree? Okay. So are you going to take a spiritual journey? Are you going to take that spiritual journey? Huh? You don't know. You're not sure. Yeah. That's the problem. You're sure, on the other hand, you're not sure. So you still want that kind of life that you have that temporary, ephemeral, transient happiness, and you call it happiness. It could be a seed for more suffering. Next question. What is the result of enlightenment? Do you become a spirit, energy, or cease to exist? What is the result of enlightenment? The result of enlightenment, that is, you get away, you transcend life and death. Is it in the kind of spirit or in the energy or what? I don't know. But why do you always want it to call it a spirit, an energy? Why do you worry about cease to exist? Existence could be a suffering itself. Existence, material existence could be a suffering itself. The result of enlightenment, the result of enlightenment is you're away from reincarnation. No more life and death. I can go a lot deeper into this, but there's not enough time. But I've been talking for a long time, so this is last questions. You always think of enlightenment is coming to a stage, coming to a world, coming to something. When you attach to something, it's not enlightenment. When you worry about enlightenment coming to in existence, that's not enlightenment. Enlightenment is not a state. Enlightenment is not a place you go to. Enlightenment is not like another world. It's for the sake of calling it, it's called enlightenment. But it itself, that word does not mean that you have an object. You must possess an object. You must possess existence. It's not that. We can call it another state that transcends this one. I have a few questions in here. 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. And I will attempt to answer these questions. First, I read out a question to you. When I finish a prayer, an event immediately happens afterwards. That is, leaves fall on my head, or a piece of incense falls off and burns your hand. Does it burn my hand or your hand? I don't know. I didn't put any incense, and I presume it's burning your own hand. Is it a sign or an illusion? Thank you. You said it. It's an illusion. It's an illusion that happens in the mind. All illusions are false. All illusions are just illusions. More than such an illusion about incense falling off or leaves falling off, you have a lot of illusions in your mind. Illusions of greediness, illusions of ignorance, illusions of fear, all kinds of illusions. We have all kinds of illusions in our consciousness, not just this kind. So don't particularly add a mystery to the illusion about an incense falling off or leaves or all that. We have all illusions are not real. Don't attach to them. Okay, next question. Is there such thing as other world entities we cannot see without the opening of the third eye? If there's a third eye. Some people call it, just want to call it a third eye. Some people call it, I don't know, a heavenly eye. Some people call it the wisdom eye. So it does not matter that a third eye or fourth eye or fifth eye is just a word. So that means if you have somehow an insight, the question is there such thing as a worldly entities that we cannot see? Of course, there's so many things, not just the third eyes. If you define your third eye as a spiritual eye or whatever you want to define it, there's so many things we, with our human eyes, we cannot see. Not to mention the third eye. There's so many things there's so many sounds that our ears are not capable of listening to. There's so many things that our eyes are not capable of catching even a glimpse of. There's so many things with our limited sensory organs, there's so many things we cannot see. As a matter of fact, our sensory organs are inferior to those of some other animals, which I always quote an example. A dog can listen to an ambulance 1 mile, 2 miles away. We cannot. Sometimes a dog barks in here, or some dog can imitate the sound of a siren. Ooh, a dog producing that kind of sound, then you know an ambulance is going to go by in the next minute. But they already have heard that sound. So the dog's ears are better than our ears. The dog's smell, the nose, are better than our nose. A whale can listen to his partners miles away in the ocean. An eagle can see a grain of rice, a grain from the sky. miles away from the sky, he can see a rat in there. So he can actually pounce and get the prey on the rat. So sometimes you are amazed how can eagles catch something as small as a rat, because they have very acute eyes. So our senses are very limited, So there are many things that we cannot see even with our own eyes in here. Can you see ghosts? Some people can, some people cannot. So don't attach mystery to the Buddhist teaching. Mystery exists all the time, everywhere, all the time. Why don't we learn enlightenment? How to enlighten yourself, how to get to wisdom. Don't attach to mysteries like ghosts, spirits, third eye, I don't know, something invisible. Don't attach to that. People, I know that I've been a monk for quite a while. I know that people like to talk about those things. Talk about things that he can see. He said he can see something in the sky that you cannot see. They always imagine things, and maybe it's something that they actually see, but so what? The fact that you can see other worldly entities does not mean that you don't have to die. That you don't have to age. You won't get sick. People always want to look at something mystical. They won't spend, some people do not actually spend their time in actually meditating and getting to know the wisdom. They spend all their time in what? Finding about spirits, ghosts, ghostbusters. They like to spend the time in that kind of thing. Not necessary. Next question. Could you please advise if there are any plans in 2017 or early 2018 to hold a meditation or temporary ordination retreat in English? We have already held a retreat. I think it's a 3-day retreat, a long weekend retreat in English. And that's the reason why we want to warm up. We want to slowly get to a 7-day retreat. It's good to have a temporary ordination in English, so that English-speaking Buddhists or non-Buddhists can join. But that takes time to do. We will have to slowly build it up. And then sometimes I think about the urgency of a temporary ordination. People living in this temporal world, they have different attitudes. To some people, they just come here for for Saturday meditation, and that's it. It's like going to church. They come here on a Saturday meditation, and then after Saturday meditation, they go for tennis playing, for golfing, for running, for jogging, for party, and all that. They treat this as a program in their weekend activities. And sometimes they don't come, and sometimes they come, most of the time they come. They don't find an urgency in enlightenment. I live every day, and I live from a breakfast to a dinner, and then I work again, and they don't find an urgency in getting out of samsara, in getting out of life and death. If they found an urgency, they would have become a monk or a nun already. They don't find it. They just want a Saturday afternoon. To some people, it's just like a decoration it's just an ornament to adorn on the pleasure of a Saturday leisure. That's what they want. They don't have an urgency in life and death. And when things come up, okay, then chant, pray, a lot of praise, a lot of chanting, going about to see which monk can help me. I'm sick. All of a sudden they get scared. Don't wait till the last day. Don't wait till you have problems. Then you ask for a dedication of prayers and all that. Don't wait for the last day, because if you want the effect to come, you have to build it up. You have to, if you want a mantra to work, it's not just chanting a short mantra, and then everything will be coming effectively. But in some cases it would. But what I'm saying is just to make it clear for you, always prepare for the storm. Prepare for the bad weather. Don't wait until you're thirsty to dig the well. I'm thirsty and I start to dig this well so that I can get water. Too late. You'll be so thirsty that you're dying. You have to build it up. And there's an urgency in life. I have seen members who come for meditation, and some people die in accident, and some people get sick. And don't wait till you have problems. This world is short. Life is short. Life is a transient hotel. Life is, you're a transient passenger, everybody is a transient passenger in the journey of life. And in your transience, you don't know when your body is going to be due. It could be due any time. Don't wait. Do something about your life and death. Otherwise, when you finish this life, you're getting the next round of reincarnation. Will you be as happy as this one? Quote unquote, that your definition of happiness. You're not sure. And how do you end up in your death? You're not sure. What's the future is going to be in store for you? You're not sure. Work at it. I'm glad you asked this question. You want an ordination, a temporary ordination. That's good, But we try to work at it if there's an urgency. But I don't find an urgency right now in here, except for a few people. Because when I tell people to start to register, I don't get a welcoming. I don't get a warm response. I only have a few guys. So what can we do? And always build up in urgency for it. Life is very short, and death could be any time. Sickness could be any time. When you finish this life, where are you going to go? You don't want the reincarnation again. You want to get out from reincarnation. In order to achieve that purpose of not getting into life and death, you have to work at it. Not just talking about it. Not just coming for a Saturday afternoon and you think that you already have fulfilled that meditation, that looking for a spiritual journey. Is not enough. It's just a preliminary course. But this good question is asked, and we'll try to arrange ordination, or if you like, we can try a permanent ordination for you. But nobody show up for permanent ordination. They got scared. Yeah. So there are people who actually work at their enlightenment. You can get that information from the internet, from Google, from YouTube. There are quite a few people too who really take really serious concern about where they're going after life, about getting out from life and death. And I try to get that from internet. All right, so next question. Reverend Guan Cheng and Hong Chi for dedicating prayers for the success of the eye surgery of Lin Cho. Yeah, you're welcome, but family members must continue to chant for Lin. Chant the Buddha of medicine. Om Bai Sa Jue, Bai Sa Jue, Bai Sa Jue, Samagati Swaha. Chant this. How many times? 1,000 times? As many times as possible. Whenever you're chanting, it's a sound therapy. That sound therapy produces effect. That sound therapy is a happening of a frequency. It's a creation of an energy. But an energy, when a creation of vibration energy is created, and that energy is worked with prayer, is worked with a wish, is worked with compassion, it will transmit. It will be effective. Because the purpose, the intention of that energy is for the good, is for recovery. So it would work out. But you have to increase the frequency in such a point that it's transmittable. Your frequency is too weak. If your battery is not good in your cell phone, you can never get to anywhere you want. It's just like a frequency. It's just like a universal frequency station. You got to have your connection through. Your battery is weak. Your frequency is not enough. 100 years ago, nobody would imagine that a cell phone can reach thousands and thousands of miles, and the human voice can be transmitted through the air of thousands and thousands of miles. It was unimaginable. But now it happened. You know, the vibration is sound therapy. Sound therapy creates energy, and that energy will work out. But you have to... What's the criteria for making a prayer come true? A very important concept. What's the criteria for making a prayer successful? The first one is you got to have an intention. Your intention is to render compassion to the patient. Your intention is to, this is your intention. You got to have intention. Second, it has to have repetition. For something to work out, you have to repeat it all the time. Repetition will increase the strength of the prayer. The energy, the direction of the energy depends on the intention. The intention would direct your energy to where it should go. But the strength of the prayer is on repetition. Repeat until it's successful. Those are the two very important criteria for it to come true. Energy it never disappeared. It transforms only. It never disappeared. Energy never disappeared, but it transformed. It could transform into a prayer, and that prayer transform out for recovery. All right, that's next question. No, I already have to answer the 4 questions. Did you have a question? Did you raise your hand yet? Well, you can. It's good to produce the sound. Produce the sound is very important. Some people say that the transmission is a mind-to-mind mental transmission, but the sound itself regurgitate into your ears, and then it further reinforces your intention. So it's on a strengthening effect. So it's better that you can listen to it, you can hear it, and also when you produce the sound, it's a vibration. When you produce sound has vibration, a thought has vibration. The thought is a subtle kind of vibration. The sound is a coarse kind of vibration. But the coarse kind of vibration will work at the subtlety of it. You know what I mean? So if you sound it out, it increases the subtlety of the sound. So it's all interactive. And it's good to produce the sound. It's good to produce the vibration. It's a kind of sound therapy. It can transmit millions of miles just like a frequency can. Yeah. And chanting is a sound therapy. Sitting meditation is a consciousness therapy. It's a mind therapy. Don't treat it like superstitiously, like a god, like a Buddha will look at you. It's science. If you want the term science as something that you believe in, it's a sound therapy on the chanting, and it's a consciousness therapy on the sitting meditation, on the silent meditation. So on every sitting of meditation, you are actually what? Strengthening your consciousness. Don't ignore it. Some people say, I want to go for golfing. I can golf for the whole day. I can golf for 5 hours, 6 hours. It's fun. But can you meditate for 5 hours? You can golf for 5 hours, but you can only meditate for half an hour because you think that meditation is not as effective as golfing. Or you can exercise for 1 day, but you won't do half an hour meditation. I don't know what kind of effect it will produce if you think that way. Probably because golfing, you can eat, you can talk, and you can drink, and it's fun because you can satisfy your senses more. You can see what's going on, and your eyes want to roam all over the place. Your tongue like to taste the flesh and blood of animals and drink beers and alcohol, and I don't know because you like to exploit your senses as far as possible to get the pleasure of doing it in golfing, and all your senses gear inwards for the happiness inside, and that's difficult to grasp at. So you have to sound it out in your prayer, in your prayer, okay? So you have to say Om Vaisajya 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 Samagati Swaha. You have that piece of paper? Yeah, okay. So do it as many times as possible. Yeah, until it becomes effective. Yeah. Any more question? No more question? And also talking about ordination, maybe there's one more point I would like to work out to talk about it. When people do ordination in here, whether it's a 3 days retreat or 7 days ordination, or for someone who wants to come to a temple for a short duration, a temple is based on people helping everywhere. And when anybody will come to the temple, don't treat the temple as a hotel. That you come to sleep in the evening, and then you go away to different places to visit. I go to temple A, then temple B, temple C, temple D, and then at night I come to temple D, temple E for sleep. A temple is a place where you do meditation, where you are doing an enlightenment. And for all those who visit the temple, especially those who want to stay for a long time, usually we tell him or her, if you want to be a monk or a nun, you have to stay in the temple at least for 6 months. And during those 6 months, we have to observe you, and you have to observe us. And in the observation, we want to make sure that you can get along with people. Some people are more or less egoistic. They just want everybody to give him the comfort. He wants a nice room. To some people, if they want to live in the temple, the first day when they come, they want to get the best room in the temple. Where's the best room? Where's the room with the window? Where's the room closest to the closet? They always get the one of the best, and then they're not giving. So in the first 6 months, you know how we train novice monks and nuns? They have to go out to the field to labor, plow the soil, cut the roots, fertilizing. We want to see how he can be subject to endurances and tolerance level. Not many people can do that. They thought that becoming a monk or a nun, like what we're doing in here, we're enjoying comfort. You think that we're enjoying comfort? In every day we have to work. We have to do labor work. We have a lot of work to do. So everybody has an ego. You come with that ego. You have to what? You have to slowly scrub off your ego. And how do you scrub off your ego? You can't get along with people. When people tell you that, hey, you're living in that room, but you're not doing a cleanup. Look, your washroom is dirty, and you didn't replace the toilet paper, and your toilet seat is all dirty, and if we're sharing the toilet seat for you, it's terrible. You can't stand it. If we say, hey, you've been late in your lunch, and we can't, we can't, have you late all the time, then you don't like it. There's a lot of behavior manifestation. And living in a temple for the first 6 months, you have to eliminate all these bad habits that you have been accumulating. And that is what? Extremely difficult. We find that people live for 5 days, they're gone. Because they think, this is not the place for me. I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to be subject to regulations, all that and all that. They're gone in 5 days. Some people gone for 2 days, and some people 1 month they're gone. So you have to subject yourself to patience, tolerance, hard work, and a change of your old, obstinate, egoistic behavior, which everybody has. And that's extremely difficult. So talking about temporary ordination, change your personality first before you come for ordination or long ordination. You have to watch out on that. Even after a person becomes a monk or a nun, there's a lot more to learn. Learning how to interact with people, how to scrub off your ego. When I'm living all alone, I want to do everything. When I have dirty clothes, I just throw it on the floor and then I pick it up later. I can put dirty clothes on the floor for 5 days and then I pick it up later. And I can, you know, a lot of habits that you have accumulated that your mom and dad probably did not have time to tell you to do all that. And then you've been subject yourself. Maybe you left home when you were 18 and then you build up this bad habits. Some people, they don't sleep at 10 o'clock in here. When they hit the gong, they will stay until midnight, 1 o'clock, and then the next morning when they get up to do the morning prayers, you know, they try to open up the eyelids, and then they drink a lot of coffee, and then try to sustain that morning, and then they can't live the temple's routines. And so, talking about ordination, always think about that. You have to keep a low profile to endure all this hardship first. If you can do that, it's really practice Buddhism for you. You have been refined. You have your identity, your real ego has been scrubbed off to such a point that you're all compassionate, you're all giving, you're all tolerable, you're endurable. It's difficult. I don't know if you know what I mean. Get the ego off. Somebody say you are no good, you don't like it. You may even answer back. You say, wow, why do I have to subject myself to these irregularities? I'm coming here for, living in a temple and find out if this is good for me. If the food is good for me, if my accommodation is good for me, if everything suits my taste, no way. You really have to, you and I, scrub your ego off. And that's part of enlightenment. For those who haven't listened to anybody talking on Buddhism, now you know. Buddhism is not just on faith. It's on rationality, on logic, on the study of your own mind, on knowing universe, knowing the relationship among individuals, knowing why you are here, where you are from, explaining your whole life. So it's extremely important that one should take on this spiritual understanding, get to know what Buddha was talking about. If you're just busy with your daily business in preparing your food, going for a job, studying, and getting married, and then getting married and have a few kids, and then put all your energy in the kids, and then you have 1 kid, and then 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids, and at the age of 19, the kids went to university, and some went to America, and then they got married, and they never come back home again. You started with 1 person, you have your wife, it's 2 persons, you have your kids, 5 people, And then you wind up finally at the age of 95, just yourself at nursing home. Is that what you want? Is that what life is all about after all? It's just putting food in this traveling bag of existence that you have, put the food in there, and then every day you're doing the same thing, and is that life? And that is what is more enticing. Life is not just ice cream every day. Life's getting to be very spicy sometimes. You can't stand it. Only ice cream for those who have built up all the prerequisites for having an ice cream. How about those who are homeless? How about those who are handicapped? How about those who don't want to live all of hardship of life? I mean, have you ever thought about that? Or you just come to a temple for a lunch, or you just come to the temple because there's your certain forefathers passed away, and you come and do a ceremony, and you think that Buddhism is just gong and king and clang and singing and chanting, and then you're bowing and worshiping, and then you're gone next day? If that's Buddhism, how can Buddhism stand for 2,600 years and have so much influence on human civilization? How long can you live? These days, people say if you live up to 70 years, you're already very lucky. But now people live up to 100 years. But even 100 years, how long is 100 years when it compared to the spans of time of the universe? It's just a fraction of a second. Remember, you started as a kid, and now you're an adult, now you have a family. Now you get bound by the family. Hopefully the family is running well. I have seen family with handicapped kids who have to look after the kids for their whole life. So you got to be very careful with your life. Spend your life in what the Buddha told us. Go into the spirituality, that you can elevate yourself out of samsara. Not only for yourself, for all sentient beings. Why did the Buddha abandon his right to succeed as a king and enjoy all the luxuries? He became an ascetic. He was Prince Siddhartha Gautama. He was ready to succeed as a king and enjoy all the luxuries of life. Why did he give it up? Because he knew that he must get away from life and death. Not only for him, for all his people. He wanted to find a method to get away from samsara, life and death. There will be eternity, get into eternity, no more life and death. You and I, we're subject to life and death. Not only life and death, the hardship of life. Aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering. Have you experienced any death as suffering? Not yet. Have you experienced all the experience that you get when your relative passed away? Or when your mom get a divorce? When your dad get a divorce? Or when your brother is a handicap, who will never be as clever as you? When you're 30, is only at the age of, he only have a wisdom of, have an intelligence level of only 12, and he highly influenced you because you thought that the world is unequal. Think about all these things in life and try to understand it through the Buddhist teaching. You'll find a lot of wisdom in it. And maybe you find a lot of explanations that you can't get anywhere. Maybe that solves the riddles of your suspicion. Maybe that will unwind all those intertwined mental afflictions like jealousy, hatred, anger, greediness that have been intertwined in you, that bound you like a cocoon. You like a caterpillar? What does a caterpillar do? A caterpillar is throwing out all this thread to bound himself up. He's living in a cocoon. And he thought that cocoon is his wonderful world. Remember, we are born in the world in the karma world, a world of desires. How many desires that we have, basically? 财, 舍, 名, 食, 睡. We have desire for greediness, for wealth, reputation, sex. We have sleep. You know, when you go into a higher level, they don't have that anymore. In the second layer of the karma, the rupa dhatu, they don't have the attachment to sexuality anymore. They are pure from that. No more relationship exists in there. They live to millions of years and they don't have that impurity. The higher you are, you're almost out from samsara. Anyway, I have these questions to answer, so I'm not going to linger on. First question, I believe that Buddha could help the drug addicted and homeless people in Vancouver at a moment. A continuation of drugs is a solution. What do you mean by continuation of drugs? Do you mean to give them the drugs, to keep them happy? I don't know. Is it a solution? Have you been asked for input in this serious situation? Do you mean that there are drug addicts outside that should be treated, or that should... The problem of life is not just in addiction and obsession of drugs. So much suffering, in spite of the fact that sometimes we have happiness. But happiness is short term. Life is short. So many problems of life, and we don't want to stay away from the problems. We want to examine this problem. We're like solving a Harvard business case. You want to understand life and live life with wisdom, you have to understand the problems, find ways to solve the problems. But you have to understand the problems first. After you identify the problems, I remember when I was given a case, a very complicated case. Life is more complicated than any Harvard business case. They were given a case to study, and they asked you, resolve the problem. What do? First of all, you have to what? Identify the problem. You don't even know the problem. Some people don't even know life is suffering. They don't even know about this thing. Life is happiness. As long as I'm a billionaire, I'm happy. But when he becomes a billionaire, he's unhappy. So life, what is life? So you have to find out the problems, identify the problems, and then you have to find methods to solve the problem. And then you proceed to solve the problem. Some people find a lot of solutions from websites. They have a lot of information, but they never walk the board. They never walk it. They have shelves and shelves of books, and they think that if they know those books, they are Buddha. If that's the case, UBC librarian is already a Buddha. He's been surrounded by books. Reading itself, you have to practice it. So identify the problem, get methods to solve the problem, actually solve the problem by taking actions, and the problem is solved. All right. I can't answer this question, it's so broad. Next question. Do you think our present-day information world would evolve into a knowledge-based world? It is already a knowledge-based world. But what kind of knowledge, though? What do you get from worldwide information? You see, worldwide information makes our distance narrower and narrower because we can get a lot of information. We don't even have to go to the library. We get it from a computer. So worldwide information narrow the distance among us. Technology narrow the distance among us. Cell phones, all this narrow the distance among us. But family relationships seem to be remote, and remote. They don't get to see each other. You think technology bring us, you think narrow the distance? It widens the distance. The medical advancement has given us good health, but then there's a lot of disease, incurable disease coming up, or already existing. So you think technology can help? Just a knowledge base can help? Some people want to know Buddhism they've been pursuing for 20 years. They have on the shelves all kinds of videos, all kinds of books, but they are still egoistic, selfish, greedy, jealousy. They're not practicing it. They just get the information and shelve it, or store it in their computer. They have a computer base that's so wide. They can even set up their own database. but they only have the knowledge. They don't practice it. So what's the point? So it's a knowledge based world, but do you practice it? And also, what kind of knowledge you're getting every day? Good knowledge or biased knowledge? When you get onto YouTube, what do you see? Are you always seeing decent, objective knowledge? You know what you see. You know what you're obsessed with. You know, not all information, not all knowledge is good. You have to know how to make a decisive, you have to be strong in what you're seeing too. Some people get obsessed in information. Some people get obsessed in game. Obsessed in, you know what I mean. They're obsessed in any kind of thing through the knowledge base. Previously, some knowledge is restricted. Now it's not no more. They can access any kind of information, and information that would be so harmful too. You know how the world is going to turn into? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. Sometimes I get puzzled myself. Next question. There are so many profound sutras and literatures about the Buddhist teaching. Sometimes it can be quite overwhelming and intimidating for a novice practitioner. How can we approach this vast body of knowledge in a more accessible way? I think first of all you have to restrict the vastness of the knowledge that you want to obtain. If you know that you've been introduced to a decent, right book in meditation, stick to it and practice it. Don't refer to a few pages in one book, get into 10 pages in another book, 2 pages in here, 5 pages in here. You're not doing anything. You're just trying to get, you know, some people are professional students. I have friends who are professional students. I study with them at university, first degree, second degree. And then when I went out to work, they go into a third degree, they go into a PhD, a postdoc, and at the age of 65, they're still studying. He's a professional learner, but he never practiced it. He's the same egoistic person as before. No change. He's just an information getter. So why do you want so much information? You have to judge what is the good information, the information that you want. Nowadays, there's so much information that you really have to have the right decision as to which one is good for you, is appropriate for you. When you want to know the taste of Pacific Ocean, do you have to drink up the whole Pacific Ocean? You don't have to. You scoop up a cup of the water, clean water, and you taste it, and you know what Pacific Ocean tastes like. It's impractical to drink up, to swallow the whole ocean. You don't have that ability. Why don't you just scoop up something nice, taste it? Oh, this is the taste. Now I know. So much information, like an ocean. You want to read every book? Even if you live 100 years, you cannot read all the literature you want. Why don't you just stick to something useful, practice it, walk on it. Practiced it. You want to go to Victoria? You got to go to Nanaimo, you drive over there, you actually drive, you actually take the ferry. You don't just look at the map and talk about it every day. I want to go to Victoria. But you never started your journey. You just talk about it, you get all the information. You have pages and pages of where do you see in Victoria, where is the Parliament House, where is the Imperial Hotel, and what is there and what is that. You never get to go. You only have whole information of Victoria. And then you sometimes ponder, is it really good to go to Victoria? Maybe I should go back to Hong Kong better. And you change your direction. Next question. During the talk today, in the last slide, it mentions real object and perceived object. I'm trying to understand the difference. Can you please explain a little? When we talk about how the eyes see, we talk about this seeing consciousness from two perspectives. One perspective is from the being perceived perspective, which is the object. One is the perceiving part of it. The real object in here is one that actually the eyes see, the real object. The eyes actually see this cloth. This is the real object. So this is direct veridical perception. Directly I see it. Veridical is factual perception. So that is the state, the object that I see. And the perceiving perspective is when my eyes see, I see it as it really appears to be in reality. When I see this cloth, I won't say this is paper because it stands up in reality. This is what the eyes see, here and now. The eyes cannot see yesterday. The eyes cannot see tomorrow. The eyes can only see right here and now. But sometimes the eye can see something fallacious. So if the eye sees smoke, then whether there's smoke or not, could be haze, could be smoke, could be a fire, it still have to go through my analysis of the sixth consciousness to judge whether that smoke is actually behind it a fire. So that goes to the sixth consciousness. Here, when you see real object and perceived object, it's the same thing. You see things as they really appear to be. When you see things that appear to be like that, but you see it differently, that means your karma is different. Let me give you an example. Like a huge, immense pool of water, crystal clear water. When humans see a crystal clear water, it is water, humans. When the devas, when people up in we call it guardian angels or the higher level existence, the heavenly beings, when they see our water, they see crystal, not water. When this fish see water, they see it as a habitat they live in, as their palace. When the hungry ghosts see water, it's blood. So how come it's the same water as it appears, really is, and all these different species see it differently because of their own karma? Hungry ghosts, they cannot drink our water because their karmic energy has created such a hardship for them that they cannot drink. They're always thirsty. Even if you give them water, it turns into blood because the way they see it, they don't want to drink blood. So sometimes when you see things differently, it's because of your own karma. When a man looks at a woman, if the karmic energy obsesses him so that he loves the woman, that woman is a beauty. When the man and that woman does not strike up any relationship, there's no karmic energy whatsoever, he's just an ordinary woman. So beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. That's what the saying goes. But when you're obsessed with beauty, when heavenly people see that beauty, it stinks. Because he knows that that beauty, that human body, is just a bag in which they put in all the food and they excrete out. It stinks if you don't take a bath. When you get old, you like all the skins would be all crumble up. And when you get old, you're different. Not just when you get old. Do you see the cosmetic below, before and after? A person with all this color and paint, eyelashes, paint. He's a different person. With all this cosmetic, you don't even recognize that's Jeanette, or that's Mary, or that's John. The before and after. And also, did you consider the impurity inside that person? I know friends when I was a teenager that is beautiful. But behind, he was yelling, lying, sexual misconduct, screaming, cursing. You would hate her when you only can see from a distance that, you love that person. But when you really know the inside of her, is that, oh, you want to stay away from her. Now, I'm not discriminating. I'm just giving the example. The same applies to a man. That man is handsome, he's strong, but he did a lot of misdeeds that they really stink. You don't consider the ugly part of it. And that's impurity bhavana, azupa bhavana, azupa smriti. So, now you know everybody sees things differently because of karma, but I see things as they really are. Next, 2 more questions. There was a slide mentioning fallacy in dreams being consciousness. We know fallacy in dreams are not reality, but they sometimes have influences over our thoughts, emotions, and behavior in the real world. How does meditation help us not be affected by these fallacies in dreams in the real world? Meditation would, first of all, give you the focus, gives you the concentration. And then we call that samatha. Meditation has 2 parts to it. The first is a samatha and a vipassana. The samatha would give you the focus and the attention that you would not be enticed by your objects. So in other words, you stay calm and concentrate even in spite of the fact that you are being attracted by externalities. Some people are carried away by externalities. When they see something, they're being carried away. They're carried by the music, they're carried away by what they see, they're carried away by lots of externalities. The first thing to learn in meditation is not be carried away by that. Somebody yell at you, you immediately answer back, you want to fight because you're angry. You're carried away by that kind of yelling. You can control yourself. So the first part in meditation, don't talk about so advanced. Can you drop your obsession? Can you be in purity? Can you concentrate? Can you be a mountain, like when the clouds are drifting by, you don't go with the clouds? Have you seen a mountain going with the clouds, or the mountain is sitting still, stationary, in here, and white clouds, no cloud, black and smoke, and all this cloud going by? Would the mountains be going with the cloud? The mountains would never go with the cloud. The mountains just see the clouds drift by, and the mountain will not be carried away by the cloud. Can you be that mountain? Not be carried away by any enticements, not be carried away by any obsessions, by any drugs, by any greediness, by any jealousy, by any hatred, fear, anxiety, depression. When the cloud of depression comes, can you just let it come and go? When the cloud of obsession comes, can you let it come and go? You cannot. That's the problem. Because you don't have any focus, you don't have any concentration. The Buddha said first step is to learn to be that motionless mountain, not be carried away by the cloud of enticement, the cloud of mental afflictions, the cloud of greediness, hatred, depression, anxiety. Can you do that? That's the first thing in meditation. So if you can do that, that's the first part. The second part is the mountain has to say, yeah, I'm not being carried away now. I'm myself. But why am I motionless in here? Who am I? Why am I here? Am I a mountain? Or am I just a piece of rock? What am I made up of? Am I made up of just a lot of clocks and vegetation all put together? I'm a mountain? What is my identity? Who am I? How did I come here? That's vipassana. You get into the wisdom part of the existence. That's to resolve the problem at its basic root. But you got to stop the obsessions first. That's samatha. You can't even do that. You're being carried away by all this misconduct. Killing, lying, sexual misconduct, flattery, foul mouth, you name them. You can't stop those things. Why don't you just stop that by learning samatha first? And then, after you have that kind of focus, when you get into vipassana, you are on your way for enlightenment. Next Final question. What is the definition of sexual misconduct? Is there proper sexual conduct one can follow? Can sex be a way of showing compassion? What is the definition of sexual misconduct? First of all, let's do with that. There's two kinds. In a temporary world, there's two kinds of sexual conduct, according to what Buddha explained. One kind is sexual misconduct. Another kind is sexual conduct. So the relationship between a marriage, an official marriage of husband and wife, that relationship, a bonded relationship, it does not matter the certificate, the paper, it's a bonded relationship of husband and wife. That's a sexual conduct. Now, if this husband or wife has a third party, one night stand, flirting around with another woman, with another man, this one of the couple become misconduct. Because it's not a marriage relationship now. It's more than just a marriage relationship. And that relationship is multifold. Could be with one man, one lady, or few, oh, you name it. Could be, many parties. That's misconduct. Other than husband and wife relationship, then that's misconduct. Prostitution is misconduct. One night stand is misconduct. Adultery, misconduct. Is there proper sexual conduct one can follow? If you want to say proper, okay, that sexual conduct between husband and wife, if quote unquote we call that proper, but still that is that is something in what we call proper. Why do we get reincarnation and follow this samsara life and death? It's because of sexual conduct. The sexuality continue our samsara. And going to nirvana, you get away from it. We, in this world, we think that is required. We think that sexual conduct is a requisite of civilization of a human. But that's the karmic energy that pulled us here. That is exactly the karmic energy that we're responsible for samsara. But you treat that as something that is important, something that you will have to do. It's just like when you were born in the prison, you think that being in a prison is what you are. You never thought of leaving the prison because you haven't seen what is outside the prison. But actually the free world is outside. You don't know about it. The Buddha said, no, that is not your home. The freedom is outside. You're still locked in that sexuality that you want. That's exactly responsible for samsara. You've got to get out from it. That's why people become a monk, a nun. They want the first step is to cut off that obsession. It's not easy. You have to get your first step to walk on enlightenment, that courageous, brave, uncommon step in order to be a saint. Who can be a saint? Now, how many people can be? How many people can practice celibacy? Maybe 1 in a million. That's the reason why, if you calculate, maybe 1 per million can become a real monk or a nun. I don't know. You tell me. I've never done statistics like that. People think that sexuality is a requirement in life, or they even think that there's a pleasure in life. That's something that we have to consider. Proper? Can sex be a way of showing compassion? What is the meaning of compassion? Compassion is unconditional. When you talk about sex, when you're talking about a love relationship, A and B involved in a love sexual relationship. They say they love each other. That's why they have a union. They love together. That's why they have a relationship. But when they find out that the other party is not loving him or her, he's going to hate her. He's going to take action. It's conditional. One loves the other based on the condition that is reciprocated. If it's not reciprocated, hatred will come out. Revenge will come out. Compassion is unconditional. There's no impurities in it. compassion is pure, where love, sexual love, is not pure if there is no reciprocity. There will be hatred in it. A lot of misdeeds, killing, raping, a lot of misdeeds could arise from what they call unreciprocated love. A lot of misdeeds will happen out of love that is not reciprocated, that is biased, that is one-sided. You heard about many of these stories. I just mentioned, take a look at that movie, Fatal Attraction. Take a lot of other movies, how love wind up in tragedies, how love wind up in murders, in killings, in greediness, in jealousy, in hatred. Love is sometimes like a boat. It can float you, it can sink you. Depends on how you handle it. Love, to a certain extent, could be like motherly love. The love between a mother and the son, it could be unconditional. If it is handled properly, it can be a creation of a saint. If love is not handled, if mother and son love is not handled properly, it could be spoiling the child, and the child become a criminal. So which kind of love are you exercising? What is the Buddhist view on intuition and its source? Is it from the conditioned mind, or is it from the heart, a feeling? Some may say from God or external source. Intuition is it's about thinking, right? Intuition. We can say intuition is not without thinking. No, intuition is from thinking, like from a cognition. And certainly it is not from the heart. Can the heart, the flesh and blood, think? How can the heart think? The heart is the bank for the circulation, for the circuitry, for the blood. The heart is not the brain. How can the heart think? So the heart is certainly not the intuition. That being said, intuition doesn't hurt without a heart. That doesn't work without a heart. If your heart fails, how can there be any intuition? So we always say no, and then we say yes, so that we protect it anyway. So it's not from the heart, but its foundations from the heart. But then, what is the Buddhist view on intuition? Is it from the conditioned mind? So intuition is about cognition, right? Intuition. And intuition, I don't know how the dictionary, the Webster's dictionary or Oxford dictionary define intuition. The intuition seems to be from the hidden part of the mind. In your intuition, you think this guy is a good guy. In your intuition, you think this is a bad guy. In your intuition. But then your intuition is some in-depth thinking. All this in-depth thinking is from the mind, right? If it is from the mind, it's already biased. It's already from the seven consciousness, which is the manas, and the mano consciousness, the six consciousness. They are working in there. When the six and seven consciousnesses are working, the intuition is just your own intuition. Everybody will have a different intuition. Their intuition, Mr. A's intuition could be different from Mr. B's intuition, assuming they look at the same object. Remember that poem that we talked about before? When you went into, in the ancient days, not too ancient, about say 50, 60 years ago, the Japan has a rich family. If people come to the family to visit, they would entertain them to tea ceremony. So their guests coming, and at the clapping of hands of the host, just that action of clapping of hands, the koi fish will come in for the feeding, because the host used to be clapping the hands, and then the koi fish would come, and then the host would, the master of the house would just feed the koi fish with food. So at the clap of the hands, all this, the intuition of the koi fish is, my master is coming to feed me. So they're all coming to the pond together and waiting for the food. At the clap of the hands, the birds were frightening. They thought someone is shooting up. So the birds were sort of scattered in every direction. So the intuition of the birds is at the clap of the hands, which is the same object, the same sound, somebody's going to shoot them. That's their intuition. At the clap of the hands, the maids are coming up, serving the tea. They're taking all this tea pots and all this tea leaves and coming out. That's the same clap of the hands. The intuition of the maid serving the servants serving the tea will be, they will be ready for the tea ceremony. So intuition is different from different person. So it is from the mind. It is from the conditioned mind. The maids have been conditioned to serve tea. The birds have been conditioned to get away from the shots. The fish is conditioned to get fed by food. They're conditioned. So you're from a conditioned mind. Your intuition is from a conditioned mind. And that intuition is different for different individuals. Also according to your own karma. When the ghost ram victims see a pond of water, it's not water. It's a pond of, it's a whole pool of blood that they cannot drink. When the devas, when the guardian angels, the ascension beings at the sky, at the heaven levels, when they see here a pond of crystal clear water, it is crystal. When we see water, it's water, a liquid water. So their intuitions are all different. When the fish see water, it's their habitat, it's their palace. These habitate in there. So what do you mean by intuition? Your tainted glass, see it with your own intuition. That is exactly what your consciousness is all about. Your consciousness has been conditioned, which needs to be changed. You need to spiritually transform your polluted, tainted consciousness into all enlightened wisdom. By doing that, you can get out from samsara. The retribution process is certainly not from the heart. Is it from God? You're trying to find a simple answer to a very complicated question. The whole world is created by God. God, I'm created by God. Anything cannot be explained as God. I mean, that's easy. A kindergarten would say, yes, I'm created by God. Don't try to simplify life. There's no such thing as God is again an intuition. The God concept is again an intuition. To you, it is a God. To him, it's a ghost. So it's intuition. So are you adding intuition onto another intuition? Will you wind up with what? Or is it from the external source? Don't blame the object. Don't blame the object. If someone, what is the object? What is the object of the eyes? What you can see. What is the object of the listening skill? The sound. Somebody blame you. That blaming words does not mean anything. But you get infuriated. You want to fight. Because you were infuriated by the dead, non-lively, few words uttered from the mouth, but you attach your intuition to those few words and you get infuriated. You want to fight. You want to get into trouble. So don't blame external source. Don't trust external source. External source is fictitious. It exists, but it's not real. It's unreal. I don't know if you are satisfied with the answer. Next question. Could you please tell us the 10 precepts that follow the 5 precepts? The 5 precepts: abstain from killing, abstaining from lying, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from stealing, from killing, and abstain from drinking alcohol or intoxication. So the 5 precepts. The 10 precepts: abstain from flowery language, abstain from tattletale, abstain from lying, abstain from cursing, and so on and so forth. That's easily, you can get that from Google. The 10 precepts, the Buddhist precepts, is easily obtainable from any website about Buddhism. Is there anything like a mother-teenage-daughter situation, conflict, and how to go about it? If it's a family conflict, for example, the conflict between the mother and the daughter, all kinds of conflict, you have to look at the time elements of it. And when you look at the time elements, when you look at the past, that kind of conflict may have been built up since very early years. Because nobody forget anything. The mother mistreating her, they always remember what happened in the past. All those bad experiences in the past, the mother or the daughter, they're always attached to past happenings. And every day they bring what the past mental afflictions and grievances to the present table and ponder on it. They're attached to them. They're always attached to the past, think about it, and get angry about it. It's been accumulated. And the problems of family members is sometimes all this conflict is built up not only of this life, it could be of previous life too. Remember, you brought forward from the karmic energy of the previous life, and maybe the daughter is coming back to get even with the mom. Maybe the daughter was the husband of her mother in this life, and the mother in this life was the wife of that husband in previous life, and they were not doing well. They were not treating each other well. Then they're coming to get even, or the daughter is coming back to get a debt, to get a debt paid. So if the mother if the daughter owed the mother a lot of money, maybe the daughter is coming back to repay, or they're coming back to get payment. I mean, it's all unfinished business coming back. So if you want to solve the conflict, I think the most important is toleration and forgiveness. Always forgive. If whatever experiences happened in the past that were not good, miserable, forgive. Always forgive about it. When you forgive, when you open up your mind and forgive about what has been done to you wrongly, then you already have been successfully in tolerating the past experiences. Learn how to forgive. Don't accumulate your hatred. Learn how to forgive. And learn to lower your expectation on other people. You expect your mom to be like that, or the mom expects the daughter to be like that. Your expectation is too high on other people and too low on yourself. Give the compassionate forgiveness out, and whatever is given to you, learn how to tolerate it, and learn how to lower your expectation on other people. And always learn how to change yourself first. Don't expect your mom to change first. Mom, you got to be tailored to my requirement. Mom, you have to do this. Mom, you have to do that. Or on the other hand, the mother said, daughter, you have to do this. You have to do that. I mean, learn to change your own attitude first. If you change your own attitude, don't expect other people to change first. You have to be good to me first. Otherwise, I won't be good to you. Don't do that. Change your own attitude, extend your compassionate forgiveness, and learn how to tolerate. And learn not to put bad experiences in the past onto the present table and look at it and ponder on it and think about it. The past is gone. It will not come back again. But why you have to agonize on past experiences? It's already unreal. Can you bring yesterday back? Yesterday you have been mistreated. You cannot bring the mistreatment back to today. But you brought it back habitually by thinking about it. You're agonizing on it. You are carrying yourself with the suffering. You inflict yourself with the suffering, nobody else. You brought all this agony to yourself. To yourself, not your mom. You have to distance away from that kind of attitude. Don't bring back miserable past experiences and agonize on it right now on the present table. Don't bring that onto your iPad. Like, you always try to bring your past bad memories on your iPad, look at it and think about it and get infuriated by that. That's stupidity. Because what happened has happened. You've been cheated, right? You learned the lesson, but that agony you brought back, and every time you look at it, you cry, you're infuriated. Forgive. So there are three things. Compassionate forgiveness. Lower your expectation. Change yourself first. If you change your own attitude, she will change. All right? How to go about it? I already have told you. Can you do it? Very difficult. Extremely difficult. That's why it's difficult to walk the saintly path. Some people say, I want to become a Buddha. I want to be happy. Then I said, why don't you become a monk? I can't do it. Because I still love my daughter. I still love my wife. I still want to get married. I still want to get a girlfriend. I still want to get a boyfriend. How will I come to become a monk? You have to have that breakthrough in you. It's difficult to have that breakthrough. Maybe 1 in a million. If you can break through that shell, you're free. But you cannot. Because your intuition is all tied up with whatever you think in your 7th consciousness, in your 8th consciousness, in your present 6th consciousness, all in your 5 consciousnesses.
Recently there's been some kind of unrest in another part, in another country.
You mean the conflict between religions? Between race? That's a very complicated question. Sometimes it's not of this present life, it could be of previous lives too. I think what I just said about the conflict between daughter and mother also applicable in here. Learn to forgive. Reduce your expectation and change your own attitude first. If you're nice to others, others will be nice to you. And if you can forgive whatever unfair practices have been imposed onto you, you can tolerate. So it's all the same. Yeah, it's the reason why we are in samsara, because everybody's wisdom level is different. To you may have that conceptual understanding that you can be more saintly than the other people. Sometimes it's very difficult. Some people cannot peer through that thick skin of ignorance. They can't get through that. No matter how difficult you try, but maybe one day, we all will be enlightened, but we don't know when. Everybody has different times of enlightenment. But it's good that all those who are sitting here, you already have begun your interest in that pursuit for spiritual transformation. Otherwise, you won't be here. The most important is to open your mind. Try to get more. Try to learn from what you see, what you listen. Just today, I mentioned that one of our Sangha members donated a cake out. It's always good to give. Giving is a very good learning habit. No people would like to give. Who would like to spend $200 to give everybody a piece of a delicious pie? I mean, nobody would. I mean, they would reserve the $200 for their own dinner or for their own meals. But it's always good to learn how to give out. You know, the generosity, the giving, there's a lot to learn in giving. A person who can always give becomes very compassionate. According to sutras that we read, all those who are very rich in this life is because of the generosity in the previous life. They've always been giving. But that's very scientific too, very logical. For those who have been building up relationship among people, say, do you like people who are compassionate and giving? You like people like that. So if there was a guy in previous life that he gave out his whole estate to benefit millions of people, for example, in this life, if you become a businessman, all these will become customers buying his product. Then he'll be richer and richer because he have already built up all this good relationship. But then giving is not because they want to give up good relationship. You always learn to be generous, compassionate, always giving out. Don't always consider how much would I get, how much would I receive. Always learn to be compassionate, giving. That's a lesson to learn. That's a very important lesson to learn. Don't just receive, learn how to give. Give out your compassion. We say give out your love, give out your consideration. Always consider others. Is it through learning well the sixth consciousness and practice it to reduce bad karma, thus clearing hindrances to get to the Pure Land for higher level, the nine realm? Say if you understand your mind, and how it works, you have only, if you really thoroughly understand it, you have only grasped the first part of the practice. That is the part in conceptual understanding. You understand the concept, so you've gone to the conceptual understanding part, where you learn, it's just like you know your problems, you know our problems. You learn the conceptual understanding, so that if you are given a case to solve a problem, you analyze the problem, you identify the problem. More and more, I learned about the importance of an approach to life, or approach to anything. I still remember when I was at my MBA program at U of T. I graduated from U of T. And in the program there, they adopted the Harvard business case of study. And in every session, we're given a case to do. And in that case, we have to, within 2 hours of examination, we have to plow through 30 pages of the company's background. Company's background and with charts and figures and budgets and all the information. They're crowded and they're with at least 30 pages with figures and everything, with company background, what it has confronted with. And then the question is, can you help this company? So in 2 hours, you have to help this company. How do you help it in 2 hours? So we have been given some techniques. The first one is what? You have to, of course, you got to read through the cases, and you can't just, if you're not a fast reader, you flunk. I mean, that's it. You can't. You have to read fast and pick the important information. You have to plow through 30 pages fast, and really have to, under pressure, to do it. And then, after reading it, then what do? You have to identify the problem. You just jump ahead and that's it. But how do you do it? The first one is, when we were plowing through it, we're highlighting. We're putting marginal notes. That's the problem. Problem 1, problem 2. It's not just going through it, reading it. At the same time, we are eyeballing it, and we are also scribbling on it. This is a problem. Identify the problem. So, after we identify the problem, what do? We want to find out, the second procedure is to find out the causes of the problem. Identify the problem is just identify it. Look, the problem is there's a personnel relationship problem. The problem is it has a budgeting problem. And then it has a consumer behavior problem. And then it has a production problem. Something happened in the factory. All that. So many problems. But first of all, you have to identify them. After you identify them, what do? Not enough. You have to find out causes of the problem. Why is that problem brought about? The causes at the same time. And after you identify the causes of the problems, what do? Then you're more comfortable. If I'm the candidate writing the exam and I have 2 hours, if I can spend my first 1 hour in reading it, putting out marginal notes, I identify the problem, and then I find out the causes of the problem, I'm well on my way to pass. Because the next hour is just like how to design a method to solve the problems. And designing the method to solve the problems are multifaceted. To you, that's how you solve the problem. To him, this is method A, method B, method C, method D. I mean, so many methods. The professor can't say your method is terrible. No, this is my method. And this is how I do it. The professor is looking at how do you identify the problem? How do you find the causes of the problem? If you know the causes of the problem, you know how to design a method to do it. If you know that the causes of the problems is in the wastage of the factory production, then you know that's the problem. If you find the problem is the market trend is not for this kind of product. It's outdated already. You are still on Olympic typewriter. You fail because right now they got keyboards, $10 a keyboard. How can you steal an Olympic typewriter to type out your information? So it is exactly what the Buddha is teaching, is telling you. You have to study your consciousness, know the problem, know the causes of the problem. Why did the Buddha has to go through all this detail in explaining all these problems to you? Some people, I sometimes have received comments on the YouTube. I put a lot of YouTube lectures in there. Probably you realized it. And most of the cases, I'm not bragging or anything like that. You can always check the comments, good comments. And sometimes they're not so good comments too. The not so good comments usually say, how do you know this, how do you know that? But of course we have to deal with that. So what we really have to do is I want you to know the problems, then you find out methods to solve them. And the Buddha also gave you methods to solve this problem. And he had laid out 10 ways. 10 ways to going to the same objective. So you can go the Pure Land approach, you can go the esotericism approach, Zen approach, Tiantai approach, you can do meditation or chanting, so many approaches to resolve the problems. And in the conceptual understanding, when we're studying, we also been given information on how to resolve problems, how to analyze it. In other words, we have analytical tools, how to do budgeting, how to curve it, how to write curve, how to analyze this. That's exactly what the Buddha taught us. Do your meditation practice. If you do your meditation practice every day, you're practicing how to do, you are introducing methods to solve those problems. You think you can come every Saturday and you know all the methods to solve the problem? You have to train your tools. If you want to get away from retribution, from suffering, from unhappiness, you have to train your tools to get away from them. So at the same time, you see how the Buddha's teaching contain methods to solve the problem, identify the problems, give you conceptual understanding of the problem, and then you apply those problems. So it's good sometimes. I suggest to all monks, if they are preaching, that they should go through the management approach, because that really solves those. For all those who can analyze problems, it's good to study the Buddhism because they know how to do it. The sixth consciousness, understanding Vijnana Matrata, the consciousness teaching, then is to give you the tools and give you the conceptual understanding how to identify them, and also teach you how to analyze it, get the causes of the problem, and then attempt to resolve it. And you think by doing that the company will improve? No. They have to carry out what is being suggested. Sometimes in a company we have meeting almost like every day, but after the meeting nobody did anything about it. After the meeting, oh, okay, fine. See, we are on your way. We are on. Look, Jack. Oh, look, Mary. We're on our way to success because we have meeting every day. But they only have meetings. They never walk out the meeting. When they walk out, it's just bringing the pieces of paper of those minutes, and they never practiced it. It does not matter how many questions you ask. If you don't practice it, it's just like walking out the meetings with instant minutes, and once you walk out, you throw those minutes away of the meeting, minutes away, and you never walk the board. You never walk out. You never take your first stride to achieve that end. You never walk. You're waiting. So it does not matter, but maybe you're improving. See, I only have one question. That means you really have applying them, because you don't have no conceptual, you don't get any conceptual understanding. What you're doing is you're actually applying. So you're not asking any conceptual question, which is good, you know. So you really have to do it. You really have to, not just every Saturday come here and you expect to be a Buddha in this one life. Very difficult. You really have to practice it. Oh, any question? Yes? Yeah, you raise your hands first, so yeah. So the question is, if you can't listen or if you can't hear what's been said, is you're in the business of controlling pests in restaurants so that restaurants can be more hygienic and there will be no passing of germs and all that.
We just report on the information.
Huh?
We just report the information. We
Yeah.
gather the information. That's all.
Yeah, you gather information and they would do the control.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what you're doing has good intention, because you don't want the germs to be spread onto food, and you want to protect health of all those who are consuming the food. I don't think you have anything to worry about, because you are passing your analysis of how to control this. But then one of the very important criteria, which is in my mind, one should tell them that, look, you have to always keep your kitchen clean. If you're messy with your own kitchen and you attract all those pets and rats and cockroaches and all that in there, actually you're inducing more killing. So I think the main criteria is you should keep your kitchen clean as the first priority. It's all boiled down to intention. Your intention is to keep the restaurant clean. Your intention is to prevent infestation. To keep down infestation. Your intention is to improve the health of those who come here to come in to enjoy the food. And your intention is to make sure that they know how to keep the kitchen clean.
Well, yes. On the other side of it, Venerable, the restaurants do serve meat, and they do also serve alcohol.
Well, they serve meat, they sell alcohol. It does not matter whether you do your test or not. They're still selling that, right? So that is not a variable that you should consider when you increase your productivity. When you increase your work, it does not mean that when you increase the work, they increase their alcoholic beverages. Actually, the most important is, do they taste good to them? Say, if it's the cleanest restaurant in the whole world, if they're producing food that is not edible, that is not tasty, you think people just go in there for the cleanliness? So yours is just a secondary consideration. And sometimes in most restaurants, they don't really care as long as it tastes good, right? So, of course, health is important. Actually, you're adding a feature onto it. But on the other hand, if you promote killing, that wouldn't be good. But you're not. I don't think there's any conflict. You can control what they do, but I think that I suggest to you that in whatever reporting you do, always emphasize on the preventative measure, not on the control, on the coercive control, in order to wipe them out, to poison them, on preventative. You prevent such thing to happen. That means, directly or indirectly, you're preventing more killing. So if they're invested with rats, so they wipe out all the rats, right? But if you say you have to prevent it, preventative, you have to keep it clean so that rats won't get into here, so you actually prevent more killing, right? That's what I look at it.
At the end of the day, I won't have control over that, but
Well, you can't control. There's so many things one cannot control. Not even their own life you can control. I mean, how can you control that? You can't guarantee, right? I talk about animal realm, yeah? Yes. Yeah. How do I know? How do you deny knowing? What I mean? How do I know? How do we? Yeah, that's a good question. How do we get to know things, right? How do we believe in something, right? There must be a way that we believe in something, right? That's a very practical, very useful, very important question. I haven't seen these things happen. How do you know that humans grow into animal and then the goats? How do we know? Now that goes to the original question is, how do we get to know things, right? How do we get to believe in something? We believe in something usually through four ways. Four ways to believe in something. The first is we have to believe things as we perceive it, the raw reality. So I see you, I believe you are here. If I see you, I say you're not here. That's not right, because that is veridical perception, right? This veridical perception. I see this flowers. I can say, I don't believe there's a flower, because I believe there's a flower through my direct veridical. Veridical means actual perception. I believe in it. That's how I believe in it. If I actually see ghosts, if I actually see an animal talking in the human language and say, I came from Mr. Cheng, then I believe in it, right? But you don't see it, right? The first is you believe in something by direct veridical perception. You actually see it. And then the second way you believe in something is not necessarily actually seeing it. I believe in something through what? Inference, postulation. Inference and postulation means you believe based on some logical presumptions. You believe in it, and you believe in those premises that are set up, and you logically believe that's true. I believe in it through postulation, through inference, right? For example, I haven't seen my granddad, my great-granddad with my actual eyes, not through direct veridical perception, but I believe my granddad existed before, right? Right? How do I believe my great-granddad exists? Because I've never seen him. I believe through postulation, through inference. I believe in it. I don't necessarily have to see my great-granddad to believe that I have a great-granddad, right? Right? That is my inference. The third belief is there is some sources that I think are trustworthy, so I believe in it. For example, if my dad told me that I have a father, I believe in my dad because my dad won't lie to me. I believe it through two ways: by inference that I have a great-grandfather, by my dad whom I trust, right? So I believe in a source that I trust, right? Right. So those are basically the three ways of belief, right? So I believe in the animal realm, the ghost realm, and the infernal realm because Buddha told me. And I think that Buddha is a trustworthy source. So I believe in it. I don't actually have to see it. I believe in it. And I also can believe that exists through postulation, through premises and logical reasoning and some premises. Because look, I read so many clinical cases. There was a professor, a scientist by the name Anderson. He conducted 3,000 clinical cases of reincarnation. He spent 30 years of his life with a group of people in India and in many other Asian countries trying to get true stories about reincarnations and actually trace it out. And they have more than 3,000 cases proving that reincarnation do exist. There was a boy by the name Peter in one village, and he was born when he was 5 years old, when he was able to talk, to say, I came from the next village. My name was Jackson, and I was killed. I was drowned in a river, and then you're not my dad and my mom. My dad and mom is by this name. And then this guy, I don't, shut up, you are my son. No, that's just my mom and dad is there. And he actually followed the story through, and actually, yes, whatever the boy said is true. That boy, Peter, was by the name John, and he got drowned in that river, and then he reincarnated into another body. So they totally believe in the reincarnation. And were also cases where there was a butcher who had always been butchering pigs her life, thousands of pigs being butchered by him. And this moment of death, he was panting and he was breathing heavily, he couldn't pass away. Suffer for a few months of just suffering on the bed, probably because of the karmic energy of killing. And then there was a monk who came over and trying to comfort him and say, why don't you pay respect to the Buddha, and if you have you're in your next life, then you will grow better into a person, stop your killing. And that person was really suffering, and that's the only advice where he put his palm together like that, and he, Namo Buddha, Namo Buddha, Namo Buddha. And he passed away. And then he gave a dream to his mom. I was born in the next village as a pig. And I still have one human hand exist, because he couldn't hold both hands together. It was only one palm. And they went to the next village, and they saw a small little pig with a human hand. In here, like 3 legs with 1 leg as a human hand. And he got that dream from that village. So there's a lot of postulation, inference that there's reincarnation. That is man into animal and animals into men. And there were also cases where people who passed away in the ghost realm, they came back and talked to some friends and talked to some relatives. There's so many cases of reincarnation. If you get into Google, actually, scientifically, they have done a lot of reincarnation cases. They have done a lot of many years ago, they already started. And I think the first one who started is from University of I don't know, what University of Berkeley, UC Berkeley, many years ago that they started this. You research into it, so many different cases. And how do I know? I know I don't have to believe, I don't only believe in things I actually see. Because I know that my eyes, my nose, all my senses are limited in function. My ears are not even better than a dog's ears. As I always mentioned, a dog can hear 2 miles away the siren of an ambulance. I, with human ears, I'm not even better than the dog's ears. The dog's bark now, and then the siren would go by, and oh yeah, he's listening to the siren. He's actually, barking like the sound of the siren. So all my senses, if I only believe in things that my senses actually see, there's so many things I shouldn't have believed in. So you don't trust your senses all the time. So the fact that your senses cannot see does not mean that they don't exist. So you have to use your intelligence, your wisdom, to postulate, to infer on something that you believe. And sometimes you may be fallacious. You kind of infer the wrong thing, then it becomes a fallacy. So like, for example, if I see over there in a remote mountain, I see there's smoke coming up. My inference to believe is, I believe there's some fire going on in there. Because I know that there's no smoke without fire. So I postulate that there's fire in there. I don't actually have to see the fire. I infer from it there must be a fire burning in there because I can see smoke. Right? Then that means my inference, my postulation is correct. My belief is correct. Because then people over there call me up and say, yeah, we do have a fire in here. So my belief is correct. But sometimes my belief may not be correct. If there was a smoke in there, I said, there's fire in there, and I call up, so remote, the guy said, no, we haven't got a fire. That is actually some clouds, in black clouds covering that area, and I fallaciously see that is smoke, and I postulate that there's fire. So that becomes a fallacy. So through inference, if it's correct, then it's a correct inference. If it's not correct, it's a fallacy, right? So not all the time you're correct. But if you only believe in things you actually see, there's so many things you shouldn't believe in. As I always mention, when I first came to Canada, the Prime Minister was Trudeau, right? Pierre Trudeau. I haven't seen him. So I said, I haven't seen Pierre Trudeau. I don't believe he exists. No, because according to records, according to history, I believe in history. I believe it's a trustworthy source, because history told me that's what it is. So how do I believe that there's, animal ram, ghost ram? I believe through inference, and believing through inference is a major part of belief. If you only believe in things you actually veridically see, you can't live in here because so many things you haven't seen, and yet they exist. Can your naked eye see the galaxy far away? You cannot. But you cannot say, I can't see them, say they don't exist. You understand? Because through instruments we can see there are other worlds. There was the moon that we can land on. So, yeah?
When the Buddha was sitting under the Bodhi tree,
yeah.
He realized all his past lives and went through all kinds of knowledge of the universe and so on. And from that point in time, he learned about those things we're talking about. And that's where we obtained that information from his knowledge of becoming enlightened.
Yeah, that's true. And the Buddha got enlightened at the Bodhi tree, and then slowly, after enlightenment, in the following 49 years, he's been telling what he actually understood. All the understanding about previous lives, about future, about past. He laid out all these information to us. And that's become very extremely valuable information. And the Buddha's intelligence, the Buddha's wisdom tell us all that and tell us that we should get out from this prison. We should get out from this world of reincarnation. What is more important is not just whether reincarnation exists. How do we get out from it? The Buddha introduced to us ways to get out from this cocoon of reincarnation, in this mess. He got out from the mess. He told us all this messy stuff that we can't even dream of. And then he said, you got to get out of it. So he told us ways to get out from inferno, to get out from reincarnations. If he just tell us that you are there, you are in prison and you can never get out, that's not wrong. That's not right. So he told us that we are all in a prison now. We get bounded. We get tied up in this mess of mental sufferings that we have. But we have a chance to get out. I already got out. Here are the methods. I told you all the past deeds, all the previous life information. I told you all the information, the conceptual understanding. But I also told you that you have to get out from there. You have to walk out from your prison. We cannot walk it out for you. The Buddha cannot walk it out for you. God certainly, if there is a God, cannot walk it out for you. You have to walk out the prison door by doing all these. So that's why we're practicing the Buddha's teaching. It's about getting out from a prison, if we use this analogy. So when you believe in something, you don't necessarily have to actually see it. You use inference, postulation, premises, logical assumptions. And that's how we believe in what happens. And all these premises and postulation and inference could be proven by science later, which gradually found out to be true. The Buddha, many 2,600 years ago, already said, the world is unlimited. There's galaxies away. We don't even have telescope at that time. Nobody would believe. China would believe only just we have China. Until many, many years later, Christopher Columbus discovered America. Otherwise, we didn't know America even exists. So because of discovery, then we find out this world is unlimited. Other than this world, there's another world. So that's how we actually find out. That's what we call wisdom. And the Buddha further reminded us that don't attach to the material world. Don't attach to fame, money, reputation, sex, you name them. You attach to these things, you're always in reincarnation. You cannot get out. These are exactly the things that bind us in here. We've got to get out from it. And he introduced all these methods. Because of the karmic energies that bind us, most people can't get access to it. Even if they... You see, at the time of the Buddha, when Buddha was living, there were three categories of people. One category is, during the Buddha's livelihood, at the time when Buddha was living, there's only 1/3 of the people who actually talk and listen to the Buddha, actually in person. There's 1/3 who heard about the Buddha's name. Yeah, that was the Buddha who was able to get enlightenment, who was able to help us out to get enlightenment. There were only 1/3. The other 1/3, they have never heard of that name Buddha. They're in the same country though. So everybody has they're bound by different karmic energy. Only 1/3 of the people actually heard and actually were close to the Buddha and knew the Buddha exists. The other 2/3, they didn't get a chance. Who determined whether someone should have a chance? Your own karmic energy. Who determined where you should be born to? Should you be born to a billionaire's family? Should you be born to a family that is the richest in the world? Or should you be born to a family that is the poorest? Who determined all this? Not God. If God determined that you should go to a poor family, He's not God. Because He wants to ban you from getting into a good family. If God should be all merciful, right? He wouldn't put you to a poor family and test you out. I don't want to be tested that way. You put me in the poor family and test my endurance? No, no. Would your parents put you to a place that is full of germs and bacteria? You know, live or dead is your business. Your parents won't do it like that, right? So it's your own karmic energy that drives you to where you are, to where you should be. So you watch out. What is this karmic energy? Who created this karmic energy? You yourself, through 3 ways: your thought, your action, that's your behavior, and your speech. Every time when you're creating karmic energy, what kind of energy you've been creating since birth? Did you argue with someone? Did you fight? Were you selfish? Every thought, not just the action and speech, gets into your computer memory. You can't get away. Don't say that, oh, my computer memory has a lot of bad stuff in it. It's not me who keyed it in. You yourself keyed it in, nobody else. You key in your own bad or good energy. Then you say, where does this good energy come from? From you. Where does this bad energy come from? This comes from you. So the Buddha said, who drives the disk drive? Is it the fingers? Is your mind? The Buddha said, not the fingers that make the mistakes. Don't blame your fingers for making. Don't blame your fingers for keying in the keyboard. Who control the fingers? Your mind, right? The Buddha said, start with your mind, not blaming your fingers. Certainly, don't blame your keyboard. It's your mind. Your mind want to key in that porno, not your finger. Your mind want to do this. Your mind drives you to create that energy. You have to be extremely careful with your own mind. Don't let it go astray. Very few people can control their own mind. They always go astray. That's why we are suffering. Who creates the suffering around you? Why are you crying? Why are you getting depression? Why are you unhappy? Is it because of externalities? Because of your husband? Because of your kids who don't listen to you? Because of all your debtors who want you to get the money from you? No. You create your own world. Yeah. Metaphysical? I think the definition of metaphysical is, physical is something that we can actually prove by science, physical, right? Proof by science, by facts, by touching, by senses. All our senses can only sense physical things, right? Our senses. Our eyes cannot see matter, that means above physical. So our eyes cannot see, my eyes cannot see what to think, right? My eyes can only see how you move. My ears can only listen to your sound. My ears cannot listen to the sound of your mind, right? So, other than physical, there's metaphysical, and the metaphysical deal with consciousness. You cannot see consciousness. But consciousness cannot be understood just by itself. It has to be understood through physical. So they are also, they're one and the same thing. So that's the reason why in the Heart Sutra we say physical is metaphysical, metaphysical is physical. They cannot be segregated. The metaphysical has to seek expressions to the physical. The physical itself depends on what? Causation. Causation itself is without nature. That's so the physical actually exists because of causation. The physical does not have its real nature. That's why we call it, in the Sanskrit language, asvabhava. Svabhava, that means has its real nature. When something has this real nature, it has a few characteristics. The first one, it depends on itself to becoming. It does not need any causes. It exists permanently. See these 3 conditions? It exists permanently. It does not depend on causes to have an existence. It exists by itself. But if you use this criteria, nothing is like that in the universe. In the universe, you cannot find one thing that exists permanently. In the universe, you cannot find one thing that exists without a cause. Right? And in the universe, you cannot find one thing that is non-changing. So if you fit into those three characteristics, then you call itself to be having its own true, real nature. But nothing like that. So you exist, but you're empty. You're empty of existence. Because you only exist on causation. Even your body, you exist on causation. Your bodies would vanish after 100 years. But you exist with a cause. That cause can be traced and traced and traced. The most present cause, if we traced it, is your dad and mom comes together to form you, to form your body. And there must be a reason for your mom and dad to come together. And there must be a reason why you get into a mom's body through some unfinished business in previous life or whatever kind of energy nobody can see, nobody knows, except you have supernatural power that you may know. So we don't have an identity. We don't have a real self. So we don't have a real ego. So the fact that we've been egoistic, actually we are hurting ourselves. The fact that we are egoistic, that's actually the problem that we are facing. We're egoistic and that we don't know. We always think that we have an ego, and that ego is so bound like a prison in us, we cannot break through this. That's why we are suffering. I remember a miracle that was performed by Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, the goddess of mercy. There was a village in China, and they were by the side of a huge river, and they formed a village in there. The inhabitants about 20,000 people, 30,000 people, and then Avalokitesvara in her contemplation knew that there's going to be flooding from that big river into the whole village. The whole village will be destroyed if the river direct its course in the middle of the village, then everything will be washed away. It's like a tsunami, you know. And then Avalokitesvara came to the village and transformed, because Bodhisattva have method of transforming the appearance of the body. He transformed herself into a beautiful lady, carrying a basket of flowers, and then they went into the village, and all these men were hovering to see a beautiful lady, but the lady was walking so fast, they was walking up the mountain, and all this many villages spread the around that there was a beautiful lady appear on the mountain, so they all went up there, and the whole village, most of the villages were safe. That's how they changed the fate of the villages. Yeah. So they all went up to the mountain, and then the river rushed away the villages, but not many people got killed. 90% of the villages were safe, only for those who couldn't get away. So miracles could be performed. Actually, you know what? You can perform the miracle yourself. You don't have to wait for Buddha. So if your fate is doomed to be like this, you change the miracle. You can perform miracle. You remember there's one sentence in Zen meditation. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do. Whatever the mind can think, the mind can do. If the mind can think into doing the right thing, that thing will be carried out. The mind is extremely powerful. If the mind wanted to kill, and it was always thinking about killing, they will wind up in killing. If the mind wants to help, wants to be generous, wants to be compassionate, wants to be hardworking, then you will finally succeed. It's you form your own mind. You are the master of your own fate. Whatever your mind can do, the mind can think. Actually, that is positive thinking. In North America, there are so many, Dale Carnegie, and there is, have you ever read that book? That book? I don't know, I've read it. Think and Grow Rich. Have you read that book? Have you read that book? Huh? Huh? Napoleon Hill. He was always talking about positive thinking. You know what? Because of positive thinking, he was able to let his book become a bestseller few million copies. His first title was not Think and Grow Rich. His first title is How to Overcome Your Problems so that you can be successful, that kind of thing. And then it wasn't selling good. Then he used his positive power thinking and say, how can I improve this? He finally changed the title of that book to Think and Grow Rich. And then all of a sudden it becomes a millionaire copy, sell a million copies. So you always don't give up. You always think about it, as long as you're on the right path. And that book is not about telling people how to drink, how to go to casino to gamble. That book is about how to advise people to be a better person. You are creating good energy. So it's on its path to success. So are you creating good energy or bad energy? First of all, direct your own good energy. And then you direct your own good energy to help other people. That's what Mother Teresa was doing. That was not Norman Bethune of the Canadian doctor was doing. He was directing good energy to help a lot of people. That was how the great men of civilization have been doing. They're directing positive good energy for benevolent needs. Should our eyes be closed or open during meditation? Don't laugh, it's a practical question. Should we open our eyes or close our eyes? Practically speaking, if you are like this, you should be opening your eyes. Because you're sleeping. You may as well want to open your eyes. Don't pretend. You're pretending. When you are sleeping, you want to go to sleep, don't pretend you're meditating. Open your eyes. Wide, open your eyes. If you are not sleeping, yes, close your eyes. You understand? Maybe if you want to go to sleep, open your eyes. And maybe what's better, because people like to be a teacher, right? See who's sleeping. When you're sleeping, you want to check out who's sleeping. Oh, that guy is not meditating and sleeping. Oh, this guy is better than sleeping. Open your eyes, be vigilant, and be an examiner. You know how the examiner was walking around looking that people are not cheating? That's what you're doing. Open your eyes. If you want to go to sleep, open your eyes. If you're not sleeping, you're not drowsy, then you close your eyes. But then the most important is not whether your eyes are closed or open. If you close your eyes, are you concentrating in that anapanasati, in the breath? Put your object, external object, just on the breath, not on other things. So that's what you should do. If you want to go to sleep, open your eyes. If you're not sleeping, you're not drowsy, close your eyes. So the first question is it never too late to follow the Buddhist faith? There is so much to learn and I might not have enough time left. The Buddha's teaching is like the vastness of the sea, of the ocean. There's so much in the ocean. And if you want to know the ocean, I want to know the taste of the ocean. Do I have to drink up the whole ocean? No. I just use a cup, scoop a cup, and I drink it. Oh, I know the taste of the ocean. You don't need to drink up the whole ocean in order to know the taste of the ocean. You just scoop up a representative sample from the ocean, taste it, and know, oh, this is what it is. The same applies to Buddha's teaching. There's so much commentaries about the Buddhist teaching. The Buddhist teaching originated 2,600 years ago, and since 2,600 years ago, thousands and thousands of commentators, thousands and thousands of scholars, philosophers. They wrote so much about the Buddhist religion, the Buddhist teaching, and some wrote commentary on them. How can you finish reading them all? You cannot. So what do? You have to choose the one that is the most appropriate to you, that you can learn as fast as you can, that applies to you. It's just that when you want to look for something in Google, there's so much to come out. Do you have to look at every one of them? You just pick whatever you want to look at. And then you use your analysis to find out, oh, this is the one I want. So if you say, I'm always obsessed with I'm giving you an example. I'm always obsessed. I'm a young guy, and I'm always obsessed with two things. I'm giving you an example. I'm obsessed with sensuous pleasure. I like to have girlfriends. I like to have boyfriends. That's my first obsession. I can't get away without it. I can't live without it. The second obsession is I want to have wealth. I want to make a lot of money. If you're obsessed with that. So if I want to learn the Buddhist teaching, which section should I learn? Then you know that your problem is obsession with sensuous pleasure, on the one hand. On the other hand, obsession with wealth. Then you know that you have to practice the purification meditation. 不净观, 不净观. 那么 you have to practice Asvabhava Smriti in the Sanskrit language, or contemplation of impurity. Because every time when you think that, oh, that's beautiful, oh, that's handsome, that's what, because you have that kind of energy latent in your consciousness, that whenever that comes up, what you think is beauty, quote unquote, which is skin deep. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder anyway. What you think is beauty to another person may be ugly, but you attach to that, oh, it is beautiful, you know. So you have to purify your thought by practicing a meditation or contemplation that is called contemplation on impurity. Then you pick that and you study that. You study that and you practiced it. Buddhism is not about just study. It's theory and practice. It's like the wings of a bird. If that bird wants to fly, if it only has one wing, the theory, it cannot fly. It has to have the theory and the practice with both wings, then you can fly. So you need to not just know about it, not just have a conceptual understanding about it, you really have to physically walk on it. As I said, you want to go to Richmond, by looking at the map only, you can never get to Richmond. You have to start your engine, ignite your engine and start to drive and get to Richmond. You have to walk it, you have to drive it. So it's theory and practice together, and pick up the one that is appropriate to you. Because you said you haven't got that much time left, right? If you are the guy who is always obsessed with wealth and reputation, then you should contemplate on impermanence and the concept of egoness concept. Everything is impermanent. It does not matter how much wealth you have. One day you have to give it up. It does not matter how much wealth you have. One day you get old. One day you die. One day you get sick. You cannot bring your wealth with you. It does not matter how much you have. You cannot bring a deposit box with you. You cannot bring your Sonessy house, the house that you have. You cannot bring your Ferrari, your Rolls Royce. None of them you can bring with you. You cannot even bring your own body with you, because you have to discard this body. Nothing you can bring with you. So why do you have to obsess with attaching to it? And in the process of attaching to it, you do a lot of misdeeds. You bribe, you're involved in bribery, you're involved in cheating, you're involved with drawing, fallacious contracts, you're involving with, I don't know. What are you involved in the business circle? What do you do when you're doing business with your partners? You're also involved with, I don't know, so much out in the world. There's so many vices. There's so many misdeeds that I can't even dream of. There are people who could be hiding in the hotel room and start shooting at thousands of people. Why did he do that? The karmic energy drove him to do that because he's insane. Because he's out of his mind. Why? Because there's a lot of karmic energy cover his real nature. His nature of humanity has been covered up, has been surrounded by all this hatred or jealousy or anger. You name them, I don't know. So, if you haven't got much time left, you can always pick and choose. When you go to a supermarket, what do? I only got myself half an hour and I want to cook right away. Do you loiter in the supermarket for 5 hours? You think about what do you want first. I want some tofu, I want some vegetables, I want some vinegar, and boom, I shoot out in 15 minutes. You don't loiter around the supermarket and shopping for which item, how much price, how much it costs. You know better than me in this. You've been under time pressure and you can do a good job, and you don't need to talk to me on that, right? You should teach me how to what do you call that? Efficiency. Are you efficient in what you're doing? What is efficiency? Efficiency is to consider, in certain appropriate circumstances, how you do that work in the best possible way. That's efficiency. I think that's what it is. All right. I don't have much time to answer this question, so that's it, right? Okay. Next. Many thanks for the wonderful lectures. If one starts one's practice late in life, would he pick up the practice in his next life early at where he kept in his previous life? Of course. Whatever you have done in this life won't vanish. It would carry on to the next life, good or bad. You got to watch out. Every thought counts, not just the action. So you've got to be very careful with your thought, not just with the behavior. What just the speech? What the speech and behavior comes from? Comes from the thought. So if you want to change yourself, to better yourself, to improve yourself, do you just improve your behavior? No. Improve your thought. So if one starts one's later in life, his practice, in next life, yes, whatever you have stopped in this life, you'll pick it up in your next life. You know why? Because we have 8 consciousnesses in us, right? The first 5, the ear consciousness, the eyes consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, the body consciousness, the thinking consciousness. That's are the 6. The 7 is the ego consciousness. The 8th is what? The banking consciousness. It's a storage consciousness. This storage consciousness will store everything in there when you died. This storage consciousness is invisible. When you die, all this energy that you have done, all this thought will store into that computer. We call it a disk drive. Okay. That disk drive, the memory won't go away. You did something wrong, the police didn't know, nobody knows, you think you can get away with it? No. It's already stored in your consciousness. You have done something good, it seems that nobody appreciates it. Really? It's already stored the good things in there. We call it the karmic energy already stored. So every action, every speech, every thought counts. Be very careful with it. And that's the reason why the Buddha said what? Originate. Do your practice from the thought, not from the behavior. Watch the thought. Okay, next question. 4 spiritual practices are essential: faith, energy. You got good memory. You still remember faith, energy, and the main components that lead to mindfulness, concentration. However, many people today have produced energies suffering from chronic tiredness, mental, physical. We increase our vital energy. Can we increase our vital energy in the first place? Of course you can increase your vital energy. Your energy is unlimited. It's just that kind of energy has been covered up by what? By our greediness for wealth, for reputation, for sensuous pleasures. It's been covered up. It's like we are like a mirror. We're like a grand mirror that's been covered up with dust and dirt for millions of lives. A mirror that's been covered up with dust and dirt. And now you have to wipe your mirror to let it shine. The dust and dirt are there, right, for many, many years. Not one lifetime is not enough, because you have been covering this mirror in thousands of reincarnations, thousands of a lifetime. So if in this lifetime you come to a realization, you start to wipe it. You start to clean it up. If in this lifetime you're doing bad things, you add more dust and dirt onto your mirror, that will cover up the mirror. Assuming you are very intelligent, very wise in this lifetime, you're trying to wipe out, but you cannot just wipe it in one lifetime. It takes a lot of time. But then, let me ask you, the mirror has been covered up with dust and dirt. Does the mirror lose its original reflectability? Is the reflectability still there, even though it's covered with dust and dirt? Does it mean that it has no power to reflect? No, because that power is just cover up. Its reflectability is still inherent in there. It has never changed. It's just the dirt and dust's been changed. Your reflectability, your original self purified nature is there, but you just start to clean it up. All right, and it's commonly accepted that many of our desires, craving, pain, sufferings, mental symptoms, etc., and to raise all the previous negative recording progress to nullify them. Sure, you can nullify them, but it takes practice. You can wipe away the dust and dirt, but it takes a lot of meditation. Not just one sitting of meditation, you can do it. You have to try. That's the reason why you won't be successful in just one Saturday morning. You do one meditation and you become a Buddha? No way. No. It takes many, many lifetimes. But it's the time to start. By starting it, immediately will change your life. You don't think that I have been covered up by this dust and dirt. And if I start to clean this dust and dirt, I don't think I will be successful in this lifetime. So I'm going to give up because I can't do it. That's not the right concept. You know why? Because if you start to wipe this dust and dirt, you already have the conceptual understanding that this dust and dirt are no good. Then you won't add on to it in the first place. You won't add on to it because if you're wiping a mirror, would you at the same time spray dirt on it? You're stupid if you do that, right? You know that you shouldn't spray dirt on it. So you already have stopped all the bad things. And then you start to wipe it out. So it would be good. The Buddhist teaching would not just lead you to a good nirvanic place after you die. It would lead you now to happiness, to more openness, I use that word, I think I can use it correctly, to a sublimation of your sensuous desire. You sublimate your sensuous desires to a higher nirvanic level. You come to a sublimation of it. I don't know if I've... Okay, next. Dear Venerable, do we have today's slides from the talk on the temple website? Sure. Get onto the temple's website, www.buddhisttemple.ca. Buddhist Temple, one word, .ca. You have a lot of my lectures in there, including today's. A lot of information. You check the study of the 8 consciousnesses. Today, you just say, oh, I want to have a copy of this slides, of this, PowerPoint. You get on there and you can we download it from there?
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah. Yeah, in the future, huh? In a few months, you may be even to download all this information from there. In a year from now, we may have even courses online that you can study the psychology of the Buddhist teaching. You can study many, many schools of the Buddhist teaching. Well, first of all, thank you indeed for the nourishing food, volunteers and donors. Could we get a hard copy of today's lecture on the 8 consciousness and 37 compass guide to enlightenment? During lecture, the word soul was mentioned. Does the soul exist according to the Buddha? That's worthwhile to give a short answer to. Soul, the word soul, if we want to use an analogy, a synonym, is it a synonym? Yeah, a synonym of soul, the light consciousness. That's the soul. The soul is tainted, is polluted. When you can change, transform the soul into purity, it's not called a soul anymore. What is it called? We can call it anything. If you call it, it's wrong. You don't attach a notion to truth. Language is limited. You don't attach a horn to the cow's horn. You don't need language anymore. Yes? Ego? Yeah, when the soul is mixed with the ego when you're not enlightened. It is the ego when you are not enlightened. When you are enlightened, the soul will transform into wisdom, and the wisdom will lead to the enlightenment. And what is enlightenment? Enlightenment is, you cannot describe it. You have to be there to know. If you have never to be Victoria Island, it does not matter how I describe it to you. You only get the language in your mind because you haven't been there. So it does not matter how good the Buddha explained nirvana to us. We only get the words. We never know the actual reality of it. The actual reality can only be, it's out of the ordinary comprehension. All right. Next is, if there is no soul, what is it that's being reborn again and again? Yes, there's a soul. The soul is a polluted consciousness. And our polluted consciousness has been reincarnating life after life. When a person dies, his polluted consciousness would roll into the next life. As I said, through 6 ways. The top of the head, the eye, the bosom, the belly, the knees, and the soul, the bottom of the feet. Maybe, yeah?
What about spirit?
Spirits? Spirit is, it's a word. You mean ghost? I don't know.
Human spirit.
Human spirit?
The shortage of human spirit.
Human spirit is inconceivable, it's invisible. Yeah, there's spirit, yeah.
In us.
In us, yes, there's spirit, there's energy, there's spirit. People use different terms to explain different things.
A life force.
And your life force, of course you have a life force. If you don't have that spirit, if you don't have that life force, you're not classified as a human. You're classified as a material, as a stone. But even stone has a little bit of latent energy in it. The first question, how do you forgive someone who continuously tries to hurt you emotionally and psychologically? How do you forgive someone who always try to hurt you and psychologically and emotionally? I guess emotionally is psychologically. Psychologically is emotionally. So every time after you interact with him, you want to cry. You don't feel happy. You don't want to be close to that person. How do you forgive someone like that? First of all, I like your 4th word it says forgiveness. Forgiveness is a good term because you already know that how do you forgive someone? You know that you should forgive him or her, but you haven't done it thoroughly. You still feel emotional. You still feel psychological. If you really have forgiven, there shouldn't be any emotion in you because you have not done it thoroughly. Your forgiveness is conditional. Your forgiveness is conditioned on the fact that when you interact with him or her, he would not, or he or she would not arouse you emotionally. So your forgiveness is not complete. Now, if he wants to hurt you, apart from physical injury, if something is physical, of course you handle it immediately in a different way. So I always advise people who are working, anywhere. If you feel very unhappy on your job, it does not matter what job you're doing. There's one thing that, or if someone is really, or your supervisors or your colleague is really not fair with you and you feel extremely unhappy, there's one thing that you must not do. You don't react physically. You don't bounce back. You don't fight physically. You know why? You could be involved in a criminal act. You can talk at the worst, but you cannot physically. But gladly received, you said it's emotionally and psychologically. If it is only emotional, that's easy to deal with than physical. If it is physical, you really have to seek, you really have to run. So people say, if somebody is physical, what do? Do I stay around and argue and explain the whole situation? No. If someone is really physical, the first thing you do is run. You don't wait. If someone is really physical, he's already out of his mind. You cannot be reasonable with him, so you have to leave. The best is to leave right away. But we're talking about something psychological. So if he hurts you by saying something, if it's not physical, how do people perform? People perform, how does karmic energy got created? From 3 modes of expression. The first one is what? Bodily behavior, action. The second one is speech. The third one is thought. If it's just a thought, it's easy to handle. He hasn't expressed that thought into volitional action. So usually what you cannot tolerate psychologically, emotionally, is the speech or behavior. How did he talk to you? He talked to you by cursing, by saying something nice, unpleasant to you. His facial expression is as if he's in a fury. He knit his eyebrows and he, clenched his teeth. He expressed it emotionally. But you don't get carried away by that, as long as that is not physical. So even if someone is using speech to hurt you, you analyze that speech. That speech, how does that sentence come out? So assuming that sentence say, you're a fool, you are stupid, and you just get very emotional because of that word stupid. How do you resolve that? You use the method of avoidance. How does that speech come out? That speech come out because of causation. On many circumstances, because of certain causes. The first one is he's unhappy. Why is he unhappy? He's emotionally, the one who blames you, is emotionally imbalanced. So what is uttered from his mouth is not the real truth. It's out of emotion. Why do you attach to a sentence that is not even a truthful sentence, that is out of emotion? Are you adding emotion to another unjustifiable emotion? Here is a speech coming out from the mouth emotionally, vehemently, and unreasonably. Something shoot out from the mouth. A sentence, a sound. And you, being emotionally yourself, attached to that sentence. You're adding emotion on top of emotion. You analyze that sentence. This sentence, because it's emotional, he's not fit to talk at that time, he was unhappy, he could have been drunk, or he thought that you did something really bad to him, to her. So there are many causes for that speech to come out. And that causes is because of something happening in the past, or some physical reasons, some emotional reasons. They're not real. Why do you think that sentence is real? You think that sentence is so real that it pierces your heart. That sentence should not pierce into your heart. That's just a sound. And that sound would vanish in a second. And that sound is out of unreasonable ignorance. So don't create any emotion on that. Just relax and don't attach to it, because you attach to every word. You attach to every word. You're not even any better than that unreasonable person, because you're not sober. You're attached. Your ego attached. Everybody has this internal commentator. That internal commentator always attach and comment on things and arrive at the conditions and then emotionally attach to it. You are doing that. You are as emotional as that person who is yelling. Do you think that your forgiveness worked in that way? Your forgiveness will not work if you're adding emotion onto emotion. Okay, so your forgiveness should be unconditional. Your forgiveness should not have any attachment, because that's just a sound uttered from a mouth of emotional brain. So don't attach to it. Just let it go. It's just like you're a mountain. If a cloud of darkness is getting by, you're not going to be carried away by that cloud. That cloud comes, let it come, and let it drift away. You are the mountain that is unmovable. You are that magnificent, unemotional, reasonable, rational mountain, and that cloud comes. You're not reasonable anymore. You're being carried away by that only a cloud. And that cloud comes because of many conditions, the weather conditions, the wind conditions, and all that. Why do you attach to that cloud? Don't get carried away by that cloud of emotion. Just let it go. Let it go. We call it let go. And let go of your cell phone too. Your cell phone is not letting go of you. So let it drift away. If we let it drift away, don't attach to it, non-attachment, then your forgiveness is complete. Not yet complete. You're letting it go, and you also say, I should be compassionate to this person who is yelling at me because he is ignorant, he's emotional. How can I help him? How can I help him? You don't help him by bouncing back. Hey, you're unreasonable. I'm more reasonable. I'm more logical, and you are not right doing that. Blah, 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 blah. Are you adding firewood onto a fire? You are. Just let it cool down, let it go. Forgiveness. And try to be compassionate to the person who is blaming you, because he really needs help. No one can do that other than you. You need to, if I use that quote unquote word, you have to love him. You have to be sympathetic with him, because he is ignorant. He does not know. Don't argue anymore. Let it go. Let it drift away. For those who understand the Chinese poem, 山峰本不動，白雲自去來. The mountain is originally unmovable. Let the clouds drift by. Don't get carried away by the clouds. Okay? So learn that complete forgiveness, that is letting go plus compassion. That's forgiveness. It's just like for someone who suffers from depression. Someone is really depressed, and you're his friend, and you say, hey, I checked the Google and YouTube. The reason why you're depressed is because of number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, up to number 100. All these reasons about people, you are depressed because the scientists, psychologists said this. You have 100 of these paragraphs. You don't need to do that, because probably the person who is depressed is more knowledgeable than you. He's been studying about depression. He's more knowledgeable. He does not need you to what? To give him all this theory. He already know about it. He needs your sympathy. He needs your compassion. He needs your company. He needs your listening. He needs you to listen to his problem. He needs you to spend the time with him. He needs you to live with him through these hurdles. Not just to give him 100 theories about this and then finally say, you are wrong. You're not right. You are depressed now. You are not reasonable. You're out of your mind. You don't need to tell him that he is depressed. He already knows. He needs you to spend the time with him, listen to him, walk with him, go to a cafeteria, drink over a cup of coffee, and talk about some joyful things to enliven him up. You need to have a clever way of dealing with depression. Not just repulsively talking about theory. Spend your time with him. So that if you rush everything, you can't live with someone who's suffering the depression. I don't have time for you. You better do something about your depression. Goodbye. You think that will help? All right. Is that enough for this question? Are you satisfied now or you are not? Raise your hand if you're not satisfied. I don't have your name in here, so you don't really have to worry about it. Next question. Thank you, volunteers and donors for the Dharma lunch. What's soul to you? Does the soul exist? Is the soul the same as the self? Soul is a modern English term. Soul, we call it the soul. And it's just a word. A word itself does not contain the actual ontology of it. You know the actual ontology? The actual noumena of it. It's just like the word fire does not give out heat. It's just a word. The word soul is just connotate certain meaning. And that meaning embraces a lot of explanation. In modern days, people call it soul is what's left of you when your body decay. No more, but you die now, you don't have this body anymore. And then where would you go? Or where do you come from? They think of a concept of a continuation, and they call it the soul. Different religions call it in a different way. You want to call it the soul? Some religion will call it the what? A liar consciousness, or tainted, or polluted consciousness. So, assuming that it is something, if we use a modern term, even more modern term, we call the soul a kind of consciousness. When a person dies, your body no more exists, then what is your soul? Let's simplify it by saying your soul is your consciousness. And the Buddha said the consciousness is actually in 8 parts. There are 6 parts of the consciousness that would disappear on death, that would decay. So your eye consciousness, your ear consciousness, your nose, your tongue, your body, would it exist anymore? No more, because it's decayed. So the first 6 consciousness would go when you die. And then the 6th consciousness, which if I use, let me use a company as an example. All your front-end salesmen, your nose, your eyes, your ears, your body, and all that, when the company is dissolved, there's no more salesmen left. How about a manager? The manager also has to leave too. When the manager leaves, the manager is retaining a lot of files for the directors and the board of directors and the shareholders. The manager will leave, and then everything will shrink into files and archive files, and everything is in the cabinet. You can take information from it, or you even store in the computer. That means the keyboards will go, the monitor will go, but the memory chips are still there. All this memory chip. In daily life, we have the chips to compare to, but our soul cannot be compared to material. Your soul is just all those accumulated karmic energy that you have created since this life, many, many lives before. And all this, every one of this energy, you can get away with it. If you have done something wrong, you have germinated those causes, you have unwholesome effects come out later. It depends on the maturity. So everything gets stored into, we call it a store consciousness. In the Sanskrit language, in the Buddhist language, is alaya consciousness, a storage consciousness, would store up all your past, all your present. And because you're not enlightened as yet, you will roll into samsara of life and death. It would roll into the next life. So this consciousness, which is invisible, and we call it an energy, would roll into the next life. And you may call it a soul, or you may call it a polluted consciousness. And the Buddha said, when this polluted consciousness is being purified, then that's Buddhahood. You don't have to go through that reincarnation anymore. It would be a pure consciousness. It's just like a mirror. When the mirror is covered with all dust and dirt for millions of lives, if you have chosen the alternative of trying to learn how to wipe out this dust and dirt, assuming you want to cultivate an enlightened way, which not a lot of people would try to, in his lifetime, would try to learn enlightenment path. Some of it will be involved in continuing to do karmic energy, to put dust and dirt on the mirror. Assuming this is a mirror of dust and dirt, what have you been doing on the dust and dirt? You have been accumulating all this dust and dirt yourself. And some people have chosen, for example, in this lifetime, I would like to learn from the Buddha. I would like to wipe out this dust and dirt. So you are on your way to enlightenment. But some people would never do that. They would keep on accumulating dust and dirt by unwholesome karmic energy on there. Killing, lying, flattery, ignorance, greediness, jealousy, hatred. All these are dirt that you created emotionally, from behavior, from speech, from thought. You add on to it. And in this lifetime, assuming that you have the causes for contacting Buddhism, you have learned to wipe them. That's what you're doing now, wipe them. But it takes more than one lifetime. So you continue to wipe them until it's all one mirror, no more dust and dirt. That's what we call, to use this as example, as the what? The pure soul. When it says light, dust and dirt, that is the tainted, polluted soul. The polluted soul will continue to reincarnate and suffer. That's the reason why we suffer from aging, sickness, suffering, all kinds of sufferings, lamentations, sorrow, wars, killings, lying, you name them. You're adding dirt and dust on your mirror. But if we look at it from another perspective, that soul, with dust and dirt on it, the mirror with dust and dirt on it, the Buddha said it contains the Buddhahood in you. That Buddhahood is in you. It has never gone away. Just as that mirror, even though it's covered with dust and dirt, still has that reflectability. Even the dust and dirt is on the mirror has never lost its reflectability. It's just been covered up. That reflectability is the original Buddha nature. So you already have that in you. You have that God in you. You have that purity in you. It's just being covered. So you have that soul in you. Does that soul exist? Yet it exists. Is the soul the same as the self? When the soul is polluted, it's the same as your egoistic self. But if that soul is all bright and enlightened, no more attachment, no more ego, there's no more self. Our problems comes from self. We always identify everything with that self, that egoistic self in us. Everybody has that egoistic internal commentator in you. You like to comment on everything. You like to give your opinion on everything. And that opinion is tainted. This is a bad guy. This is a good guy. I hate him. I love him. I want to do this. I want to do that. It's all egoistic. You may not realize it until you start to learn, to accumulate the wisdom. So don't waste your lifetime in pursuit of material anymore. Go into the spiritual path to find out how do you get rid of the dust and dirt. Why am I unhappy all the time? Why do I have to go through sufferings, sorrow, lamentation, physical suppression, wars, societal problems, family problems, personal problems, emotional problems? Why do I have to go through all these? Because this dust and dirt accumulated will produce karmic energy to induce you into the suffering. Not God. God will not give you suffering if there is a God. The God is in you already. That reflectability is in you. Why are you still looking for God? Don't look externally for God. It's not logical. If there is an external, omnipresent, omnipotent God, He would have saved you already. Why do you have to go through this suffering? God is respectable. God is everywhere. There are two kinds of gods. The earthen gods and that saintly God inside of you. There's the God of the tree, God of the earth, God of the river, God of the forest. I can tell you a lot of things about earthen gods, especially when you are cutting a tree down. You remember, tree has tree God in it. Don't easily cut down a tree. A tree, oh, anyway, it's not this question. Okay. Oh, dear Venerable, you have been giving talks overseas many times. When will you give same talk at local? I'm talking right now. Why are you still looking? You see, that's the problem. You have that God in you and you're looking for God. You are listening to this guy talking already. Why do you have, when are you going to talk? I mean, I'm talking, am I? I'm already talking. Why are you, any talk, when will you give same talk? I'm talking all the time. I like to talk too. Anybody who would like to listen, I like to talk. What is it that it's called enlightenment? If I'm using the same example, enlightenment is get rid of the dust and dirt on the mirror. The dust and dirt get into problems. There were two poems in Zen meditation. Of course, they were in Chinese. I have to translate it immediately. Your body is like a Bodhi tree. Your mind is like a Bodhi mirror. Always erase it with a brush. Don't let the dust gather. You know what I mean? That's one poem. Always try to get rid of the dust and dirt. Your body is like a Bodhi tree. Your mind is one reflective mirror. Always try to get rid of the dust and dirt. Don't allow dust and dirt to accumulate. That's one poem. And there was a top Zen master and said, this poem is not enlightened. This poem is about how to be a good person. There's another poem. Your body is not a Bodhi tree. Your mind is not a reflective mirror. There's actually wireless. Why do you have to do anything? Do you understand what he's talking about? You don't have to do anything. It's the actual wireless of it. You know what that means? He's talking about you have that Buddha nature. Realize that Buddha nature right away. There's nothing to be eradicated, let alone adding on to it. Well, you continue to meditate on it. I still don't know about it right now. I'm still searching for it. Oh, next question. Thank you for all the teaching you provide. It is a blessing. When does the soul come from? Where does the soul come from? Where does the soul come from? The soul comes from the mind. The mind comes from the soul. So where does the mind come from? If we're always thinking about what does it come from, we always say, where would it go? If you're always thinking of a beginning, then we always think there's an end. If there's a beginning, Where does the universe begin? If there's a beginning, then there must be an end, right? If there's an end, we don't have to do anything. It does not matter what you do. If there's an end, you don't have you exist anymore. Why do you have to do anything? There's no beginning, there's no end. Only if there is a beginning, there is an end. If there is no beginning, there's no end. So why are you looking for a beginning? The beginning is beginningless. You don't need to look for a beginning. But how about the really, really beginning? If I don't... Now, after I'm going to tell you a story, and after this story, then I say today is over. That was a fable, and there was one person in the life of the Buddha. He was at a crossroad, and he was walking on a crossroad. There are people walking by, and all of a sudden he was shot by an arrow from some direction. Boom! It shot into very close to his heart. Not exactly at the heart, otherwise it would be instant death. Then he got an arrow shot into his body, and he laid on the ground, helpless. And there's all these people who are sympathetic and look upon a group of people gathering on his dead body, on his body. And then one group of a few people say, "Well, this guy is hurt. Where does the arrow comes from?" The other guy said, "No, we have to find out what is this arrow made up of. Is it made up of wood, of stone?" And the third guy, "Is there any poison on the arrow? If there's any poison in the arrow, where does the poison comes from? In the first place, how come this guy get into this crossroad? If you ask a lot of questions, this guy is already dead. You should really rush him to the hospital first. Rush this guy to the hospital before asking what is the beginning, what is the end, what is the middle of the beginning, the middle of the end. I mean, rushed him to the hospital and ask that questions later. So get enlightened first. When you are enlightened, then you know. Why do you have to spend time in knowing the beginning and the end? You have enough problems to deal with in this lifetime. If that got shot into your body, the first thing is how to pull it out and heal the wound. Not to wait until, no, wait, doctor. Where does this arrow comes from? I want to find out. And is it made of wood, metal, stone? Is there any crystal onto it? How come I feel painful about it? Is there any poison? He'll be dead after these questions were investigated. So don't look for a beginning and an end. You will know when you're on that spiritual nirvana level. Because don't waste time. We're all wasting time now. We are waiting for the last day. There's no exception. Anybody who don't have to die? If you don't have to die, raise your hand. Everybody has to die, right? So why do we do something before we die? You don't say, where did I come from? I don't want to. Where did I come from? Where will I go after I die? And you keep on asking the same questions every day, and you don't know where to go. In dependent origination, death depends on birth, birth depends on becoming, and so on and so forth. So what does ignorance depend on? Ignorance depending on life and death. Life and death depend on ignorance. It's a loop. There's no such thing as the first beginning that ignorance depends on. It's a loop. The effect is like an unending circle. Because of this ignorance, you have these volitional actions, and you have all this karmic and all that, until death. And then death gives rise to another reincarnation, which would breed another kind of ignorance. So that is a loop that's never ending. So you have to go beyond ignorance. Go beyond dependent origination. If you end ignorance, you try to end ignorance to end death. where does ignorance comes from? If we just cut ignorance and consider ignorance now, where does it come from? Ignorance comes from the mind. Does ignorance just from your fingertips, from your mouth, because your mouth gives it bad speech? Ignorance comes from your hands, because your hand you strike out your fist. Ignorance comes from your knife. Why? I still remember there was a case where on a highway many years ago in a country, that country is slowly getting to develop, and there was a team of about 4 to 5 people who would try, you know, to get people driving along the road to stop, and they have a cafeteria, they have coffee and all that, and then somehow they set up a trap. They have a nice lady in there who becomes very courteous, and this driver is a very courteous lady and become interested in the lady, and then finally he get robbed. His car, you know, he robbed his car, and finally he end up killing. He's already killed a few people. I'm not saying which country, but he's already on a highway. A team of a young lady with 2 men. They plan on, you know, getting all these nice cars from highway by killing the drivers. Drivers who like to mix up with girls, you know, they get into trouble, and then they got killed. And finally, somehow, the detectives got into them, and somehow the men responsible, the person responsible, you know what did he do? He just, you know, stabbed a knife into the guy's heart, and he died. And of course, he's sentenced to life. And before he was executed, he said, I blame my knife. My knife has done a job that intricate me into doing this. He thought the knife is guilty, not him. He thought the means to be ignorant is the cause of ignorance. It's not the knife, it's not the gun that shoots. It's the man behind the gun who pulled the trigger. Ignorance gets you into trouble, but ignorance itself comes from where? Comes from your mind. If you really have to call it where does ignorance comes from, depends on your mind, because ignorance comes from your mind. And why do you have this kind of consciousness that is polluted? Because you have built up all this karmic energy. The mind induces you to do bad actions, bad speech, and all this create, you sow what you reap, all this create bad karma. You're in a loop. You didn't get out. We call it reincarnation. Reincarnate. The cycle. We call it the cycle of life and death. In the Sanskrit language, we call it samsara. You're in the ocean of samsara. You never get out from it. The Buddha got out from it. And many other Buddhas. There's not just one Buddha, you know. All those who got out from samsara and went into nirvana, they are Buddhas. So Buddha is not just one Buddha. But in the history of mankind, we have one historical Buddha 2,600 years ago, hoping that unenlightened beings will start to learn to be enlightened and get out from it. It's just like a guy roaming in the forest, extremely dangerous. And now he has got out from that dangerous forest, and then he knew the map to get out. So he drew a map and say, folks, I've already got out, and here's the map. Walk the path, practice, walk the path, and you can walk out from the forest of suffering. But are you willing to walk out? You've been handed the map. You just put the map aside and still look for enjoyment in the forest. And in that forest, a lot of things happen in there. Pleasures, non-pleasures, happiness, unhappiness, suffering, reincarnations. You went through a lot in the forest, but you didn't know about it. You just continue. That forest is like a prison. We have all been so used to the prison that you don't know there's freedom outside. Those little frogs in the well, But the sky, the only sky they see is that opening on the well. They were in the bottom of a well, all these millions and millions of little frogs and what do you call it? Tadpoles, tadpoles, right? Tadpoles, yeah, tadpoles. Millions of tadpoles in that little well, and oh, that's the sky. They thought that the sky is round in there. And there was an enlightened individual. He said, "Come out from there. The sky is more than this little circle, that brightness on top of the well. There's a lot more in there." And the frog said, "Can you describe to me what is outside?" It does not matter how he described to you, how the Buddha described to you. He can only say it in words. But how can words describe everything? You think you can use words to describe what is outside the world? Where do you start first? Oh, the sky is much larger than that little circle. Oh, there's flowers everywhere, grass everywhere. It does not matter how you describe it. The tattoo, no, I don't believe you. The tattoos are too busy swimming and eating and in there. They haven't got time to think about how to get out from there. Even if you put a little string in there. Hey, cling onto the string and I can pull you out. You are too busy with your pleasures. And there was a story. I don't know if I can tell the story. There's no time to tell the story. There was a story that one day Buddha Sakyamuni was walking along a lotus pond. A huge big lotus pond. And beautiful lotus flowers with leaves, with crystal clear water. And he was meditating as he was walking. And in his supernatural power, he saw the crystal clear water and the beautiful lotus and all this mud. And right through the mud, he saw millions of miles down in the inferno. Then there was one man struggling with all millions of other men struggling in the inferno. In the sea, it is a sea of suffering. In a sea of mud and blood and dirt. And they were struggling with all these other people. And Sakyamuni Buddha somehow, with his natural power, saw millions of lives ago, he had particular relationship with this fellow who was a robber in his last life. He had a particular relationship with that fellow. Say, whoever you talk to, whoever you save, or whoever becomes your son, your sisters, they all have particular relationship with you. Otherwise, they cannot be your son or your dad, your mom. They must have some relationship with you, no matter how small, how minute, how little relationship is. But he saw supernatural power with his natural power and relationship with this particular man. So what he do is he used, the Sakyamuni Buddha used supernatural power. He picked a thread from what do you call it? A lotus have a lotus fruit in it, and when you tear apart the lotus fruit, there's threads. You know what do you call that? 牛絲叫咩啊？Huh? Guilt? A silk, yeah, the silk. There's a lot of silk inside the seeds of a lotus, right? A lot of silk. So with natural power, he just pulled a seed with natural power and lengthened it down to inferno from the pond that was holding the seed down the thread, or go millions of miles down inferno. And this man, the robber down there, was struggling with all the others. He saw a silky thread coming down with light on it, and he saw that silky thread with all his might. He grabbed onto the silky, the thread, the silk, and try to climb up. I want to leave this dirty place. No, I can't. I don't want to suffer anymore. He tried to pull up and pull up and pull up. He was going and going upper and upper and upper and upper. He had about 1/3 of the way, approximately. And then somehow he felt some pressure underneath the thread. There were other people who were also going up there. They were going up there. In other words, he was 1/3, and all these other people was also holding out, trying to struggle and get out from the pond of blood. And then this robber said, "I discovered this thread first. Get away from me. Get away." So these people still climb up. Get away. And then he was trying to, kick them down. Because I discovered this first. I am the person who should be using this, not you. Get out. And finally, because of this struggle, bang, the thread broken, and he fell back into the pond again with the mud and blood. And Sakyamuni Buddha was grief-stricken. He said, I tried to save him, but because of his egoistic, selfish behavior, that he only want himself to be saved, he lost his opportunity. Is this ignorance, right? That's ignorance. So how come I get into that story? Yeah, I'm talking about ignorance, yes. So ignorance depends on what? Ignorance also depends on the consciousness. Do you want to change your consciousness? Then you have to change it. Change your thought. In a North American society, civilization, we used to have positive thinkers. These positive thinkers, they preach what? Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do everything. If you train your mind, you can do it. Positive thinking, positive thinking. But positive thinking cannot be let alone. It has to be guided by precepts, morality, samadhi, and vipassana. If you don't know what is right and what is wrong, you have positive thinking, you'll be positively doing the negative thing. So positive thinking must be guided by the right kind of thinking. Not just positive thinking itself. If you're positive thinking about, I would become a billionaire, I think about that every day, you'll be successful. But how do you, in the process, become a billionaire? Be hurting other people, creating a lot of bad karma. You are a scientist. I've always been giving that example. You are an excellent scientist, talented scientist, and you create a hydrogen bomb, and your objective is to occupy another country. You're talented, but you are positively thinking about carrying that laboratories so that you can be successful, but you are hurting other people. You have intelligence, but no wisdom. You see the difference between intelligence and wisdom? You use your intelligence to hurt, to harm. You're creating bad karma. All right? So let's answer the second question. Otherwise, I can't get to it. In the lecture, the sixth consciousness is called mana, and the seven is called manas, directors or ego as an example. So what is the eighth consciousness? The eighth consciousness is a storage of all. It's a storage of all, and is also the creator of all. And if you really want to call it, quote and unquote, God, feel free to call it a God. But it is not a God. It's you. But that is the whole conglomeration. You individually have that eight consciousness. I individually have that eight consciousness. Because of all these eight consciousnesses of billions and billions of people, the world was created. Not by God, by everybody's consciousness. Let me give you an example. This temple was never built 40 years ago. And there was this one guy who had the consciousness, the objective of building a temple. So he had that objective. The consciousness triggered the building of a temple. And then he tried to get help and all these volunteers, and after 35 years of hard work, the temple got built, got created. Was this temple created by God? No. It was created by the consciousness. That guy had an idea of building a temple. Don't say this temple was built by God. It's by you. By you, by you, by you, by you, by everybody. So the whole world was like that. And more than that, there are something that we cannot see with eyes that are created, and we call it karmic energy. You created all these different karmic energies. I created this different karmic energy, and that brought us to North America, to Canada. They created this karmic energy that brought them to China. They created this karmic energy that brought them to Africa. You created your own little individualistic world. And with all these individuals combined together, we created the whole world. So this world was created by what? The mind. The world was created by the mind, not by God. If you want to call God is mind, mind is God, feel free. You're talking about the same thing. But when people think about a God concept, they always think about a supernatural, a creator, someone that you can blindly believe in and they will save you. If the creator can save, if God can save, he would have saved already. How come there's people suffering? You don't even have to ask. If God is all saving, there wouldn't be anybody suffering, right? Right? You believe in that? I was brought up in a different religion. And the religion always, every morning we have to went to the chapel. And I have to sing all this, every day. And somehow I believe in, am I created by God? If I'm created by God, then how come I'm always behind in my studies? And they're always intelligent, more intelligent than I do. And when I talk to all these different students, and we talk about when we were young, we talk, what do you have for breakfast? Well, they have milk, they have cheese, they have toast, and what did I have? I didn't have that. So how come God created these inequalities, and they have cheese and milk and I don't have? And I started to say, then he must not be fair. So I always argue with my fellow students, and the fellow students said, look, God wants to test you, to see if you're patient, to see if you're good. If they test you and you're good, then you'll be promoted. Like in different classes, you're primary 1, primary 2, primary 3. Well, he wanted to test me. How come he didn't want to test you? How come he didn't put you in a bad situation and test you be higher and higher? So I always have this argument. And so that's the reason why finally I become a monk. I believe in that you created your own world. Don't blame anybody for it. You built your own world. And at the same time, you can improve your own world. It's never late. It's never late to mend. It's always never late. You can always change it. All right, that's the question. Why do you hit the ground with a wooden sword? If I didn't, then you say, why didn't you hit the sword? So if anything I do, why did you hit the ground? When I hit the ground is to alarm you. Hit the ground. When we hit the ground, everybody come to a standstill. Those who are not mindful, those who are not paying attention, they will continue walking. That means you're not mindful. And also hitting the ground would mean that there are certain procedures you have to follow. Because we habitually like to be anti-rules. Why do you build up rules that I have to follow? Why do you have this rule and that rule? I can do whatever I want. Why do you set up this rule that I have to stand still? Why and why and why and why? That is to bring you under an atmosphere that we all agree to certain rules and regulations that you have to follow. Why do I have to keep quiet when I'm meditating? I like to lie down. I don't want to cross my legs. There's so many people, if I haven't explained the rules to them, they react in a different way. You know how people meditate? Some people meditate like this. They put their elbows onto the knees and they meditate for half an hour like that. And they think they can do whatever they want. And I have seen one guy, so far only one guy, when he was meditating, you know what he did? He was sleeping like that, in a reclining position, like that. He wanted to be like a Buddha. And he said, I can do the same thing as what a Buddha is doing. So he was lying like that. So we want to have the same kind of disciplines. So that's the reason why with the sword. We also wanted you to be mindful. Because if you're not mindful, you don't know how we hit the ground. You're not mindful. And there was, when I was in a monastery in China, at a very famous monastery, Gaomenji, when I was in Gaomensi, in the hall, they can accommodate 500 people in a huge circular hall. So we'll walk circumambulating. In there, circumambulating is not like us. You know what they do? They run 15 miles an hour. they really have, they really swing their hands and they walk very, very fast. You know why they walk very fast, really fast? Because when you walk fast, you have to pay attention. If you're not paying attention when you walk fast, you will bump into poles. You have to really be mindful when you are walking fast. So everybody is walking fast, and some people walk slower than the other. And there was always this vigilator who carry a plank in their hands, and they also run at the same time with all these other fellows. So you have 400 and 500 people. Ooh, they're running like close to galloping, but running like that, and they don't bump into each other. They just run in a sequence that, although they run all over the place in a circle, they don't bump into each other. But there are some people who walk slowly. Then the one with the wooden plank, there was a nun walking in there, and this guy, this vigilator, put his plank onto her shoulder. Fast. Quiet. Quiet means fast. Means you're just too slow. Fast. Quiet. And this nun said, I'm already fast. How come you hit me? This guy hit harder, fast. And then he complained, how come he's hitting me? He's hitting you for disobedience. He's hitting you because you're still egoistic. You don't want to follow the rules. You just want to be yourself. You want to argue. You are egoistic in what you think. You always put a comment on, I'm already fast enough. How come you hit me on the shoulder? And sometimes when this guy hit you on the shoulder, it does not mean that he say that you are slow. He just want to test you out to see if you are egoistic and that why do you hit me? You're not open for training. You still want to be restricted to your own individual, that I'm doing my thing and you're doing your thing, how come you hit me? So that's the reason why. There's a lot of reasons why they use the wooden plank to correct the position. And in many situations, people are meditating like this. And they have to correct your posture. Not very many people, but people who are lack of sleep, they're always dozing into sleep. It's not good. It's not good to doze in sleep. You know why it's not good? When you're sleeping like that, you're affecting other people. When you are sleeping, that means there are people who are lazy and they are sloth. And in Guan monastery, if you're sleeping like that, they may ask you to leave. And also, when you start meditating, they close the door. You can't leave. Then you have to stand aside. You will be punished. People will be punished by standing against the wall. You can't go there. North American people in here, they're so much used to freedom. You don't want to be penalized. You can't go. Because you may be asked to stand right there because you broke the precepts. You broke the rule. You stand right there, everybody was looking at you. You lose your dignity. And you cannot doze into sleepiness when you're meditating. Okay? A boy who is very good and gentle dies from cancer at 14 years old. Why? First of all, I'm not a doctor. How do I know why? And then, who die from cancer at 14 years old. There are people who die 12, 13, 10 years old, 5 years old, 1 month old. So what's the difference between a 14-year-old and a 13 and a half? You can die any time. You think a 14-year-old is deserved to live to 96, 97? Who knows? A 1-year-old could die. 2-year-old could die. You think you are young and I'm only 21 and I still have at least 60 years to live? No, not necessarily. One accident could change your whole life. Don't wait. You have to get into the spiritual training to get away from suffering. Don't wait till you're old enough. I want to enjoy the pleasure. I don't have to learn the Buddha's teaching. We die anytime. We don't know. We have people in here that they die in different ways. And die from cancer? Sometimes not from cancer, from heart attack. from accidents. People die in various ways, so you have to ask me why. I don't have supernatural power. You mean it's unfair? There's no such thing as unfair. Everybody is your own master. You sow what you reap. So you be careful with yourself. You sow what you reap. He's good and gentle. How come he die 14 years old? There are people who are good and gentle and who die at 7 years old, 8 years old. Don't wait. You have to start your spiritual transformation right away. Change, purify your karma. Okay, that's the answer. During meditation, when negative thoughts come, do we release them or accept them? When negative thoughts come, let it come and let it go. Don't think about it. You are like a mountain, as I always compare the analogy to a mountain. When the clouds of darkness comes, let it flow away. When the cloud of gloominess comes, let it go away. When the cloud of pleasure comes, let it go away. Red clouds, black clouds, yellow clouds, blue clouds. Just look at it. You look at it and it go away. Don't go away with the cloud. Don't attach your feeling to the cloud. I like this cloud. I hate this cloud. I would like to go away with this cloud. I like to go away to, don't be carried away. Just be objectively observing all these emotions that come to you and let it go. Can you do that? Can you be successful in doing it? Extremely difficult, because you always get carried away by your own emotions. That's why we need to train, the training. The meditation, just a Saturday afternoon for half an hour, it's tip of an iceberg. You need more and more at home. You need more training at home. This is just to give you an example. You need to purify your mind. The more purified you are, the happier you are. The wiser you are. The happier you are, the wiser you are, the more successful you will be. It all in the loop. It works in the loop. You want to have a happy life, a healthy life, even an elevated afterlife to a level that is that's higher than reincarnation. You got to start now. There's no free lunch like this one. This is a free lunch to attract you to come here, but there's no such thing. And actually, I tell you, there's nothing free. Don't always receive. Try to receive. When you receive something, somehow you got to give it back or give it out. So always think about giving, not just receiving. Always think about how much you can give to your family, how much you can care about your kids, how much you can care about your wife, your husband, your relatives, your mom, your dad. Don't think about what my dad gave. My dad gave me nothing. My dad, I don't like him. I hate him. Always forgive and think about what you can give. You'll be happier that way. So if your dad treat you badly, forgive it. It's gone. Don't even have that in your mind. You will be happier that way. Because by hating him, it wouldn't have changed the past outcome, would it? You hated him. What happened is already happened. Your wife has already mistreated you, have already divorced you. Your husband, whatever bad experiences that happened to you, already happened. And now you ponder on it. You get anxiety, depression, hatred, anger. You think that will change the outcome? That already happened? It won't. So why are we so stupid? Getting so grief-stricken and so much suffering for it. Let go. Don't go over the clouds. A thought like that, a thought of hatred comes up, let go. Even a thought of pleasure comes up, let go. A neutral thought come up, let go. You're not being touched by it. You're not being affected by it. Train yourself in that way. Then that means what? You're more observant. You're more mindful. You know what's going on. If you build up that mindfulness, you know what you would do? Then you will come up in a situation that you don't see this as coming and going. You don't see this as coming and going. When you don't see any coming and going, that means there's nothing. There's no coming and no going. When there's no coming and no going, what happened to you? There is still a coming and going. The wisdom will be coming. The wisdom will be coming. When the wisdom is coming, finally, even the wisdom you have to let go. Then what is that? I don't know. That's nirvana. We can't always use words to explain it. I'm a newcomer. First question. I read that your temple follows the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. What does this encompass? A Zen Buddhist practice is part of your tradition, for example. You need about 5 years to explain all that. Zen Mahayana Buddhism encompasses a lot. We have the 3 canons in Mahayana Buddhism. The Vinaya canon, which is the morality canon, and the Samadhi, the meditation part, and also in the sutras part. So there's so many. There's billions and billions of Chinese characters. There's billions and billions of other languages, English, to explain that. I think you can easily get it from the internet, from internets about what Mahayana Buddhism encompasses. But then, a Zen Buddhist practice is part of your tradition. Maybe I just explain very generally. There was a historical Buddha 2,600 years ago by the name, he was a prince, and his name was Siddhartha Gautama in India. He became an ascetic, and he went on to his search for enlightenment, for understanding, for nirvana, and he was successful in reaching that point of nirvana where he understood the truth and where he introduced Buddhism to the world. And he was called Buddha Sakyamuni. And that was a historical Buddha, which means that it was written in history. It's a truth that that Buddha existed 2,600 years ago in the history of mankind. And then when Buddha Sakyamuni awakened, we call it, or obtained bodhi, or obtained complete enlightenment, he was thinking of, because when you attain enlightenment, that means you are out from life and death. You have, I use that word, sublimated yourself from all these desires, and you go to a very high level where you are in perfect nirvana. You are away from life and death, away from mental afflictions. In that state, we call it nirvana. And he was thinking, after he shed off this body, because one still has to die when you carry a body, he entered that nirvana stage where he had complete enlightenment, and that will be the end of it, which is good. In other words, you could have gone, you already have gone to a level where there's complete enlightenment. It's good for you, all happiness. But then he was thinking, I should stay behind. I should tell all my folks how to do that so that they can transcend migration. They can go beyond transmigration. They can go beyond suffering. He wanted It's just like someone who walked out from a forest of desires and wild animals and miseries. He walked out from the forest already. He was completely safe. And it was okay. Oh, I'm safe. But then he walked back. And he drew out the map and tell everybody, folks, there are ways to get out from this forest. He walked back to the forest and said, folks, I got a map for you. I know how to get out from this prison, this forest. Follow this path and you'll be out. And that's Buddhism. So there's a path, a big path to walk out from that forest. When Sakyamuni Buddha got enlightened and introduced Buddhism to the world, the map, he didn't classify it into sects and clans and different schools, philosophies. No, he didn't classify that. It's the later philosophers, for the sake of easier understanding, classify into 8, some people classify into 10 schools of practices and philosophy. One being Zen meditation, Pure Land, Tiantai, esoteric Buddhism, and a lot more. There's 10 paths, 10 ways. Why did later philosophers classify that? For the sake of easy understanding. Some people like to understand Zen more. Some people like to understand chanting more. So there's different ways of achieving at the same destination. It's just like in that map, to walk out of the forest, there's only not just one road. Sakyamuni Buddha pointed out a big wide path to walk out from the forest. And the later philosophers and later very high level wise men who follow the Buddha's path and who knew the way, tried to design other ways of getting to that destination. It's just like if you come to Richmond, is there only one road coming to Richmond? If Richmond being your destination. There are many roads coming to Richmond. Don't just say one road going to Richmond. There's a road that is congested, but it still gets there. There's a road which is narrower. There's a road which is wider. You can take Oak Street Bridge. You can take Canby. You can take Granville. I mean, there's not just one road going to Richmond. There's so many roads going to Richmond. It also depends on where you live. If you live somewhere, that road will be closer for you. So what do you mean by that? It means there are expedient ways tailored to your background on all the different schools of Buddhism. So there's Zen Buddhism, where people like to practice meditation. There is the chanting, esoteric Buddhism, who likes to use chanting as what? As a sound meditation. Some people want Zen as a consciousness meditation. Some people like to chant as a chanting, a sound meditation. Or if we use more than language, there's consciousness therapy. There's sound therapy. It's just the different names that you use. We don't stigmatize names. It's the meaning of it. So there's even walking meditation. Other than sitting silent meditation, there is walking meditation, sound meditation, a lot more. So there's so many roads leading to room. Room didn't have just one road, one way, so many roads. That's the reason why they broke it down into different traditions. And some people want to say, okay, different about 10 schools of thought, 10 schools of practices. Why don't we further summarize it into 2? We call it the Mahayana and the Hinayana. It's just people's efforts to classify them, not the Buddhist method, which is good too. There's not just one road going to Richmond. Because why did the later philosophers and practitioners design different roads? Because they were in life, they were in their daily activities. They know which way is better for other people. So if you're not used to Zen, you shouldn't practice the Zen way. If you're used to chanting, you practice the chanting way. That's just logical, right? So, is that part of the tradition? No tradition is better than the other or worse than the other. Don't criticize. Don't criticize other tradition. This is good. This is not as good. You are discriminating. Don't criticize. Can you criticize that Oak Bridge Road is not good? And always go by Granville? What happens if Granville has a big blockage in road construction? You can't get here. So you can't discriminate all these different roads and you take Western Road. If you stick just on the Oak Street Bridge, then sometimes you may suffer because that could be under construction. Because that's under construction, you say, I'm not going to Richmond. Is that your intention? If Oak Street Bridge is under construction, you say, I am not going to Richmond because Oak Bridge is under construction. Then you go by Granville. You have to have that changeability in your mind, the flexibility in your mind. That's logical. So don't criticize other traditions. Every tradition is good, as long as it's geared towards the mind, not geared towards what you can receive. Oh, these traditions can give you health. These traditions can give you wealth, happiness. These traditions can give you anything you want. There must be a problem in there. Because that tradition increases your greediness, your attaching, your craving. Everything is from the mind. If you use a strong attachment to crave for more, that's not what the Buddha is talking about. You're away from it. That's exactly why you should be away from it. So how should I tell you? It takes a long time, but to understand it, don't say that one tradition is better than the other. It's all from your mind. No ears, no tongue, no taste, no body, no mind. Nothing. If there's nothing, so what does that mean? Thoughtless? If there's nothing, something will come up. And that's what we call, quote unquote, wisdom. The more you're detached, the more you have nothing, the more you shut off your greediness, your hatred, your anger, your jealousy, the more you let go of that. Oh, I don't have hatred anymore. I don't have anxiety anymore. What does that mean? You're working towards it. You're shutting off all these you should not want, you should not have. But you may be thinking, oh, I lose my anger, I lose my anxiety, I lose my self-respect. It is exactly the self-respect you attach to that increases your ego. All right, that's enough for this. Otherwise, I can go on and on. Okay, next question. Venerable, I have a 12-year-old son. He was bullied at school for many years. Now this is better, but his classmates are not nice to him and he gets upset. What advice would you give to help him better deal with these issues? I think you should talk to the teacher, not me. I'm not the teacher. I don't understand the situation thoroughly. So this question should be directed to the teacher who understands the kid, or direct to the school. And what should you tell him? I can only give you general advice. Tell him to forgive. Tell him to put up the tolerance, the perseverance. Tell him that if you build up that power of forgiveness, that's the stronger person. Only the hero can forgive. The coward will always fight back. The power comes from perseverance, from tolerance, forbearance, forgiveness. You may, on the surface, you may be timid, but internally you already built up your power to resist suffering. You know what's the result in putting up tolerance? Oh, I'm timid. Actually, you're building up your power to receive suffering. As I said earlier in the hall, in most cultures, We always want the objective, life objective of being happy, of living to be happy. But many people have enough to live by, but nothing to live for, because they don't know the meaning of life. They all have the means of living, but no meaning. Because you just react according to your emotions. If you're always in search of the meaning, that'll build up your power to receive, to tolerate the suffering. And life is a tolerance of suffering. And there's a very good book that maybe you can search. It's not a religious book. It's not a Buddhist book. It's called Man in Search of Meaning. It's by Frankl, Frankl. He was a survivor of the concentration camp. It's the meaning of life that sustained him to live on. He was a doctor. He almost died on many, many occasions. But he was able to live on because he had the meaning. He was looking for the meaning of life, and he sustained the search for that meaning. And he told all his readers that all those who want to be happy, they all died. Because in the search for the meaning, you build up your strength to resist or to endure suffering. That was the reason why he was able to have a lot of strength in putting up all this suffering that no other person, average person, can endure. So I don't know what else I should tell you. Ask the teacher what to do with this. Thank you for the Dharma lunch, volunteers and donors who first discovered the alaya consciousness of karma, the depository, who first discovered it. Well, if I tell you Mr. A discovered it, does it help you? Mr. A discovered that. It does not matter who discovered it. I don't know who discovered it. Even if it's not discovered, it's still there. So why do we have to concern about who discovered it? Let's say the Buddha discovered it, or there must be some people who discover it who already have benefit from it. But the Buddha who discovered it and he wanted to benefit others, that's the reason why he introduced Buddhism to the world. So the discoverer who discovered it, bring it to you, whoever discovered it. So who discovered it? Alaya consciousness. Discover it doesn't mean that it does not exist before. It's not an invention. Like an invention, nothing's like that been invented before. Now you invented it. You started from nothing, invented it, but it's always there. Who discovered space? Space is always here. Who discovered it? Space has always been around. Nobody discovered space. I always give an example. Some people say, I dig a hole in the ground to store something, 10 feet by 10 feet. There was no hole before. Now I dig it, and I can use it as storage. I discovered that hole, 10 feet by 10 feet. I discovered that space. You go away, I discovered it first. It does not matter what you discover. The space is always there. You just make a hole in the space. The space is always there. You just excavated the soil and you call it your own discovery. It always exists there. Timeless. Next question. Has the modern science confirmed the existence of alaya consciousness? As I said, it's always there. Have scientists discovered your consciousness? You mean if the scientist didn't tell you that he's discovered your consciousness is not there? Do you feel your own consciousness? Does it have to be discovered? Modern science confirms the existence of alaya consciousness. Does modern science confirm the mind? I'm sure modern science confirms the mind. The mind is consciousness, right? It's just another word of calling it. Who discovered the mind? You tell me, who discovered the mind? It does not matter who discovered it, but people can explain it. People can research and explain more details into how the mind works. But the mind is always there. It does not matter how you discover, how you analyze it, the mind is always there. So why do you have to confirm? Has modern science confirmed the existence? Modern science has confirmed the existence of the mind. Who discovered it? I don't know. Who discovered the mind first? I don't know. Who analyzed the mind in some details in his own way? Many. Sigmund Freud, Kant, Aristotle, oh, you name them. All these philosophers, they discover methods to extrapolate, to tell you what the mind is all about. Whether they are right or wrong, they could be right in some situation, they could be wrong. But the mind is there. Is the alive consciousness the same as the soul? Well, if you want to call it, it can be the same as the soul. The alive consciousness is a polluted consciousness, and the soul is the polluted consciousness. If you call it the soul, yes, you can call it the soul. The first question is, could you please recommend a mantra to recite tomorrow? Extend compassion on November 11th, Remembrance Day. Is tomorrow November 11th? No. It's next week. In other words, what do we recite in order to give blessings to everybody on Remembrance Day, something like that? So many of them, maybe we use a simple one. We highly honor a very simple one, which is Om Mayura Grande Swaha. That's a very simple one. And this one would give peace to all state of countries, to all countries or cities, particularly those who are subject to natural disasters like earthquake, tsunami, weather, all kinds of severe weathers, and which Vancouver is subject to earthquake in some cases. And maybe we should chant the Peacock Sutra. That would be protection of the whole state, of the whole cities. This mantra is effective in doing that. Second, other than protecting the country, how about one's individual? It is a mantra that's an antidote to what? To poison. Why do we have sickness? Because we have germs inside of us. We have certain poisons inside of us. That's why some people have incurable disease because of these germs, because of this, lots of germs that kill the body. So this particularly is to get rid of all these bad germs in the body. In other words, get rid of all the sickness. And also, this is a mantra of longevity. So this is easy to do. So if you're asking me, this is what I recommend for now, for Remembrance Day. So we want to try that now? Let's put, it's a peacock mantra, then you can do this. And with a peacock, like this is the tail and this is the head, right? The head and the tail, put your fingers like that, right? And then twist it around like this. So that you have the two last fingers coming out, and this is the head. This is the head. All right, did you see that? Okay. That is for the very polite, very courteous peacock. For the peacock that is very active is this on top. So they even move it. Om Mayura Grande Swaha. Om Mayura Grande. This is the wing, right? This is the wing. But right now we don't need that. We just, we're sitting down in here. We use this. Okay. Let's try to chant. Om Mayura Grande Swaha. 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 So the mantra that on Remembrance Day, this is the mantra. If you chant this mantra all the time, good health, relieve yourself from all kind of poison, and peace to the country that you're living in, free from earthquake. We are due for an earthquake, Vancouver is due for an earthquake already. But somehow we didn't have it. Maybe it will be for another 100 years or 200 years, we don't know. But according to geologists, they said it's long due, it just didn't come. And an earthquake will be disastrous if it's an earthquake. And so don't do it when it happened. Try to prevent it. And that's something good for Remembrance Day. Actually, you are giving blessings to the country, the blessings to everybody. Give out, be compassionate. Don't just for yourself. Be compassionate, wishing the country, the nation, on Remembrance Day to be peaceful, to be free from earthquake and all natural disasters, and everybody lead a longer life, healthier life. Isn't that the best blessings you want? Right? That's Remembrance Day. All right? Okay. So, second half of the question. Also, thank you for the level of detail you include in your Dharma talks. It is very useful to my practice. Yeah, we've gone into a lot of detail in the consciousness. It should be quite helpful. Yeah, and we've been putting all my Dharma talks in YouTube and in our website, and for a number of years already, both on the Chinese side and on the English side. On the Chinese side, I used two languages. I spoke two languages, the Mandarin language and the Cantonese. But there are a lot of English lectures on YouTube and on our website too. Our website have cooking in it, vegetarian cooking, have the history of the whole temple, have even a Facebook on it and registration. Get into our website, www.buddhisttemple.ca. Buddhist temple being one word, .ca. So www.buddhisttemple.ca. You have a lot of information. You can also register for getting newsletter. You can have a lot of information in there. You'll be amazed how much information we have. We have been revamping it for 2 years now, and it's now on, I shouldn't say on the market, but yeah, it's on the market. I mean, on the society, So try to get into it, and then you can also get into YouTube with all the lectures. We plan to do more of it, and surprisingly, I think not just in Hong Kong, we receive a lot of comments from Southeast Asia, from Singapore, Malaysia, especially on the English side, from Singapore and Malaysia, because most of them speak good English in Singapore and Malaysia. So they like to absorb the English part of the lecture. Because in Singapore and Malaysia, they may not be very good at Chinese. When we talk about Buddhism, because a lot of it is written in ancient Chinese, even the Chinese, they don't understand. Don't think that when the Chinese listen to a Chinese talk about Buddhism, they understand. Not many people understand. And modern Chinese is quite different from the Chinese written, translated, in the Ming Dynasty, in the Cheng, in the Tang Dynasty, which is about 1,000 years ago. It's some of them, they're not the same. So even the Chinese people, they like to get to the English part of the lecture. That's the reason why we receive a lot of popularity in there. So it's useful to the practice. Yes, the talking is quite useful, and more I find out that getting people to know about the Buddhist teaching through the mass media is even more effective than renting a hall to have an audience of 1,000 people and talk about it. Because renting a hall, Opium Theater, or other UPC halls, you can only absorb about 1,000. But in a website, you can have millions of people, and if you do a good job, that's very effective. I have people who came over here lately. I have something surprising. I had a pilot trainer coming to visit me, and he was listening to my YouTube and really liked it my lectures. And he came to visit me every time when they fly to Vancouver, and he brought me newspapers particularly. I said, I don't read newspapers. Every time he came, he brought me newspaper, all kinds of newspapers from Hong Kong. So he really liked the lectures. And there are other people too. I have people from the States. I have people from many parts of the world coming here because of what we put on YouTube and on our website. So we'll be keeping, to update it and improve it in a better and better way. And you have been making these things happen, you may not realize it. You may not realize it subliminally. You have been making these things happen. You know why? Because you are the audience. If there's no audience, then I, being the speaker, may not be talking about it. Since you participate, you have been helping to make it happen all this number of years, particularly those who have been here for a long time. You make these things happen. You may not know about it. So you've been contributing. If you go to a gambling casino, you also make things happen too, but that's happened in a different way. So what do you choose to do? All right, so this is the question. The second question: thank you indeed for the Dharma lunch, and lunch, the donors, and thank you the volunteers. Number one, most of us can learn the teachings of the Buddha. However, when it comes to practice the teaching of the Buddha, one cannot walk the path. We just talked the talk, not walking the talk. That means we mostly fail in our practice to our heavy negative karma. Is it true? It's true and false. It's true and false. I mean, there's no such thing as it's true or it's false, because some people are practicing. But I think the proportion of people who are really practicing according what the Buddha was talking about is not out proportion those who are not practicing, who are not following. So I would say, if I just throw a rough estimates of the figures, maybe about 30% of the people, the rest of the 70%. Some of the people, maybe another 30% is just they heard about it, they thought it's important, but they habitually think about how they enjoy life and do something else. So not a lot of people really walked the path. They listen to it, but habitually we just do what we want. We never condition ourselves to do what the Buddha has been teaching us, because that means a lot of changes in you that would disrupt your habitual life seeking for luxuries, enjoyment, quote unquote happiness that you think about. And we don't know how to define happiness. So not many people practice, but some people do practice too. But on the other hand, why would anyone always be having a lot of disgruntled about people not practicing? As long as you practice, then it'll be okay. You don't say, how come these people are not practicing? They're not right, they're not right. You're always throwing your view onto other people. How come you're not practicing? Well, how about yourself? Care for yourself first. Don't be a teacher and telling other people to do what you should be doing. You know what? If you are doing the right thing, your conduct would give the inference and impression to others. Not saying, how come you don't do it? How come you don't do that? I mean, you're always blaming other people. Not blaming. You're always if you're always giving out disgruntled and complain about something, I don't think that really works too well. You just walk it yourself, and maybe in the process of walking it, really doing it, you are enlightened. You become someone who's so enlightened that other people see your conduct, see how you speak, they were impressed by you. However, if you're always saying, how come these guys are not doing it? They're not right. I mean, do you think people will follow you? No. Why don't we just hide the disgruntled and the complaint and just walk it yourself? If everybody is doing that, if they see you walking it and giving good impression about it, then they will do it. It's just like the teacher. If I'm the teacher in a class of students, if I'm always saying, hey, how come, Jack, you're not doing it right? However, if you do it yourself, if you yourself are really applying yourself to the teaching, and you really want the students to learn, even in your off teaching time, you contribute your time to help a lot of other people, other students who lag behind. Your behavior, your attitude, change them. Not your command, not your iron rules, not your negative feelings about things, not your complaint. It's your behavior. Your behavior will change the society, not words, not just the words. Second question, if one is not vegetarian, is one not a Buddhist? Not necessarily. If you are not a vegetarian, you may still be a Buddhist. A Buddhist does not have to be a vegetarian, but a Buddhist should stay away from killing, because killing is a very heavy karmic energy that you're involved in. But being a Buddhist, you don't have to be a vegetarian. But you must not kill. But if you are not a vegetarian, and you claim yourself to be a Buddhist, but you are a hunter, you always like to go fishing, you like to hunt the deers for meat, you like to go hunting, then it's not right. Then you are not, strictly speaking, you're not following the Buddhist teaching. The Buddhist teaching, you're not a Buddhist. So you don't have to be a vegetarian, but you must observe the Vinaya, or the precepts, as advocated and introduced by the Buddha. So what is the definition of a Buddhist? What is the definition of a Buddhist? That is something really worth talking about. What is the definition of a Buddhist? That comes to, why do you believe in Buddhism? What is the definition of a Buddhist? I say that to be a Buddhist, there are three aspects to it. To be a Buddhist, to be a true, authentic, real Buddhist, there are three aspects to it. And we consider these aspects from three perspectives: the present, the past, and the future. What is time? Time is the present, the past, and the future. So being a Buddhist, what do you do in the present? Being a Buddhist, what do you do? How do you treat your past? What kind of attitude you should have to your past? Being a Buddhist, what kind of attitude you should have for the future? I think that's a better perspective to consider whether you're Buddhist or not a Buddhist. Let's consider, say, the past, the present, and the future. If you're a Buddhist, how do you view the past? Let's put it that way, right? So the definition of Buddhist, we can talk about it in a little bit of more detail. If you are a true, authentic Buddhist, how do you view your past? What happened to your past? The past is already gone, right? So if the past, the abusive mishaps that you received, or the happy days that are gone, all this past, do you have to hang on to them? You don't hang on to your agonies of the past. You don't attach to the happiness of the past. But you can learn from them. So if you're being abused, you know that you won't abuse others. If you did something wrong in the past, you learn from it and not to commit the same mistakes again. So you only learn from the past experiences and not attaching to the past. When you attach to the past, what happened to you if you're a true, authentic Buddhist? You always involve yourself with the memory of the past. If somebody did you wrong in the past, you hate him. If somebody gave you happiness, you loved him. So there's hatred, love, anger, all kinds of emotions will come out because of past experiences. All those, you don't want to attach to them. So you let the past go. It does not mean that you don't learn from the past, you still learn from the past. You let the past go. You learn how to detach yourself from the attachment of the past. That's difficult. You know why people suffer from depression? They always remember the bad experiences of the past, and they always bring the past bad experiences, the grieving experiences, the abusive experiences, and put it on the table of the present and ponder on it, and they get depressed about it. And finally they commit suicide because of this depression. They want to bring the past onto the present to think about it, but can the past happen again? You don't want the past to happen again, and it's not going to happen because you know that that's not a good past. So why do you bring something that is the past that will not happen and want it to happen into your mind again? You think by being depressive about it, the amount of depression you have can change what is in the past? If you think that by being depressed you can change the past, raise your hand. Right? You cannot, right? If you think that by being depressed you still cannot change your past, raise your hands. Well, what are you doing? You don't follow my logic. In other words, double negative. Sometimes it works too fast. I got a double negative. So that means for people, there's two kinds of people. I even got confused myself now. Because you throw back at me and I don't know about it. So don't scare of challenging people. You know, he thinks too fast, you got to stop. I don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, you think any amount of depression would not change the past outcome. Is that right? You agree? Yes. If you agree, raise your hands. There are some who don't agree, right? Everybody agrees, right? On this side who speaks English, right? So any amount of depression would not change the past. Then why do you want to bring the past onto the present table and think about it and get depressed? No point, right? The future. You worry about the future, right? Is there any amount of depression or anxiety or fear now that you have would change the outcome of the future?
Yes.
Huh? Yes. Only by depression? Yes. I said only by. Huh? So if you are depressed about it, because of depression is usually related to past experiences. But I'm talking about the anxiety itself. Would any amount of anxiety would change the outcome of the future? No, it won't. But your preparation, your plan, your analysis may change the outcome of the future, but not just by the anxiety and the fear. Any amount of fear will not change the future outcome, right? Or any amount of fear will not change what is going to happen to you. You think what is going to happen to you, say if you are waiting for a report from of your health, you think you get worried will change the report? It won't. But how come people get worried? We always get worried about it, right? But it won't change it, right? That's our habitual thinking. So let's talk about. Am I talking for too long now? Huh? Yeah. So I am. So I better shorten it. So we're talking about being a true Buddhist from a perspective of the past. You don't attach to the past. And how about the future? Let's consider the present later. How about the future? The future hasn't come, you don't worry about it. A true, authentic Buddhist would only prepare for a good future and not worrying about the future, right? There's no fear, there's no worry. Okay. How about the present moment? The present, you know that you want a good future, right? At the present, you want to what? You want to build up causes. because there's cause and effect. You will want to build up causes for future planning, for future happiness. And that causes has to be based on good karma. You think you can create bad karma by having a good future? No. So you know that at the present moment you have to work towards a good karma, number one. Then, if you work towards a good karma, then number two step is to work towards a pure karma. A good karma, for example, is to render good deeds to people. Being help, abstain from killing, abstain from lying, helpful, compassionate. You're doing all kinds of benevolent deeds. Then you won't create bad outcome for you to suffer. Because when you are doing bad deeds, the effect will be bad. The retribution will be disastrous. Then you have to go through a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. But if you are always performing with benevolent ideas, performing good conduct, that means you're paving your way for a happy future, because you won't suffer from bad retribution, right? So in the present, you have to be a good person. You have to observe all your precepts. You have to make sure that you're not mixed with miseries and bad conduct, killing, lying, sexual misconduct, intoxications, you name them. You want to get away from those. Being an authentic Buddhist, you want to get away from all those bad karma. That's, at the present moment, then you have to be a good person. In the past, you don't attach to the past. In the future, you don't worry about the future. Live at the present moment. All these, if you talk about how to be a true Buddhist, is not one word, one sentence. It's a whole combination of the Buddhist teaching. I'm just giving you an example. From a time horizon, you do it that way. From a vertical perspective, then it's another way, but I haven't got time to talk about it. There's no such thing as one sentence for being a Buddhist, just one sentence to be comprehensive of being a Buddhist. No. It entails a lot of explanation in it. It entails a lot of philosophy in it.